Chapter 6:16. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Guo was stunned. The other officers were also stunned. Guo started to blame himself. The others looked at Guo and didn't say anything. Their meaning was obvious. You scare them, continue to scare them. Bring them away after scaring them. Looking at the situation, the other party still had more supplies to send over. Don't underestimate the fact that there were less than 300 people. As long as they were equipped with horses, even 1,000 Tibetan soldiers would not be able to stop them. Who would send out 10,000 soldiers to stop them under such circumstances? It would be easy for them to go back, but what about their own supplies? If they let the people from the logistics camp go back, what would they do? Not to mention that they couldn't deal with the Tibetans, they couldn't even deal with 2 kids. In order to cooperate with Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and showed a scared expression. He ordered the people around him, quickly call them back. We will run. While the horses at the foot of the mountain haven't been discovered yet, it is still not too late to run now. Don't, wait a moment. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's people were about to call for the people, Guo quickly stopped them. They could run, but he had many people here. They couldn't run at all. General Guo, Cuckoo, and I don't want to be caught. We still have parents, grandparents, and Xiaobei at home. Without us, they will be sad. Zhang Xiaobao said to Guo timidly. Guo was speechless. This kid was really hard to deal with. He wanted to run after being scared. He could only comfort him, Battalion Commander Zhang, don't be afraid. I am here. Don't you want to make a big contribution and go back to make parents happy? No, I just want to go back alive. I still have to tell stories to Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobao's reply made Guo slap his forehead. Depressing, it was really too depressing. These 2 kids were so easily scared. Battalion Commander Zhang, as long as you let me command them, I can let you go back alive. You don't have to worry about being caught by the Tibetans. Guo said in a different way. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. If Cuckoo and I were in command, we would also be able to return alive. We wouldn't have to worry about being caught. Guards, protect Xiaobao and Cuckoo so that Governor Zhang's children won't be harmed. Guo wanted to persuade him, so he could only use this method. As soon as his voice fell, a cold object was pressed against his forehead. Guo, if you dare to put the young master and young lady under house arrest, I will immediately make your head explode. Do you believe me? The same cold words came out of Huzi's mouth. Guo didn't know what was on his forehead, but he believed what this person said. The cold feeling of the metal told him that this was not a toy. Since it could be used on the battlefield, it could definitely take people's lives. At this moment, Wang Wan spoke. Guards, Great General Guo is tired from the journey and needs to rest. Protect Great General Guo. If anyone dares to move, kill them. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came, they wanted to persuade Guo Tuesday. However, at that time, they wanted to use gentle means. Now that Guo showed his true colors, they didn't need to be polite. Once the order was given, Guo and the generals around him were all controlled. The cold blue arrowhead made them understand what kind of weapon the other party was holding. While they were shocked that the logistics camp had such good equipment, they also understood their situation. If it had been an adult, they would have been able to threaten him, such as how they would explain it to the imperial court or talk about the righteousness of the nation. However, was it useful to say such things to 2 children? The children always thought about themselves. They were unreasonable even in front of their parents. There was no reason to reason with them. They seized power as they wished. Guo was frightened. While he was being tied up, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, if you guys tie me up, your family will be finished. Once the imperial court knows about this, your whole family will die. Xiaobao, is what he said true? Wang Wan asked worriedly. I don't know. Maybe it's true. If the imperial court knows, we will be finished. Unless the imperial court doesn't know. Zhang Xiaobao also had a fearful expression. Then kill him. This time, the imperial court won't know. Just say that he ate too much biscuits and died. Wang Wan waved at the guards, indicating that she was going to kill Guo Tuesday. Guo Tu finally believed that the people who gave the order to kill the people were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were too vicious. They even wanted to kill the people of the Tang Empire. How could the people of the Tubo Empire be any better? He really didn't know if these two children were smart or stupid. Would anyone believe that they would die from eating too much biscuits? But no matter if anyone believed it or not, he and the others would be killed first. In the instant when he was facing death, Guo Tu understood. He finally understood that he couldn't play tricks with the children, especially the smart children. Otherwise, he would die very miserably. When the other people put the knife on his neck and prepared to pull, he understood many things. Thus, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, we won't tell anyone. We will listen to you. You can do whatever you want. We will definitely let you go home. The other soldiers will also listen to you. You really won't say? Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and asked in disbelief. I won't say. If you don't believe me, you can ask them and see if they also think the same. Guo Tu already felt the coldness of the knife. He only hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would believe him. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes looked at the other generals and got a very uniform answer. The generals above the battalion level were all here, including the battalion commanders. Everyone did the same action and nodded. They didn't want to die. To be precise, they didn't want to die like this. That would be too unjust. If they were killed by the enemy, they would be considered heroes. But if they were killed by two children, they would be sullen. They would be resentful ghosts. Then I am relieved. Bring them to rest. Now, the army will be commanded by me and Xiao Bao. If anyone has a different opinion, kill them. Wang Wan revealed a happy smile. However, no one felt that her words were funny. The decisiveness to kill was actually reflected in the body of a little girl. Wang Wan's cold eyes and pure smile made the generals feel that they weren't facing a child from an ordinary official's family. Instead, they were facing a child from the palace who had known cruelty since childhood. Guo Tu and the others were locked up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to take their official seals to receive the troops. The process was relatively smooth. The main reason was that Guo Tu wasn't the original commander of these soldiers and didn't have much prestige. However, the logistics camp in Izhou had left an indelible impression in their hearts, especially now that they were sending food. Damn, now I know why more than 200 people listened to two children. How are they children from ordinary families? Look at their calculation and ruthlessness. It's not that Zhang Zhong didn't have the time to take care of the logistics camp. He just felt that his children could do it. Looking at the time, they should have been following us all the way to Pengzhou. That's why they were able to move so quickly once the imperial court's decree arrived. I didn't believe it when I heard that there were portraits of the two children hanging in the emperor's palace, but now I understand. The two of them have long been favored by the emperor. Guo Tu, who was locked up, ate something good again. It was actually fried melon slices. When he ate it, he felt nostalgic. It tasted better than any meat or wild vegetables. After eating half a steamed bun, he remembered what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had done. He realized that the two children shouldn't be treated as ordinary people. He told the other generals. The other generals also realized this. Unfortunately, it was too late. Their power was taken away and they couldn't turn the tables. They could only watch the two children do things. Of course, they admired Zhang Zhong more. They didn't know what kind of teaching could make two 10-year-old children like this. The adjutant who had been giving advice to Guo Tu said, "From now on, Zhang Zhong's name will be more famous. The logistics camp in Izhou will become a legend of the Tang Empire." To be honest, I don't hate the two children now. They are indeed more capable than us. At least under their leadership, the logistics camp found us. But who asked? He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was very clear. He was complaining that Guo shouldn't have tried to seize the military power of others. Otherwise, the result wouldn't have been like this. Guo didn't refute. He was silent. He finally knew where he was lacking compared to the old general who was good at war. He wasn't decisive enough in killing and couldn't see the situation clearly. He didn't speak, so the others also kept silent. It wasn't until they were all fed a steamed bun and a bowl of soup that a battalion commander, or rather a regiment commander, said in a low voice, "I don't know what the two of them want to do after seizing our power. If they want to escape, it won't be easy. If we behave normally, we may be able to figure out their plan." Even if the generals didn't approve of letting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan command the army, they couldn't do anything now. They were under house arrest. They could only hope that the two children wouldn't act rashly and get everyone involved. After half a day, Wang Wan successfully took over a team of 12,000 people. Guo and the others didn't directly command this group of people before, and the logistics camp took care of them on the way here, but more importantly, Wang Wan used the name of Between the Clouds and the Water to bribe the 12,000 people. That was, if they all died here, Between the Clouds and the Water would give their families enough money and food to let their families live well. If they returned alive, they would also be able to receive a reward from Between the Clouds and the Water outside of the imperial court. In order to prevent the soldiers from not believing them because of their young age, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent out people from the seedling protection team to take over the duties of each battalion. This way, others wouldn't know who was in command in the end. They would only think that someone more powerful had come. "Xiaobao, I'll give you a mission. That is to take 32 people from the seedling protection team other than the 12 battalion commanders and deputy commanders. Organize your equipment and go find our soldiers who are alone. It's impossible for all 3,000 people to be killed. Especially when they were close to the mountain range, there must have been people who escaped into the mountains. You go and look for them. Find as many as you can. 2 days, only 2 days. After 2 days, no matter how many people you find, no matter whether you find them or not, you must continue to follow the path I took. I'll wait for you in front." After Wang Wan seized the military power, her first order was given to Zhang Xiaobao. 24 people from the seedling protection team were to be the officers of the remaining 12 battalions. Zhang Xiaobao was to lead 32 people to search for people who might have escaped to the mountains. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll lead them to search here for 2 days. Once 2 days are up, we'll immediately evacuate. If we encounter an unexpected situation, we may evacuate even earlier." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao ordered the remaining people from the seedling protection team, "Huzi, get into formation and follow me." Zhang Xiaobao led 32 people and left. He wasn't afraid at all. If he really had to command a small-scale battle, he might be unfamiliar with the application of battle tactics. However, with only 32 people, it was suitable for him to lead. If the number of Tibetans searching the mountains was less than 100, he even dared to face them alone. Moreover, he had an 80% chance of keeping those Tibetans who were less than 100 in the mountains forever. Before he went abroad, he had already escaped from the armed police and police dogs time and time again. After he went abroad, he specially looked for various countries' veterans or special forces who wanted to earn pocket money to learn. If there were too many people, he wouldn't be able to control them. If there were fewer people, it would be just right for him to form a team. He had already gotten used to it. The jungle battle experience that generations of people had written down with their lives was not something that the current Tibetans could understand. They were not on the same level as him. After Zhang Xiaobao left, Wang Wan immediately made arrangements. Actually, she was very reluctant to let Zhang Xiaobao lead the team, but she had no other choice. Huzi was a good person, but in terms of flexibility, he was definitely not as good as Zhang Xiaobao. At least Zhang Xiaobao knew how to make a choice. He wouldn't be hot-headed and use his big knife to fight with the enemy's gun formation. Order, everyone tear the clothes under the armor into strips and use them to tie the legs. Battalion 1, 2, 3, and 3 will become the scout battalion and quickly open up the path. Everyone else will gather and advance. Battalion 4, 5, 6, and 7 will be the back of Battalion 7, 8, and 9. Battalion 10 to 12 will be the cooking stoves. There will be enough food for 30,000 people. Wang Wan started to give orders to the people on her side. No one knew what exactly she wanted to do. The officers of the various battalions were all her people, so they immediately followed her orders. Those who opened up the path, those who carried the soldiers on their backs, and those who made the cooking stoves also immediately started to work. This situation was quickly found out by Guo and the other officers. Although they couldn't issue any orders, the news would still be passed to them and let them know. This was also something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed. If they were to constantly be in a situation where they couldn't interact with the outside world, it would be easy for them to develop other thoughts. Thus, the best method was to let them be able to clearly understand the information of the troops. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think that they would be able to guess the final goal of Wang Wan's troop deployment. Not to mention them, even Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be able to guess it if Wang Wan didn't say it out loud. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao had always done in the past, those who weren't professionals wouldn't be able to understand the depth of the situation. Zhang Xiaobao's original arrangements were dazzling to the eyes. Even Old Man Pai, Old Man Yao, and the others couldn't guess the final goal. And now, what Wang Wan was doing was the same. Every step had a deep meaning, strategic and tactical. It made people's heads hurt just by looking at it. Now, Guo and the others had a headache. They knew the way to move the troops, but no matter what, they couldn't figure out why it was like this. Guo thought about the contents of the military books that he had learned in the past and said, "I understand. They are confusing the enemy and making them think that we still have a lot of people. It's not just 12,000 people, but at least 30,000 people. Then, dealing with 30,000 people is different from dealing with 12,000 people. The reason why they made a fake camp is to make the Tubo think that we still have a lot of provisions. It's impossible for them to use the siege method to starve us to death. This way, what do you think the Tubo people will think?" At the beginning, his analysis was still smooth, but towards the end, he was also confused. What did it mean? To make the Tubo people think that they still had 30,000 people and sufficient provisions, this had to have some effect. However, he really couldn't think of what effect it would have. If he had to say something, it would be that the Tubo people would send more troops. If there were more Tubo people, it would be more troublesome for them to break through the siege. The problem was, if that wasn't the case, why did they have to make such a layout? From the layout, it made people feel that the person who commanded the troops was definitely someone who didn't know anything. Guo couldn't figure it out, and the other generals also couldn't understand. After a while, the military staff said, "Could it be that they want to make the Tubo people lower their guard? Today, they have 30,000 camp, tomorrow, it will be 25,000, and the day after tomorrow, it will be 20,000. They want the Tubo people to think that our morale is not stable and that they have all become deserters. When the camp is reduced to 5,000, do you think the Tubo people will still send more people to encircle and annihilate us? I reckon that they will think that we don't have enough people and only send out 20,000 people. 12,000 against 20,000, we still have a chance of winning. If you can think of it, do you think that the Tubo people can't think of it? If it was me, I would send out 100,000 people to encircle and annihilate them. I don't care how many people you have in the end. Who doesn't know that the camp can be fake?" A battalion commander beside the military staff said at this time. He didn't think that the Tubo people were fools. Such a classic layout, how many times had others used it? It doesn't matter whether the Tubo people know or not. What I am saying is whether they really have such a plan. The military staff retorted. At this time, the others didn't say anything. They were really worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's men had made such an arrangement. This kind of method that could be understood by those who had read military books didn't seem to be effective. Their guesses changed again on the second day. This time, Wang Wan only sent 1 battalion to open the path. Out of the 10 battalions, 5 battalions were carrying the other 5 battalions. The last battalion built a camp that could only be used by 50,000 soldiers. The speed of the troops slowed down a lot. That's not right, that's not right. They should be reducing the camp. Why is there more camp? Oh, I know, they are trying to scare the Tubo people and make them think that there are too many people here. Guotu said to the other generals after he found some information that he thought was possible in the military books that he had read. No one could agree with his thoughts. The military staff retorted, if that's the case, why did they ask people to carry people? Don't tell me they have nothing else to do. The other generals nodded. They really couldn't think of anything. It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's methods were a little strange. On the third day, it was still 50,000 people carrying 50,000 people. The people who opened the path in front and the people who built the camp at the back didn't change. The people who were carrying each other changed back and forth. Today, they were building a camp for 70,000 people. Thus, Guotu and the others who were under house arrest found new things to do and continued to research. They didn't have time to think about how to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaobao brought 32 people and gathered more than 300 people today. After giving them some food, he asked them to speed up and meet up with the main group in front. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of bringing up the rear. The 33 people didn't go to the back to welcome them. They just spread out horizontally and waited. If they met someone, they would help. If they didn't, they could only blame the other party's bad luck. Huzi had been following Zhang Xiaobao. One was to listen to orders, and the other was to protect Zhang Xiaobao. Even though he knew that if it was a life and death battle, he didn't have the slightest confidence in killing the young master. It was more likely that he would be killed by the young master. He still had to protect the young master. Whether the young master was powerful or not had nothing to do with whether he protected him. Zhang Xiaobao crouched in the underbrush, wearing a pair of tactical gloves, the kind that exposed part of the fingers in front of the gloves. After killing an inch-long bug that was about to crawl up his neck, he didn't even look at what kind of bug it was. He said to Huzi, "There's still 2 hours left. Once the time is up, retreat." "Understood, young master." "Can you make arrangements for the young lady?" Huzi agreed, but he was very worried. In the past, he had always listened to the young master's orders. He felt that the young master was more powerful than the young lady. He didn't know why the young master gave the command to the young lady on the battlefield, and he seemed to trust her very much. How could Zhang Xiaobao not know what Huzi was thinking? He made a smiling expression and said, "Don't doubt Cuckoo. If she can't do it well, then no one can do it well in my heart. Your tactics were all taught by Cuckoo. I can only teach you psychology. If I were to fight with someone like Cuckoo, I could beat 2 of them. But if I and Cuckoo were to fight 1,000 people each, she could beat 3 of us by herself. Do you understand?" "I understand. Young master is more powerful in normal times. When it comes to war, the young lady is in the leading position." Huzi remembered the situation when he was learning tactics from the young lady, so he nodded and said. It wasn't Huzi's fault. He really hadn't seen the young lady commanding people in battle, and he didn't know to what extent the young lady's art of war was. He also didn't understand what was a major, so how could he know the level of people who had skipped grades and graduated from the Central Military Command Academy in 2100? Zhang Xiaobao said to wait for 2 hours, so he waited for 2 hours. During this time, he found 25 people. When the time was up, Zhang Xiaobao ordered without hesitation, "Retreat, full speed ahead." Chapter 6:17. When the fire is extinguished, the pursuers are in a hurry. Deep in the forest, the stove becomes a mystery. Where is the future? In the land of death, the wind blows without intention. Weak water continuously rushes against the embankment. When the time was up, Zhang Xiaobao immediately retreated and led his men to chase after Wang Wan. This young master, there are still people behind. There are still people behind. In the end, one of the 25 people caught by Zhang Xiaobao panted heavily as he chased after Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted this kid who could command others to wait a little longer. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at him and said, I know there are still people. Not only are there missing soldiers, but there are also Tibetans chasing after us. I can't mess up the battle plan for a small group of people. 2 hours later. Just 2 hours later. This person still tried to persuade him. He didn't know who this kid was, but he recognized the people who were waiting for them. The embroidered pattern on the chest of their clothes was from the logistics camp in Biyao who had given them supplies along the way. He really didn't know how the people from the logistics camp ran to the front of the group. He just wanted the people from the logistics camp to save as many of his brothers as possible. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and said decisively, no, we can't wait even 15 minutes, let alone 2 hours. 2 hours is enough for tens of thousands of people to occupy the advantageous terrain. If you want to stay by yourself. Don't be a burden to the group. Besides, the order I received was to retreat within 24 hours. Military orders are absolute. Except for the weapons used, throw away all the bronze and iron in the armor. The first 5 camps will spread out to hunt and collect animal hides. The 6th to 11th camps will take turns to carry them. The 12th camp will collect the materials to start the fire. Start the operation. Wang Wan looked up at the sky and gave the order to the messenger. The orders were immediately carried out. Guo and the others also understood the content of the orders. They had been trying to guess what the logistics camp was thinking, but they found themselves even more confused. Logically speaking, at this time, they should think of a way to escape to a place where the Tibetans couldn't find them and then look for opportunities to do other things. Not only was it slow to carry another person on his back, it would also drain their energy. By the time the Tubo people caught up with them, they would have lost their chance to escape. Furthermore, they were getting further and further away from Jinchuan City. If they didn't go and fight, even if they failed this time, they should still escape to Pengzhou. The most infuriating thing was that they were ordered to throw away all of the armors. As long as there was copper or iron, they were not allowed to leave anything behind. How were they supposed to fight if they encountered the enemy? Money, it was all money. Before this, it wasn't from Wing Province. After discussing with each other for a while without coming to a conclusion, Guo couldn't help but shout to the person guarding them, I want to see the person in charge of the logistics camp. I have urgent matters to discuss. You guys won't be able to handle it if you delay. Wang Wan was still studying the military map, hoping to find more inspiration from it to achieve her goals. The knowledge she had learned before could only be used as an aid and could not be used to form a doctrine. In the current situation, there was no opportunity to seek a direct confrontation with the enemy, so she could only rely on the word strange. If only these 12,000 people were the ones that I and Xiaobao had trained for 3 years, or even 2 years. It would be much easier to use them than now. Wang Wan rubbed her eyes and longingly muttered to herself. When the person came to report that Guo wanted to see her, she muttered, what is there to see? What urgent matters? Could it be that he still has heavenly soldiers that he hasn't taken out yet? I want to see the person in your team who really came up with the idea, not a little girl like you. Guo stared at Wang Wan, who had rushed over in a hurry. Wang Wan curled her lips and said, I am. Tell me, what is it? Hurry up, don't waste my time. Okay, then I will tell you. You go back and tell the person who came up with the idea that all of his ideas are bad. If this continues, no one in the entire army will be able to escape. This mission is to attack Jinchuan. Since you have seized the power, you have to follow this plan. Guo suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Wang Wan word by word. Wang Wan burst out laughing and said, forget it, attack Jinchuan. The order you received should be to find a chance to attack Jinchuan. The most important mission is to launch a surprise attack and do your best to anger the Tubo people and burn a large amount of Tubo's autumn harvest grain. Do you think the imperial court is a fool to send 15,000 people to attack Jinchuan? Don't give me orders and ideas. When a general is outside, he can't accept military orders. Your idea is good. You made the team to this point. If you want to be a benevolent and righteous general and not kill people, then you have to bear the consequences of your actions. Stupid, you are playing around with the lives of the soldiers. You, a little girl like you actually dared to, piss me off. Guo pointed at Wang Wan and his face turned red. What do you mean? You want to be a general like this? How many exercises have you participated in? How many red and blue army experiences have you had? Do you really think that you are an invincible general just because you won on the sand table? With 12,000 people defending the mountain, can't you win a victory that raises the morale of the soldiers? Run, you only know how to run. You ran until the soldiers ran out of strength and morale. I know that you want to leave the battlefield first and then find a chance to fight back. The essence of mobile warfare is not to escape, but to mobilize the enemy's superior forces and find a chance to destroy them one by one. When we go back, I suggest that you go to the game room of the flagship store between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County to learn. Wang Wan was also angry. She and Xiao Bao had spent so much money, but Guo had wasted it and even wanted to criticize them. Guo was speechless for a long time. She was not wrong, but other than not killing the civilians, the other aspects were just bad luck. It was not that he was not good at commanding. He had been praised by General Gao, but now he was being scolded by a little girl. The staff at the side had to protect their interests, so he interrupted and said, "Cuckoo, then you have to tell us the purpose of marching like this. What is the use of people carrying people? Are you waiting to defeat the enemy? If I don't tell you, don't think about continuing to participate in the command during the time when your military power was taken away and I safely returned to Yingzhou. I will tell you a little. Who said that carrying people is useless? At least it can exercise the lung capacity a little. It has a little effect, so as to avoid more accidents in the operation the day after tomorrow." After saying this, Wang Wan walked to the place where she was just now. After walking for about 10 steps, she said without looking back, "Stay here obediently. If anyone wants to make trouble, I don't mind killing a few of them to show the monkeys. I believe that the emperor will not trouble me. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm so angry. This little girl is too much. Wait for me to go back, I will, wait for me to go back." Guo shouted until he couldn't see Wang Wan's figure. Just now he didn't dare to, for he was really afraid that the little girl would kill him. He kept saying that he would wait for him to go back, but he didn't say what he would do when he went back. It seemed that he couldn't do anything. The key was whether he could go back alive. Wang Wan returned to her place and continued to study the tactics. The soldiers who were supposed to hunted, carried people on their backs, and collected flammable things. The morale of the army under Wang Wan's control was not bad at this time. It was not because of her charm. She was a little girl, but she had no charm. The key was her promise. With the financial power of between the clouds and the water as the foundation, she gave the soldiers hope. One day later, the operation of carrying people on their backs stopped. They collected a lot of beasts' fur. Regardless of whether it had been needed or not, it still smelled of blood. She asked people to sew simple coats and leather bags with the intestines of the beasts using simple needles made of branches. Because the speed of the march was affected by carrying people back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao caught up with them in the evening. Wang Wan ordered everyone to rest. After eating wild vegetables and animal meat, she only asked everyone to leave a piece of compressed biscuit. Except for the people who were on guard, everyone went to sleep. After a long journey, the two pigeons finally flew back to their home in the capital from Yizhou. They were taken from their claws. After eating something hurriedly, they cooed and went to rest. Gao Lisher, who was the chamberlain, hurried to Xingxing Palace with the things sent by the person who received the letter. At this time, Li Longji was enjoying the singing and dancing of the concubines while working. He had not decided which woman to accompany him tonight. The women were also trying their best to show off, hoping to be favored tonight. Li Longji, who had just called out, "Good," twice, saw Gao Lisher's expression and knew that something had happened. He hurriedly dismissed the women and called Gao Lisher over. "Lisher, is there something urgent?" Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher and asked. "Pengzhou's fast horses have not yet arrived. Yizhou's Yao Chong and Baishu's flying pigeons arrived first. Guo Tu could not bear to kill on the way and exposed his tracks. His provisions were robbed. He was defeated and retreated to Duchuan." Gao Lisher said to Li Longji. "Defeated? Did Pengzhou have provisions to escort?" Li Longji did not expect Guo Tu to be defeated before even reaching his destination. His expression could not help but turn ugly. He then asked about the provisions in Pengzhou. He meant to send people to deliver provisions to Guo Tuesday. Pengzhou has sufficient provisions, but no one dares to send troops privately. Coincidentally, His Majesty's decree was sent to Pengzhou and received by the logistics camp in Yizhou. They reorganized their troops overnight and left to reinforce. Their whereabouts are unknown. In addition, Zhang Zhong's eldest son, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo are traveling with the troops to assume command. Gao Lisher's tone changed slightly when he said this. He also liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. From Bai Shu and Yao Chang's letters, he often learned about the two little fellows. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also smart and eager to learn. They were filial to their elders and were well educated. They were also good at cooking and often cooked for their family and Bai Shu. Gao Lisher could not have children himself, so he liked other people's children. If possible, he really wanted to make Zhang Xiaobao his own child. When he received the news this time, he could not help but worry about the two little fellows. Li Longji also became nervous and asked, "How many people did they bring?" The Zhang family's protection team has 56 people, Bai Shu and Yao Chang's combined protection team has 100 people, Prince Tong and's protection team has 200 people, and the rest are ordinary people escorting provisions. This trip is very dangerous. Gao Lisher replied. That was all that was mentioned in the letter he received. Li Longji also knew that it was dangerous. What could 300 people do? He could not help but complain to Gao Lisher, "Why are the Zhang family so stupid? Look at other families. Which family doesn't have a large number of guards? They make a lot of money. When it's time to use people, they have 56. Chapter 618. Li Longji's plan was to first send troops over to launch a surprise attack and then burn a portion of the grain that was about to be harvested in autumn. Tubo requested peace every year and attacked the borders every year. When they requested peace, they actually used the attitude of a victorious country. Naturally, they wouldn't allow Great Tang to give them anything. Taking advantage of the fact that the Zhang family was able to popularize the seeds in Great Tang and had the method of hatching chicks and thermometers, they would be able to produce a lot of grain next year. This autumn, when Tubo retaliated and attacked, Great Tang would have finished harvesting the grain in many places. They wouldn't have to worry about not having enough grain to fight a war. Using the method of fighting a big war to make the people of Great Tang work hard to support the borders. The method of support was to learn how to plant seeds and use war to stimulate that thing called domestic demand and promote the development of productivity. Li Longji learned this from Baigo's letter. He felt that if it was successful, it could also be used to train the soldiers. After 2 years, when Great Tang had more grain, poultry, and livestock, they could use it to expand their territory. However, he didn't expect that the usually smart and capable Guo Tu would make such an idiotic mistake. Yes, he was an idiot. If he made a mistake, he should just die there. He even implicated Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the personal disciples of the two experts of the Zhang family who didn't show themselves. It was said that the two little fellows were able to pass the imperial examination. How capable were they? If the experts weren't willing to show themselves, then so be it. Wouldn't it be fine if the two little fellows learned their skills? The two little fellows couldn't possibly hide and not show themselves, right? Regardless of whether it was for their own use or for their children or grandchildren, it would be fine. Now that the two little fellows had come out of seclusion and brought more than 300 people who could fight, would they be able to come back alive? If they were really unlucky, where could they find two such people? Who knew how long the experts of the Zhang family could live? More importantly, the 4 children of the Zhang family were indeed stronger than ordinary people, but they were far inferior to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The more Li Longji thought about it, the more fearful and angry he became. He had even told the Zhang family to visit Xiao Bao and Cuckoo when they returned to the capital after finishing their business in Izhou. Now that their lives were at stake, if it was possible, he really wanted to bite Guo to death. Let the 2 children bear the consequences of their own actions. Of course, Li Longji didn't want to talk about it, nor did he want to think about the fact that he had sent out a decree to give Zhang Zhong credit. He could only hope that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, the 2 future talents, would return safely. When the time came, he would immediately send out a decree to ask Zhang Zhong to take good care of the 2 children and not let them run around. If something happened, would Zhang Zhong be able to take responsibility? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't his own children. How could he wait for them to grow up and do more things like experts? Li Shi, go and call Song Jing, Zhang Shua, Zhang Jiuling, and the others who can discuss this matter. Let's see if there's anything we can do. Li Longji wasn't in the mood to let the concubines dance to liven things up. He had Gao Li Shi call for people to discuss this matter. Gao Li Shi hurriedly left. He was worried about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. He was also preparing to find an opportunity to recognize a godson, or daughter-in-law. In any case, he just wanted to recognize a relative. He also wanted to take some time to enjoy the 2 children's cooking and take them for a stroll in the imperial gardens. Guo Tu didn't know that he had already been hated by someone, and it was a very powerful person. He continued to analyze what the logistics camp wanted to do with the general who was also under house arrest. This is too much. This is too much. They arrested us and didn't even tell us their purpose. Everyone, think about it. If we really escape, we won't be able to answer correctly if someone asks. Also, is this food for humans? Guo Tu complained as he ate the wild vegetable soup that didn't have any meat. If he didn't make such a big mistake this time and put the army in danger, he might continue to praise the logistics camp. However, it seemed that his psychological quality was not high enough. After encountering a setback, not only did he become absent-minded, but he also tried to push the blame from himself to others. The bad side of human nature was undoubtedly revealed, especially when he was under house arrest and did not know the purpose of the logistics camp. In fact, he really wanted to participate. Even if he could say a few words occasionally, it would be good to remind them. However, they didn't give him the chance at all. Facing the fear of the unknown, he finally exploded. The other generals didn't say anything and didn't complain about the food. In the current situation, it was very good to have stuttering food. Usually, when fighting for power, it was not as simple as house arrest. It was very normal to kill a few people. Even if they killed all of them, they could find an excuse. With the help of the former Prime Minister and the former Minister of Revenue, they couldn't do anything to the 2 kids. Seeing that his words didn't get the support of the others, Guo Tu hurriedly ate the wild vegetable and stared back and forth at the generals. Lu Jun finally couldn't stand being stared at like this. He sighed and said, "General, I think it's really possible to successfully escape back. Since the people who followed us couldn't understand, how could the Tubo people guess the intentions of the army? It looks like they are going to make a big move." As if to support Lu Jun's words, early the next morning, Wang Wan's new order was passed down. 10 battalions were to be close to the mountain. All the food that they collected was to be given to the 10 battalions. The remaining 2 battalions and the few hundred people who came back later were to continue forward. After 3 days, they would descend the mountain and be met by people there. Along the way, they were to reduce the number of stoves. Every 3 hours, they would burn the stoves. From 70,000 to 60,000, then to 50,000. After 2 days, the number of stoves would be back to 2,000. When they reached the front and descend the mountain, they would listen to the instructions of the people there. Another point was that when the 10 battalions continued to ascend the mountain, they would use flammable objects to create a thick smoke to obstruct the Tubo people's pursuit and erase their traces. After the order was passed down, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the 10 battalions and set off. Guo and the others continued to lead the 10 battalions. Otherwise, if the 2 battalions were to be handed over, it would be easy for them to take back their authority. You all don't want to live anymore. Do you know how cold it is on the mountain? All of the food added up is only enough for 2 days. You all killed 10,000 people just like that. I want to see the person in charge, I want to see the person. When Guo was being watched climbing up the mountain, he knew that they were preparing to ascend the mountain. He kept shouting and shouting. According to what he had learned, he had already come to a conclusion about the future of the group. The face of the bodyguard who was watching them darkened. He kicked Guo from behind and said, "Behave yourself. What are you shouting for? If you shout again, I will chop you up. Let's see how many people are willing to offend Royal Prince Tang and for a failed general." Royal Prince Tang and Royal Princely? What does he have to do with you? Guo asked in surprise. He didn't dare to call Li Sun by his name. I am the personal bodyguard of His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness is a guest in Izhou and calls young Master Xiao Bao his younger brother. What do you think it is related to him? Li Sun's bodyguard replied in dissatisfaction. Guo didn't say anything, and so did the other officers. Only now did they realize how big of a backer the 2 kids had. They were all killed, but when they went back, they could just find an excuse, and no one would cry out for them. After a long while, Guo whispered to the bodyguard, "Xiao Bao and the others are wrong. Aren't you afraid that, can they be more wrong than you? Shut up." The guards did not show him any respect at all. They knew the little young master and the little lady's abilities very well. They had seen it when they were in Luzhou. Then, they went to Shu province and then to Peng province. They learned from the 2 of them along the way. There were many tactical ideas that they had never thought of before they met the young master and the young lady. They were very good at analyzing human nature and terrain in various situations. However, they were not done yet. It seemed like there was more to come. Would such people make an unwise decision? After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led 10 battalions up the mountain with more than 10,000 men, the 2 battalions below started to light the fire. Thick smoke drifted with the wind. It was only because of the wind today that Wang Wan made the decision. Otherwise, they would have to continue waiting. After the smoke was released, the 2 battalions cleaned up all the traces as much as possible. Then, they started to rush forward. 3 days later, they would go down the mountain and see if there were any reinforcements. The Tubo people were almost catching up, but they had to slow down. Their generals were also afraid of falling into an ambush. First, they observed the campsites. Day by day, they increased the number of campsites. They could not figure out what was going on. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived? Then they should be fighting with them. They only increased the number of campsites but did not fight. Were they trying to set up an ambush? There was no need to be afraid. They just had to be careful. It was easy to mobilize troops in their own territory. However, the problem was that from the footprints left behind, the number of people was not fixed. Sometimes, there were more than 10,000 people. Sometimes, there were more than 1,000 people. Sometimes, there were more than 6,000 people. When there were fewer people, what did the people do? Did reinforcements come and follow them for a while and then hide? Or did the people in the army make some arrangements? There must be something wrong with increasing the number of people. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. To chase or not to chase, they had to wait for the reinforcements. Hiss. This was not easy to handle. Tatu was the leader of the 10,000 men in the headquarters. This time, he led 20,000 men. If it was in the past, he could have more men. He had 2 Yuhuan's men to help him. Now that he had no more men, he could only use his own men to fight. He thought of himself as a capable general. He was literate and had read a few military books. Usually, he led his own men to guard the front line of Jinchuan. He felt that he knew a lot about war, especially all kinds of strategies. He had memorized them. When he saw the situation in front of him, the first thing that came to his mind was that all is fair in war. As the saying goes, what is true is false, and what is false is true. However, he could not tell whether the other party was lying or not. If they wanted to lure the enemy by reducing the number of campsites, they should not have set up so many campsites. If they wanted to increase the number of campsites to scare the enemy, they should not have left behind footprints. From the footprints, there were at least 10,000 people. Sometimes, there were even fewer. Increasing the number of campsites when there were fewer people? Did they think that he could not tell, or were they doing it on purpose? This was troublesome. According to the scouts in Pengzhou, the general who came this time was a person called Tuesday. He had never heard of this name before. Could he be a wise general of Tang? At this moment, there were only 5,000 people chasing in front of the headquarters. Should they chase quickly or be careful and slow? Should they send out all the scouts to increase the distance, or should they just charge forward without thinking? Chapter 619. Tatu was dumbfounded. He was really dumbfounded. He wanted to find the relevant information from the military books that he had read, but that was just a thought. In reality, there was nothing. To be able to use a strategy to such an extent, one must be a god. No, it was better to be safe. Otherwise, even if the Tang Empire only had 10,000 people, it would be easy for something to happen when they were starving. Yes, it was better to be safe. Now that there was no need to be afraid of them running away, what else could they do if they followed slowly? Thinking of this, Tatu ordered the troops behind to speed up while he sent out a large number of scouts. This was the bolder battle strategy that he had come up with himself. When he had more troops than the enemy, he would not be fooled by them. As soon as the order was sent out, the scouts in front reported that they had found a large number of armors neatly placed and tied with branches. From the footprints, there were about 10 to 15,000 people. There were many leftover bones of wild beasts and small pits where wild herbs were dug up. Armors? And they were tied up? Placed neatly? What does this mean? For me? The bones of wild beasts and the pits where wild herbs were dug up. Are we going to starve to death? The number of people did not change. Is it still the same as before? Tatu suddenly had doubts about the bolder battle strategy that he had just decided to use. He did not know if the enemy was trying to scare him so that they would move forward lightly or if they were trying to trick him so that they would have more time. The crux of the problem was whether to chase after them or not. This feeling was very uncomfortable. To be safe, Tatu suppressed the urge to chase after them quickly and waited for the people behind to catch up. At the very least, there had to be more people than the Tang soldiers who had left their footsteps behind. The troops slowed down. Tatu, who was still feeling uneasy, could only comfort himself that this was the right decision. Half a day later, on the morning of the next day, a total of 16,000 people had gathered. The remaining 4,000 people were responsible for escorting the supplies. With 16,000 people under his command, along the way, he only caught more than 100 people who were originally in charge of escorting the provisions. They were all good slaves who could be exchanged for many things when they returned. However, he did not see the main force of the Tang army. Just as at a tatatap once the smoke came out, the Tubo people started to feel uncomfortable. Not only did the smoke affect their eyes, but it also affected their breathing. They kept coughing and rubbing their eyes hard. Some even wanted to stick their heads into the ground to avoid the smoke. In the morning, the forest was already humid. In some places, the fog had yet to disperse. Once it was mixed with the smoke, the smell was extremely irresistible. Advance. Pick up the pace and rush over. Tatatu ordered with reddened eyes. He really wanted to run back. He was afraid that he would be chased by the smoke while he was running. The people chasing him must have been prepared. At least they could cover their faces with wet cloth. When his troops were almost unable to see clearly because of the smoke, not to mention 16,000 people, even 61,000 people would not be able to defeat 10,000 people. The only way was to rush over. Once they reached the other side, they would be fine. Judging from the thick smoke, they should not be too far away. They could only face it head-on and could not retreat. The 16,000 troops rushed forward under his command. The further they went, the more uncomfortable they felt. Some people were smart enough to wet their clothes with their urine. Everyone followed suit. In the end, Tatatu also used the water in his water bag to cover his mouth. However, the others did not dare to follow suit. If they ran out of water, they would have to go up the mountain to melt the snow. This would delay the progress of the troops. After a fierce dash, Tatatu finally led his men to the other side of the mountain. They went around the mountain slightly and rushed to the other side of the smoke. The fire was still burning and the smoke was still coming out. The entire troop was in tears. Their eyes were swollen like peaches. A scout came to report again. They had found traces of the enemy. Judging from the temperature of the stove, the enemy had left less than 2 hours ago. They seemed to have left in a hurry. Go after them. Pay attention to the surroundings to avoid being ambushed, Tatatu ordered. General, the footprints in front seem to belong to 2,000 people. We can't find the traces of 10,000 people, the scout said worriedly. Go after them. Even if there are 1,000 people, we will still chase after them. Tui. The smoke is killing me. Tatatu was wary of the enemy's ambush while he ordered the troops to chase after them. He could see that the enemy was deliberately scaring him to increase the distance between them. The traces of 2,000 people were easy to explain. Along the way, they had wasted a lot of time. The Tang army had already run far away. The people in front had left first, and the people behind to set up the smoke were left to clean up the traces. It seemed that this was the situation they had seen before. They did not know how far the main force of the Tang army had run. If they did not chase after them, they would wait for the next rain. By then, there would be no traces left. They had been fooled. What was false was true, and what was true was false. It was useless here. The 16,000 people hurriedly chased after them. The 2,000 people in front were indeed tired. Fortunately, they had binoculars and could see the Tibetan troops in advance. They knew how to adjust their schedule. When the 16,000 Tibetans were chasing after the 2,000 people, there was a troop on top of the mountain moving in the opposite direction. They were advancing at full speed. The 252 people who came later each had a leather bag of liquor in their backpacks. They were not Zhang Xiaobao who only needed to walk on the mountain. It was a standard equipment. Everyone took a small sip and held it in their mouths until they were numb from the spiciness. Then, they swallowed it slowly. Less than half of them were wearing winter clothes that were made not long ago. The thick smell of blood had not dissipated. It was not comfortable to wear it. It was hard and made rustling sounds when it rubbed against their bodies. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any blankets in their backpacks at this time. Those things took up too much space. It was okay to trick Li Sun, but it was not okay to do it for real. Xiaobao, you finally gave me a chance. The enemy's general is so stupid. He did not see through such a simple arrangement, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao who was beside her as she followed the troops forward. Zhang Xiaobao did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Was the enemy stupid? He was not stupid, right? But he also did not expect that Wang Wan would make such an arrangement. Was this the tradition of the Red Army? Dashing around the enemy and dancing on the tip of the blade? There was only one feeling, excitement. Wang Wan could also guess what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. She said, "Actually, I have no choice. If I was the one leading the troops from the beginning, would not have done this. It is too dangerous. But a cornered dog will jump over the wall. When a person is cornered, what can they not do? Who said that our troops have to passively endure the enemy's attacks when we are on the mountain? This time, I have to take the initiative to attack and mobilize the Tibetan troops. Most importantly, our morale is very low now. We need a symbolic victory to boost our morale." There was no need for Wang Wan to explain further. Zhang Xiaobao already knew who would win the battle. They would attack the Tubo's supply team, or the team that was coming from the back and preparing to meet up with the front. In any case, they would just attack any team that had fewer people than them. With the use of advanced weapons, they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. "Change your clothes." After running for a while, Wang Wan ordered the messenger. The people who were wearing winter clothes were to take off their clothes and give them to others to prevent non-combat casualties. Guo and the other officers also ran. Li Sun's guards were watching them. If anything went wrong, they would be killed without question. In fact, there was no need for others to watch them. Guo and the others were very clear about what the logistics camp wanted to do. They had used binoculars to see the Tibetan troops pass by below. At that time, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. But in the end, they were not discovered. The enemy scouts were only a few dozen steps away from here. At that time, the people on their side were all lying on the ground, not daring to move at all. This was all thanks to the binoculars. Guo looked at the binoculars in his hand and could not say anything against it. They had such a good thing, but they did not make full use of it. Look at the logistics camp, they used all of their resources. After advancing for another 2 hours, it was time for the troops to rest. Guo and the other officers who usually practiced martial arts did not have anything to do. Every one of them was very energetic. The officer took a pair of binoculars and looked down. He said to the other officers, "This is the true use of the clairvoyance. We can see the enemy, but the enemy can't see us. We can react first. This is a good thing. I hope that the commanders of the 3 camps who were escorting the provisions have smashed the clairvoyance in their hands when they met with danger. Otherwise, they would be condemned by history." The other officers nodded. Even Guo did not refute. The clairvoyance was really too important. At this time, a battalion commander opened his mouth and said, "The clairvoyance seems to have been made by Provincial Governor Zhang, who was specially sent to gather provisions for us. Since it was made by him, he naturally knew when to use it. What I am thinking about now is not the clairvoyance, but the people in charge of the logistics camp. Impressive, really too impressive. From the moment they took over the army, they had already started to plan. I put myself in the perspective of the Tibetans. If I were to lead the Tibetans in pursuit, what would my judgment be when I see the situation in front of us? The result would be that I would be stupid." Another battalion commander finished the sentence. When Guo heard this, he also fell into deep thought. He thought of himself as the Tibetans in pursuit. In the end, he realized that he was also unable to judge what the Tang army wanted to do. If it was him, he would not know whether or not to continue advancing. He really could not think of how the logistics camp could have such a commander. He could not help but speak out his thoughts. If the logistics camp had such a commander, why would the imperial court send us here? They directly let the logistics camp be in charge of the provisions and command. It is better than us coming all the way here. Perhaps we would have already attacked the Tibetans. Chapter 620. Snow and ice, hidden sharpness, close at hand, thousands of hidden soldiers, gritting their teeth to endure the cold. Take off their clothes, bare their chests, engage in close combat, bravely advance, unstoppable in their pursuit. Wang Wan did not expect that after the Tubo army went over, what followed was not the reserve soldiers who were there to reinforce the key points, but the grain escort team. If this was the case, she would be as stupid as Guo Tuesday. In fact, even Guo Tu knew that he had to fight now. 10,000 people against 4,000 people, if he did not dare to fight, then there was no need for him to lead an army. After discovering the Tubo people escorting the grain ahead of time, Wang Wan immediately started to make arrangements. Everyone drank the last bit of wine, took off their clothes and put them under their bodies. They lay on their stomachs and waited for the 4,000 people to come over. The people who took off their clothes were Guo Tu's original men. The people from the logistics camp were still wearing their clothes. They could not take them off as they would be the vanguard later. From the time the scouts discovered the 4,000 Tubo people until the Tubo people came, they waited for a full hour. In just 1 hour, more than 10,000 people lay on their stomachs, gritting their teeth and enduring the cold, all for the sake of launching a surprise attack. Listen to my orders, the logistics camp will attack first. The crossbowmen will follow and suppress them immediately. When the sword spear team charges, the crossbowmen will attack and push forward. If we win, we will have everything. Get ready. Wang Wan passed down the order one by one. She nervously took out her musket and tried to take a deep breath. This could be said to be the first real battle she commanded in this era. She could only succeed. Failure was not an option. The Tubo people who were escorting the provisions were also very careful along the way. They knew that the ones who were most vulnerable to attack were their own troops. Along the way, they looked around vigilantly as if there were enemies everywhere. There were even some people who would shoot arrows at places where people might be hiding every once in a while, as if they were beating the grass to scare the snake. When the 4,000 people were about to reach the ambush site, a few people in the team shot their arrows at the mountain. The others missed, but one arrow pierced into the shoulder of a Tang soldier. Puff! The soldier who was shot opened his mouth and bit his own arm. He opened his eyes wide and swallowed the scream that was about to come out. He let the arrow pierce into his body and did not make any extra movements. From Zhang Xiaobao's position, he could see the soldier. He secretly praised him and prepared to reward him when this matter was over. At this time, Guo Tu also held a saber. He knew that he had no chance to command, so he had to fight. No matter what, he had to kill a few people to absolve himself of the blame. Even if he died in battle, he had to fight. The Tubo archers' ears were not at the level where they could hear what the arrow hit from dozens of steps away. After they finished their routine shooting, they no longer paid attention to that area and followed the group to continue forward. Kill. Seeing that the enemy had already arrived at the preset location, Wang Wan pulled the trigger, and the flint ignited. With a shout, she fired a shot at the enemy below. With the sound of the command, countless disposable rocket launchers with long trails of smoke flew down from the mountain and exploded in the crowd. Amidst the rumbling sounds, bows and crossbows were fired at the same time, catching the people who had been vigilant. Kill. The people with sabers and spears rushed over under the leadership of the logistics camp. The Tubo people who were frightened by the explosion quickly divided into groups and wanted to organize people to face the enemy. The people from the logistics camp were the first to come into contact with the enemy. When they were 20 steps away, they took out their guns and shot randomly. The Tubo people who wanted to face the enemy immediately fell. When they were 10 steps away, another group of people was killed. The people from the protection team held a slow match in one hand and threw grenades into the crowd with the other. The Tubo people were not lacking in bravery, but they had never seen such a weapon before. They were beaten silly in just a single exchange. The rumbling sounds were like thunder. Countless topless people ran down from the mountain, holding broadswords or spears in their hands. They were shouting loudly as they charged towards the Tubo people. In just a short moment, 500 to 600 Tubo people were killed. When they realized that it was the Tang army, it was too late to fight back. The Tang soldiers who did not have anything to protect themselves had already lost the idea of dodging and fighting back. There was only one thought in their mind: which was to attack and attack again. Zhang Xiaobao held a gun and stood beside Wang Wan to protect her. He vigilantly observed the situation on the battlefield to prevent Wang Wan from being hit by the stray arrows. Blow the signal to the logistics camp. The first camp to the left, the second camp to penetrate the enemy. The crossbowmen are free to scatter. The strong archers are ready. The scouts are to look for the enemy commander and kill him. The seventh camp, move out. Don't care about the battle, go to the back of the enemy. Quick, start running. The eighth camp, support the middle. Don't fight too long, quickly split up and surround the enemy. Fire the remaining 10 camps. Fire the remaining 10 camps. As Wang Wan passed down her orders, all kinds of bugles sounded in the sky above the battlefield. Other than the 9th camp that stayed by Wang Wan's side, the remaining 9 camps had all entered the battlefield. Wang Wan held the binoculars and gave orders from time to time. She was in charge of the overall situation. Order the 4th camp to retreat. The 5th camp to the right. The crossbowmen are to abandon their bows and engage in close combat. Reinforce the 4th camp. The scouts are to coordinate with the strong archers to kill the enemy's valiant soldiers. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams of the 9th camp are to press forward with their spears. Pull the formation horizontally and stabilize. The Tibetan soldiers on the battlefield had already lost their commander and were fighting for themselves. As Wang Wan passed down her orders, the 3 teams of the 9th camp, which had close to 600 people, pulled the formation horizontally and stepped forward with their spears. They allowed the people who wanted to be the last to fight to the death to charge forward without breaking the formation. They gave people the feeling that they were as immovable as a mountain, suppressing the enemy in terms of momentum. Under Wang Wan's command from above, the Tubo soldiers were quickly separated and surrounded in panic. The Tubo soldiers, who were already small in number, were ambushed and could only run around randomly. It was as if they were surrounded by enemies. For the first time, those who were wearing armor realized that armor was a burden in a battle in the mountains and jungles. The people who were standing on the flat ground were better off. The Tibetan soldiers who were fighting on the slanted ground had to maintain their balance. There were people attacking them from all directions, making it impossible for them to coordinate with their own people. Those who can speak the Tibetan language, shout out. Those who surrender will be spared. Seeing that the battle had become one-sided, Wang Wan heaved a sigh of relief. Following the shouts, the Tibetan soldiers who had already lost their will to fight threw away the weapons in their hands and knelt down to surrender. The remaining people were also killed one after another under the siege of the Tibetan soldiers. The ambush lasted for more than half an hour from the beginning to the end. All of the Tibetan commanders were shot to death. After counting the number of people, out of the 4,000 Tibetan soldiers, 1,000 had surrendered. There were also more than 600 Tang soldiers who had sacrificed their precious lives and could not return to their homeland. Those who are injured, bandage your wounds and bring your clothes back to wear. Take 10 days' worth of food from the Tibetan army provisions and burn the rest. Tie up the surrendered Tibetan soldiers and listen to my orders. Kill them. After the battle, Wang Wan began to prepare. When most of the things were done, he started to kill the 1,000 Tibetan soldiers who had surrendered. He did not take any prisoners. The Tibetan soldiers who knew their fate began to curse the Tang soldiers who did not keep their words. When they surrendered, they said that they would not kill them. In the end, they were unable to escape death. The Tang soldiers did not care about how the Tibetan soldiers scolded them. Once the military order was given, they swung their swords and chopped. They allowed the enemy's blood to spray on their bodies as they felt warm. Remember the names of the soldiers who died in the battle and retreat with me. It was impossible for Wang Wan to take the prisoners, let alone the corpses of the dead soldiers. He could only leave them on the mountain and become food for the wild beasts or the target of the Tibetan soldiers to vent their anger on. The soldiers in the army that had less than 10,000 people put on their clothes and took 10 days' worth of food before disappearing into the mountain. They only left behind a ground full of blood and corpses, as well as thick smoke from the burning of the provisions. The soldiers who were tired from winning the battle retreated at lightning speed. They were willing to obey Wang Wan's orders from the bottom of their hearts. Whoever could lead them to victory would be able to gain their respect. Guo and the other officers were also watched as they moved with the army. They were quite lucky as none of them died. They even killed quite a number of Tibetan soldiers. This might have something to do with their usual practice of martial arts. Guo might have made a mistake in his previous command, but his fighting skills were not weak. He alone killed 6 Tibetan soldiers. His sword was broken and his body was covered in blood. He did not know who stabbed him on the right side of his chest. The tip of the spear went in by more than an inch. He casually bandaged the wound and did not complain even when the blood soaked the bandage. He was very quiet as he moved with the army. Occasionally, he would look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a different gaze. Some of the officers finally knew that the real commander of the logistics camp was the little girl, Wang Wan. All the orders came from her mouth. The evaluation they gave her in their hearts was that she was ruthless, decisive, and flawless in her command. Her grasp of the situation on the battlefield had reached an unbelievable level. When the battle was at its most chaotic, she was actually able to command the troops in groups. Each group in the reinforced camp had close to 200 people, and each group had 4 groups. In other words, this little girl was able to command a small group of 50 people to attack, defend, divide, weave, cover, and surround. She was able to make countless soldiers in groups work together on the battlefield. The sound of horns, drums, and the constantly changing flags never stopped during the battle just now. When the officers were frightened by Wang Wan, they could not help but think, where did this little girl come from? Who taught her? To be able to command a group of 10,000 people to such a level, normal people would not even dare to think about it. Wang Wan did not feel any sense of accomplishment. What was the point of commanding troops in groups? Powerful people were able to command troops in groups. On the battlefield, the strength of every group would be unearthed. A group had close to 50 people, but a group only had a few people. Chapter 621. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was still feeling regretful. If only he could bring back the corpses of the soldiers and bring back the captives to work as slaves. There were more than 1,000 people. Whether it was farming, mining, or building roads, they would be a great help. Unfortunately, it was impossible to bring them back. Cuckoo, I've realized that our one-time use rocket launchers aren't very useful. Other than scaring people, they can't kill many people. Especially when the nails inside are shot at people wearing armor, they are easily blocked. It's the same for the grenades. Some of them can only emit thick smoke. It's not like they're playing with flowers. The muskets aren't easy to use either. After firing a shot, there's no time to reload. All that fly out are iron balls. If they hit the enemy's face, it's fine. If they hit the enemy's body, they can still continue to fight. When they hit the armor, they make clanking sounds, just like a music box. Zhang Xiaobao began to make a post-battle summary. Due to the lack of technology, the use of firearms had been reduced by a lot. Wang Wan couldn't do anything about it, unless they could continue to improve it. However, she was still satisfied. She said, "It's actually very good to be able to scare people, especially when facing the enemy's cavalry. When they are frightened by the sound of the explosion, the horses can't take it. When we have cavalry, we can let the horses hear the sound of the explosion every day. After they get used to it, it'll be very useful when facing the enemy." While the two of them were discussing the use of the new weapons, Guo and the others also thought of the weapons used by the logistics camp at the beginning. The rumbling sounds were quite spectacular. There were also those small gadgets in their hands that could hit people's faces or people who weren't wearing armor. With a single sweep, it would cause a large number of injuries. Rich people are really different. Where did the Zhang family get such good things? Also, there's the sleeve arrows. Those who came face to face with them at the beginning didn't even have a chance to attack. They were shot down from afar. They didn't even have to wear leather armor. They were all shot through. Join army said enviously. He thought that if every one of the 10,000 people was equipped with that kind of equipment, there would be no need to worry about death when facing 10,000 people. Even if there were casualties, it would be very, very small. They would be hit by throwing weapons and long-range weapons. The other generals also knew that the weapon was good, but they didn't have the money to equip it. No wonder they didn't agree when they wanted to take over their people. It was all because of money. They had a lot of miscellaneous items on them, and the materials used to forge weapons were different. When someone's broadsword struck, it could cut through the other party's weapon. While Guo was also envious, he was thinking more about how Wang Wan's commanding skills came about. The little girl actually had such skills. No wonder she was sent here to help. It seemed that the military power couldn't be taken back before they went back. While he was thinking about this, Guo suddenly stopped and carefully looked at the surrounding scenery. He said to the general beside him, "What do you think they're going to do? From the looks of it, it looks like we are going down the mountain. But there are Tubo cavalry patrolling at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, I would have brought people down long ago." All the generals shook their heads. They didn't want to guess what the logistics camp's people were going to do. In the afternoon, the troops suddenly changed direction and went in the direction of the 2,000 people escaping. Without the burden of armor, they put on leggings and hurried. "Don't tell me they want to go down the mountain and go up the mountain again?" Guo asked in surprise when he saw the troops change direction. This was too risky. They had just gone down the mountain, and now they wanted to go back. They were too bold. Were they afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to find them? "Quick, quick, keep up. Those who are injured, walk slowly at the back. Don't worry, those who can still fight, run forward." Wang Wan didn't forget to urge the troops when she walked with the troops. Zhang Xiaobao also followed beside Wang Wan. He also didn't understand Wang Wan's plan. He asked while running, "Where are you going to take the troops?" "Of course it's going to the battlefield. If the army doesn't go to war, do you think it's going to be farming? I'm betting that the other party will give us a chance." Wang Wan wiped her sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Then she didn't say anything. She had to conserve her energy as much as possible. She couldn't let others carry her while running. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's speed was not slower than the adults. The logistics camp's people were already used to the young master and young lady's inhuman abilities, but the people Guo brought had never seen before. The people who were running next to them looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a complicated expression. It was these two brats who had infiltrated deep into Tubo and delivered a few days' worth of supplies to them. It was also these two brats who had taken over the military authority and led them to boldly infiltrate and successfully ambush Tubo's logistics team. The little lass's superb command had saved a lot of lives on their side. Who would have thought that when they were forced to march, they didn't need anyone's help at all? They could run at the same speed. Beautiful faces, cute smiles, decisive thoughts, ruthless methods, and unswerving character actually appeared in these two children. This was the son of Governor Zhang Zhong, who was very good at making money. How did he give birth to his son? How did he raise him? Normally, a child of his age would be so tired that he would cry for his mother after running for such a long time in the mountains, let alone being able to lead the support of the logistics camp and command the army. If the two kids could do this, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't keep up. The opportunity that Wang Wan wanted was given to her by Tatatu. When the scout returned and told him what happened, Tat all 4,000 were dead? Even the provisions were burned? Did the Tang army do this? The scout who came back to report nodded and replied carefully, "Yes, I saw the corpses of the Tang army. There were about 600 of them. The rest were all corpses of our soldiers. The blood flowed like a river. After looking for traces, they rushed down from the mountains. They should be on the opposite side of us. They killed 4,000 people at the cost of 600? When did the Tang army become so powerful? Could it be the elite Tang army of Mo Dao Qingwei? Tatata muttered the death count of both sides and trembled. He knew what the most powerful team of the Tang army was. The Mo Dao Qingwei was not a battalion, but a battalion was invincible. After he finished speaking, he shook his head. It was impossible. The strength of the Mo Dao Qingwei was that their long swords were like a forest, advancing steadily. They could not play their role in the mountains. They were suitable for fighting against cavalry on the plains. When they held their swords and made a sudden movement, no one could stop them. But when they were on the mountains, they were waiting for death. He thought about the scouts' words again and suddenly said, "I understand." Their actions in front deliberately made our army suspicious so that they did not dare to rush up to kill. If I had rushed up at that time, it seemed that both sides would have suffered losses. Or they would have thought of ways to continue to escape. If they had released smoke again, it seemed that I would not have gained any advantage. They did not want to kill too many people. Smoke, smoke, I see. The smoke was not to smoke our army, but to cover them going up the mountain. In this case, the 2,000 people running in front were really 2,000 people. Their main force passed by us on the mountain and ambushed our logistics. Tatayada had figured it out, but he also knew that it would not make any difference to the outcome. However, he still felt that something was not right. If Guotu was really that powerful, how could his logistics team have been defeated by him? How could such a commander make such a mistake? Who was it? Who was the commander of the Tang army? Just as Tatatu was trying to figure out the opponent, a team of scouts came from the foot of the mountain. They belonged to another Tubo team. They came to report and at the same time, asked about the situation here. After the people came down the mountain and reported the recent situation, Tatatu exclaimed, "What? The people's villages that led to here were all massacred?" Pengzhou sent a logistics camp to support Guotu. The reason why Guotu's team was able to arrive here so quickly in such an environment was because of this logistics camp. The people who came over said the recent news. They had spies in Pengzhou. When Guotu came out, the spies did not have time to react. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the logistics camp out, the spies could not delay any longer. But Pengzhou cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to seal the entrance. It was not easy for the spies to get the news out. At this time, the villages that were massacred were also discovered by the Tubo people. When the two sides were connected, they immediately knew who did it. The logistics camp in Izhou, the Zhang family of Between the Clouds and the Water in Sanshui County. They were the ones who ruined a big plan on their side. Now, they appeared again. After thinking about how Zhang Zhong was demoted to be the provincial governor and how the Zhang family bought a lot of food here and organized a team of mules, they understood the situation better. It turned out that they did not want to be discovered and let the Zhang family collect the food. At first, when they knew that Zhang Zhong was demoted, they were happy. Now, they knew that he did not lose favor, but was put in the most important place to deal with them. The Zhang family's team was the last trump card of the Tang army. Damn it, no wonder I always felt that something was wrong. It turned out that the people were changed. Thinking about it, how could Guotu have the guts to fight against me? How could he set up a puzzle that made people not dare to move? In this case, the person who is commanding the Tang army now is the Zhang family. Damn it, the most powerful person was put in the logistics camp. I can't blame myself for losing this game. I don't know my enemy well. Tatatayatu felt much better. After all, losing to a person who couldn't even protect the provisions was two different things from losing to a person who had ruined the plan of Tufan. After explaining the situation here to the messenger, he asked the messenger to go back and tell the army at the foot of the mountain to cooperate with the search for the main force of the encirclement of the Tang army. He thought that he had lost this round because he had underestimated his opponent and didn't know that his opponent was going to drop. But now that he was taking it seriously, it was different. Pass on my order. 3,000 people will continue to pursue the 2,000 Tang deserters. The rest will follow me back to pursue the main force of the Tang army. The troops split up at once. The 13,000 men left quickly under Tatata's lead. He thought that the Tang army must have gotten some supplies after the sneak attack. They wanted to leave the battlefield quickly and go back to Pengzhou. He would be able to chase after them from behind. As for the 2,000 men who helped to hide their tracks and release smoke, they probably did not have any supplies left. If the 3,000 men chased after them, they would be exhausted and could win. 3 hours after Tatata chased after them, the 3,000 Tibetan soldiers who were following behind the 2,000 Tang soldiers gave Wang Wan a chance when they were resting at night. When the people who escaped found Tatatu the next afternoon, the main force of the Tang army had disappeared in the vast Jinchuan. There were 2,500 to 600 Tibetan corpses left at the place where they disappeared. Tatatu, who wanted to chase after the Tang army, was so scared that he didn't know if he should continue to chase after them from behind the mountain. He only had 13,000 men now, and the Tang army had lost less than 1,000 men in 2 battles. The difference in the number of men was not too big. Moreover, the Tang army had a ghostly commander. If he chased after them, he might even kill himself. But if he didn't chase after them, he would lose 7,000 men for nothing. He wouldn't have a good time even if he went back. I'll send a message to ask for reinforcements. I'll fight with the main force of the Tang army. If I lose my men, I'll give the credit to the reinforcements. Tatata finally made up his mind to fight with the main force of the Tang army. Even if his men were to be destroyed and only the reinforcements came from behind, it would be considered his contribution. That night, Tatata's men waited for the reinforcements from the troops at the foot of the mountain. They set off in the night and chased after the main force of the Tang army. A group of men below also issued orders for the 3 10,000-men teams to send 2,000 men each to go up the mountain as reinforcements. It would be best if they could hurry up and catch up with Tatata's team. 2 days later, Tatatu, who still hadn't found the main force of the Tang army, received new news. The 3 reinforcements were defeated by the main force of the Tang army one by one. The location was where the first 4,000 men were killed. At the same time, Tatata knew where the main force of the Tang army was. How did it go? It turned out that it passed by his troops on the mountain and went around in a big circle. Furthermore, it went down the mountain and ambushed a 1,000-man team that was escorting the provisions here. Then, it disappeared again. Logistics camp, Izhou Logistics Camp, Zhangzhong, between the clouds and the water. Tatata didn't lead his troops to chase after them again. He was afraid that something would go wrong if he chased after them. He was especially afraid that the Tang army would always play the game of going up and down. How could he find them in such a vast river? He had to think about it carefully. He didn't want to be confused by others. So, he just lay in the camp and looked at the stars in the night sky. While tat-a-tat-tat-a-tat, the last 3 ambushes were well done. Nearly 10,000 men attacked 2,000 people who let down their guard each time. After killing 3 teams in a row, there were only slightly more than 9,000 people left. Wang Wan didn't expect to be able to kill 3 teams. He planned to come back and have a good rest before thinking about the next move. However, the scouts found the people on the mountain ahead of time. It was still 2,000 people. So, he killed them. After asking for information, he found out that there were 2 more teams and killed them all in one go. On the battlefield, luck is also a part of strength. Don't underestimate it. Of course, there aren't many situations where victory is based on luck. You have to find your own opportunities. The essence of mobile warfare is to divert the enemy while moving. Think of what the enemy can't think of. Don't always rely on luck. Excellent command is the guarantee of life and death. As long as you use the knowledge I teach you flexibly and don't stick to the dogma of books, you can escape unscathed even if you are unlucky. Opportunities are everywhere for people with strength. Zhang Yu, take your small team to do map practice. Give me the record later. Wang Wan taught everyone in a temporary house made of branches. The military map of Jinchuan was hanging on the wall. Wang Wan needed to tell everyone her thoughts about the command and her hesitation so that they could judge. If it were them, how would they deal with it? When Zhang Yu took people to do map practice, Wang Wan began to talk about the tactical application of small troops under the constraints of the terrain. Zhang Yu and the others had learned this before, so they didn't need to learn it again. Although every time she talked about the same content, Wang Wan would add new things she summed up. Guo and the other generals who were under house arrest were also allowed to listen. The more they listened, the more frightened they were. The more they listened, the more afraid they were of Wang Wan. Especially when Wang Wan was talking about her mentality in these few battles, she was very honest about her fear, hesitation, and gambling-like emotions in her heart, and made corresponding criticisms, opinions, and suggestions for her own behavior. This kind of mentality that faced one's own weakness was the most admirable. Which ordinary person would tell such a thing to others and criticize it so mercilessly? As long as I win, I'll be the most powerful. But this little girl could face it bravely, dared to bear her own responsibilities, and could wake up at any time and correct her mistakes at any time. In the hearts of Guo and the other generals, a new generation of famous generals was slowly rising. Such a serious attitude and so many strategic and tactical thoughts were all concentrated on the little girl. Such a person would not be doubted even if he won 100 battles. He had no weaknesses. If one were to say that this little girl's adventurous command could be seen in the past few days of operations, then the content of her current lecture was to tell people to try their best not to think about taking risks unless there was no other choice. If they could defeat the enemy in a direct battle, then they should not always think about how to take advantage of the situation. That kind of victory would not last long, and that kind of general would not be qualified. After the lecture, when Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao went to guide Zhang Yu's team, Guo and the others didn't want to rest at all. They had been attracted by the content of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's lectures in the class and were comprehending it through a comprehensive study, hoping that they could be as powerful as them in the future. No wonder His Majesty transferred Zhang Zhong to Yingzhou. It turns out that this is his plan. I will never forget in my life that there is a place called Yingzhou where a logistics camp once appeared. In the name of logistics, they reinforced the front line and won many battles. People had to look up to them. Two little guys casually sent there could lead the troops to victory. Their foundation was so profound that no one could compare with it. When Shinjun thought about it, he looked up at the sky and sighed with emotion. No one refuted him. They all lowered their heads and pondered, or looked up at the stars and the moon, as if the mysterious starry sky was the little girl. When I go back, I won't talk about my sand table practice with others anymore. Don't mention it, either. I'll fall out with whoever mentions it. That's scolding me. When I go back, I'll go to the game room between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County and play war games with them. Who taught the little girl? Guo also spoke. He was beaten by Wang Wan and lost confidence. Looking at the things she taught in the class, he had never touched them before. Every time she talked about a place, she would take out the specific situation of the previous war to prove it, making the profound content easy to understand. What did this mean? This showed that the little girl had already learned this kind of strategy and tactics well. If he had half the ability of the little girl before he met the little girl, he would also proudly face all the opponents. It was impossible for him to criticize himself like the little girl and take out his own shortcomings to be used as a teaching material for others. If what she said in the class was her shortcomings, then this kind of attitude was her merits. She was modest, eager to learn, and could summarize at any time. When a victorious general could put down his pride and self-criticism, it was hard for him not to succeed. Shinjun said at this time, in fact, there is one more thing that is more important. That is, the things that the Zhang family figured out are like fireworks but more powerful than fireworks. Also, they didn't talk about their training methods. Look at the people sent by the logistics camp. I don't believe that Commandery Prince Tang can train such elites. If it was really because of Commandery Prince Tang, his people wouldn't trust the little girl so much. Chapter 622. Guo and the others couldn't sleep, so they gathered together to discuss the next step of the march. It would be difficult to return directly or take a detour without the support of the people from Pengzhou. They thought that the Zhang family was very powerful, so the 2 kids they sent were also very powerful. However, they didn't know who the Zhang family sent this time were. They were the lifeblood of the Zhang family and Wang family. They still wanted to learn from the same teacher. When it was almost dawn, Wang Wan ordered the troops to set off. She couldn't wait until dawn as it would be easy to be discovered. She wasn't prepared to achieve any kind of victory immediately. If she deliberately took risks for the sake of victory, the troops would encounter unexpected situations. It was better to lower her mentality. What she wanted to do was completely different from what Guo and the others had guessed. Guo and the others' biggest wish was to return. As long as they could bring 10,000 people back and kill so many Tubo people, they would be victorious. How could Wang Wan be satisfied? She finally had the opportunity to command, and she felt sorry for herself if she didn't use it to her satisfaction. 10,000 people for her to command wasn't a small number. In the past, during the Red and Blue battles, she had only commanded 5,000 people at most. Of course, the 5,000 people at that time were harder to command than the 10,000 people now. The opponents were also not comparable to the current Tatatu. When there was a satellite signal connection, the experts could make full use of every flashing symbol on the soldiers. She could be one of the top few in her school, but when it came to a battle with a really powerful instructor, she was nothing. She didn't know what those people were thinking. Although she had always been praised as a genius, she knew that being a genius was useless. In a real battle, would the opponent send a 20-year-old opponent to you just because you were 20 years old? Now, she could finally combine the knowledge she learned in the past with the things she knew now. She wanted to see what could be done with 10,000 people. Wang Wan's troops carried the wounded and continued to march. She needed to catch up with the 2,000 people in front of her and cooperate with the people from the logistics camp before she could continue to make other arrangements. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to fight Tatatu's 10,000 people head-on. Even if she could, she wouldn't do it. That was equivalent to sacrificing 800 of her own men to kill 1,000 of the enemy. Tatatu woke up after a night's sleep. Before he went to sleep, he was also thinking about what the Tang army was going to do and what their next step would be. He couldn't figure it out even after he fell asleep. He even had a dream that his team was surrounded by the Tang army. The commander was an old man. He looked good when he smiled, but when he killed his own people, he showed no mercy at all. In fact, he was awakened by the scene in his dream. He opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw that it was dawn, he let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't so scared anymore. His clothes were wet from the cold sweat he had gotten from the night before. It was very uncomfortable. After hurriedly eating something, he suddenly felt very relaxed. 6,000 people had been dealt with, so even if he went back, he should not be punished. The other party was indeed powerful, and was not someone he could compare to. General, what else do we need to do? After serving Aditat, Tatatu frowned. He didn't know what to do. It was obvious that the main force of the Tang army was not here. Should he lead his men to chase after the 2,000 Tang soldiers? Not to mention whether they could catch up with them. Even if they were lucky enough to catch up with them, they would have rested enough. His men were tired from the journey. If they rushed over and killed all 2,000 of them, he would lose at least 4,000 men. He didn't know what the Tang army's clairvoyance was. It seemed that they could always find his men in advance and then set up a trap. He had interrogated the Tang soldiers who were escorting the provisions, but the general did not manage to catch them and committed suicide. In the end, he got a piece of news, that was, the general of the Tang army and above had something called clairvoyance. What was a clairvoyance? From the broken thing at the feet of the Tang army's battalion commander, he knew that there was such a thing. However, he didn't know how it could be seen so far away. He thought that there was no place to sell it even if he wanted to. How could he let people from other countries know about it? The clairvoyance was also made by the Zhang family. Zhang family, Zhang family. Damn it, Why did the Zhang family of Sanshui County always make trouble? General, General. The messenger saw that the general didn't speak for a long time, so he asked again. Tatata trembled and came out of his thoughts. He thought for a while and said, "Let the troops continue to move forward. Don't worry. Send out the scouts." Yes, scouts. We can only use the method of sacrificing scouts to avoid the ambush of the main force of the Tang army. Tell the scouts to go as far away as possible from today onwards. They must come back every 2 hours. Otherwise, they will be ambushed. Hurry up and go. Sigh. If we send out scouts like this, we will suffer a great loss. As long as we encounter the Tang army, we may not be discovered and kill them. When the troops discover the situation, they will run away again. Let's wait and see. We will decide when the time comes. Tatata couldn't stop, let alone go back. He could only follow the traces left by the 2,000 people. No matter what, he was still chasing after them. He was worried that he would be ambushed. After following the traces left by the troops in front of him for 2 days, he found more traces. There were at least 15,000 people. This discovery made him worried. From the direction, the other party seemed to be heading north. The desert was in the north. What were they going to do there? 15,000 people. He had 13,000 people. No, he couldn't go up alone. Tatata thought carefully and asked someone to tell the other troops about this. At this time, he was traveling at the foot of the mountain. This was the trace left behind. He hoped that someone else would go and find it first. In the end, he waited for another 3 days. The cavalry had already circled the mountain a few times, but they didn't find anyone. The other troops wanted Tatatu to go back to the mountain. They suspected that the Tang army had entered the mountain again. Tatatu had no choice but to ask for help. He borrowed 5,000 people. He only dared to go up the mountain when he had 18,000 people. A lot of things could happen in 5 days. The troops led by Wang Wan met up with the logistics camp and the 2,000 people who had left first. They changed their direction slightly, but in general, they continued to head north into the desert. Wang Wan wanted to lure the Tubo people there. She had already prepared everything. In fact, it was Xiao Bao who prepared everything. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't command a large-scale war, but he knew what the army usually needed when it came to strategizing. In order to support Wang Wan, he found everything. Wang Wan really wanted to set up a trap to lure Tatatu's troops into it. However, she was worried that the Tubo cavalry would react too quickly. She could only bear with it and wait for an opportunity. In these 5 days, the spies of the Tang Empire had gathered a lot of information and sent it to Pengzhou. The thing that made them the happiest was that Guotu's main force had met up with the logistics camp in Izhou. From the enemy's information, they found out that the logistics camp in Izhou had the command of the army now. The officials in Pengzhou were very surprised. The information in the information was written from the perspective of the Tubo people. It was about how the troops were arranged and how the troops were defeated one after another. The Tubo people were still guessing whether the Tang army had sent out a large number of troops to avoid the spies and come here. However, the officials in Pengzhou were very clear. A total of 16,000 people went out. How could they kill 13,000 Tubo people? This was done when the provisions of the vanguard troops were intercepted and the 3,000 people were captured, killed, and scattered. The officials in Pengzhou knew about this. The servants left behind by the Zhang family and the Wang family also quickly sent the news back to Izhou. Zhang Zhong had already achieved good results. With the cooperation of the people and the support of Old Man Pai and the others, as long as they stayed here for a few more months, they would be able to change Izhou. While he was happy, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but worry about his son and daughter-in-law. Swords and spears had no eyes. Even if one of them was missing, it would be an unbearable blow to his life. Old Man Pai and the other two were also very irritated. Last night, the military station in the capital sent an urgent message, asking them to bring Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back safely no matter what. That's right, the imperial decree directly wrote the words Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It seemed very intimate. With Gao Lisher's handwriting and the emperor's seal, it could be seen what kind of attitude the capital had towards the two little fellows. Old Man Pai and the other two were worried and worried. Where did they go? There wasn't even any news. Could it be that they were all wiped out? How were they going to live without the two little fellows in the future? Just as everyone was worried, the news from Pengzhou came. The handwriting on it was very ugly. It should have been written in a hurry. After carefully reading it, Zhang Zhong's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He continued to busy himself with the people's affairs. He was finally relieved. His son and daughter-in-law were indeed outstanding. And immortals were immortals after all. Wasn't it easy to deal with mortals? So what if there were 15,000 people? So what if they were defeated? As long as immortals took over, it would immediately be different. What was the point of dealing with 13,000 Tubo warriors? It was acceptable to deal with even more. Old Man Pai and the other two didn't know whether they were immortals or not. They read the news from Pengzhou from beginning to end. They rubbed their eyes and read it twice in succession. After confirming that they didn't see wrong, the three old men stared at each other speechlessly. Izhou's logistics camp is now famous. There seems to only be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo there, right? From Zhang Zhong's actions, the experts of the Zhang family should be in Izhou. After all, the economic construction here is closely linked. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the ones commanding the army in battle? Old Man Chung pinched himself. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai nodded. The logistics camp rushed over to provide support. Then the Tang army's tactics changed. With the remnants of the army, they continuously launched sneak attacks and ambushes. They eliminated more than 13,000 Tubo warriors. How did they fight this battle? If it's really like this, then the ones commanding at the front are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Then we have to treat them differently. Could it be that the experts of the Zhang family even know how to fight this kind of battle? They taught these two children. Old Man Yao touched his slightly numb face due to excitement and said. Chapter 623. After the news of Tubo was stolen by the great Tang spies, it quickly spread throughout Jiannan province. The people of Pengzhou were the first to learn about it. They were all worried about the army in front of them, but they also hoped that the army could kill even more Tibetans. The logistics camp in Izhou instantly became famous, and the matters of Zhang Zhong's family were quickly dug up. From Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County to his promotion to the rank 3 provincial governor of Shuzhou, as well as his taking orders in the face of danger, and enduring his demotion, these were all publicized by people with ulterior motives. Even though the Zhang Zhong and Wang clans rarely publicly admitted that the businesses between the clouds and the water were their own, they were still branded as their families. Zhang Zhong's reputation was unparalleled, and in the area between Pengzhou and Izhou, people further away still didn't know about it. Some people liked fame and were pleased with themselves, while others were afraid that fame would bring them trouble. The Zhang Zhong and Wang clans were a perfect match. This time, Zhang Zhong didn't need to ask his son and daughter-in-law to understand that they had to make good use of their reputation. They couldn't keep too low a profile, or else they would be letting down his son and daughter-in-law who were risking their lives on the front lines. He immediately used the reputation of the Zhang Zhong and Wang clans to attract investment, spreading the idea of Izhou's natural environment and investment benefits to the surrounding provinces so that businessmen could participate. Of course, what he spread was only his intentions. As for the specific plan, he didn't. That kind of plan wasn't something that an ordinary person could come up with. He had formed a team with the remaining members of the Zhang Zhong and Wang clans, and he could come up with a plan that no one else in the Great Tang could compare to. However, compared to his son, who did nothing, he was far inferior. Many of the businessmen who received the news were tempted. There was no need to doubt how good the Zhangzhong and Wang clans were at making money. The businessmen who had cooperated with the Zhangzhong and Wang clans in the past had all made a lot of money, at least more than if they had done it alone. What's more, Zhangzhong was now asking for help in Wing Prefecture out of goodwill. If he went over to help this time, with the strength of Zhangzhong's family that could do both business and war, he would be able to benefit from it in the future. Just like that, Zhangzhong used the reputation he had gained to develop the local economy. He was even willing to share a few ways to make money with others. Originally, it was for his own family. At that time, there was no such opportunity. This kind of righteous action of Zhangzhong was immediately analyzed by smart people and spread to the ears of the common people. Because Zhangzhong always did things in the name of the imperial court, the common people first thought that the emperor knew how to make good use of people, sending such a great talent to Jiannan Road. Then, they praised Zhangzhong. This was how it was in the era of imperial power. After the excitement of the old man Pai and the other two, they also tied the news to the legs of a messenger pigeon and sent it to the capital, telling the capital not to worry anymore. The two children were very powerful and seemed to have grasped the essence of the expert skills. They led a group of defeated soldiers and took a stroll in the mountains and killed 13,000 Tubo soldiers. As for when he would return, he did not know. He would wait for the Tubo to conclude the news before deciding. It was also impossible for them to send reinforcements. He did not know where he was. There was no trace of him, as if he had disappeared. I am puzzled. Don't tell me the two experts of the Zhang family know everything. As for how powerful they are, you can imagine it from the children they taught. This time, I am absolutely right. The experts of the Zhang family did not follow them and stayed in Izhou to teach Zhangzhong. The logistics camp can only be commanded by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I don't know which one. Old man Chang did not know much about the affairs of the scholars, but he liked to march and fight. When he thought about the more than 10,000 people running and fighting at the same time, making the Tubo soldiers unable to find their direction, he became excited. He said this to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai was still worried. He was afraid that the two little fellows were not good enough and won 2 battles by luck. They really thought that they were the best in the world and led a team to attack Jinchuan City. They would be surrounded by the Tubo cavalry unless they grew wings and flew back. I hope that they will come back immediately. It is already a great achievement. If they bring people back safely, it will not weaken the reputation of the Tang Empire. The emperor will also be completely relieved. The emperor has a good idea. The experts of the Zhang family cannot force Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. We will wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to learn the skills and grow up to serve the country. Maybe the emperor did not expect that before they grow up, they have already started to make military achievements. It will not be easy to arrange them in the future. Xiao Bao will definitely be the top scholar. If he is the commander of the battle, will he be the top scholar or the top scholar? If Cuckoo is the commander of the battle, one of them will be the top scholar and the other will be the top scholar. Should we arrange them together or separate them? What's more, Xiao Bao's martial arts and Cuckoo's literary skills are not bad. The most suitable place for the two of them to go is the border. Some people are involved in the local economic construction and people's livelihood, and some people are trained to resist foreign enemies. Especially the Zhang family, they can have a good relationship with the people in the mountains. Well, think about it first. It is still early. The two of them may not have learned all of the expert skills. No matter how old they are, they have to wait until they are 15 or 16 years old. Old Man Yao meant that if the two little fellows came back and were targeted by others and arranged to be officials with real power, he had to stop them. At least he had to wait until they learned all of the expert skills. According to normal thinking, the expert was not young anymore. Maybe he would die one day. How could they not seize the time to learn? Old Man Pai also had the same idea. He agreed and said, yes. After they come back, no matter how others recommend them, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo must not be officials with real power. It is better to give them low-ranking officials and noble titles. I have to work hard to live for a few more years and see their achievements with my own eyes. I'll eat the medicinal food. When Old Man Chang heard Old Man Pai say to live for a few more years, he remembered that he still had something to eat. He asked someone to get it and said, I don't care about official positions. I just want to see the scene of the two little fellows killing thousands of people with a wave of their hands. Kill more Tubo people. Let them invade the border every year. Well, yes, where the sword points. When others were busy with their own things, Li Sun could not stay still. After he arrived in Izhou, he was restricted a lot. He was not allowed to climb mountains, eat greasy food, or do strenuous exercise. He could only exercise a little every day. He was also not allowed to drink too much. He was not allowed to go out in foggy weather. With all these restrictions and the danshan pill he ate every day, he really did not fall ill. He was grateful for the Zhang family's kindness, but he did not want to continue like this. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were not on the battlefield, he could still find them to play. Now, he just had to accompany the group of children to play games and sing songs. The children were smart, but it was not as comfortable as being with Xiao Bao. Since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could go to the battlefield, he was not bad when he was not sick. He did not have too many illnesses, just 2. Naturally, he could also go to the front to command the army and fight together. After all, he was a commandery prince. As Li Sun thought about it, he began to organize the troops. In addition to the 200 people he sent, he still had many people. After becoming a commandery prince, he could bring 1,000 to 3,000 people. Now, he had 600 people. Although it was not as good as the 200 people he lent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was not bad. Li Sun, who wanted to bring people to reinforce Xiaobao and Cuckoo, found a servant of the Zhang family and ordered, Go and tell my uncle Zhang that I want to support Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I can't let them fight alone. I will bring people to find them and form a triangle with them. The servant who was found was shocked by Li Sun's words. He thought to himself, You want to support them like this? It is not certain whether you can find them or not. Even if you are lucky and find the young master and the young lady, they will definitely be a burden. Do you have the ability? The young master and the young lady will have to take time out to take care of you. They will just be a burden. The servant respectfully agreed. When he found Zhang Zhong, he told him Li Sun's idea. He also suggested that Li Sun be watched in case something happened. Zhang Zhong naturally could not let Li Sun run around. With his ability, he would be caught if he brought people out. Even if he had 6,000 people, what could he do? When he found Li Sun, Zhang Zhong threatened him. What he meant was, if you want to go out, go back to Tang and County first and come out from there. You can't come out now. Your father and uncle know that you followed me here. If something happens to you, I can't take responsibility. Be obedient and wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come back to play with you. Otherwise, don't think of following me anywhere else in the future. Li Sun was scared. He did not have any temper. He went to find Lu and the others to play Monopoly. He muttered, I'm not young anymore, I'm not a child anymore. I still have to obediently wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come back to play with me. I'm also someone who can do big things. The people of the Zhang family also started following him around, afraid that he would suddenly run away. 3 days had passed since the first report from the Tubo spies. The Tubo spies did not manage to find any useful information. More than 10,000 people had disappeared within their borders just like that. No one knew if they were alive or dead. It was very mysterious. The only news that came back was that the Tubo people were under great pressure. The Tang army could not be found in the territory, so they had to increase their military strength. They had already started to recruit soldiers from other places. There was a gap in the supply of food, and the Tubo people were tortured. At this moment, the capital also received the news again. It was still sent by Gao Lishur. Li Longji did not have a good time these few days. If it was a talented adult, he would not be like this. However, the talents of the experts of the Zhang family were not ordinary. The two little fellows were also so cute. When he dreamed at night, he would dream that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were captured and killed by the Tubo people. When he woke up, he would be covered in sweat. He would feel the comfortable bed that the Zhang family sent him and would not be able to fall asleep for a long time. The officials of the imperial court also felt this kind of oppressive atmosphere. Because of the two little fellows, everyone could not help but take a few more glances at Jianan Road. Since they were 10 months old, they gradually started to understand things. They did not cry or make a fuss. They were obedient, filial, and eager to learn. As long as they were not mentally twisted, they all hoped that they would be able to return safely. Of course, they also hoped that they could have such a child in their family. The morning court had just ended. When Li Longji and a few of his close officials were discussing matters, Gao Lisher hurriedly left and returned. He said to Li Longji, who was not in a good mood but had to discuss matters. Chapter 624. At this moment, Li Longji was discussing with Prime Minister Zhang Shua and Song Jing, who had already been dismissed as Prime Minister, about the newly built canal. Because Li Sun and the Zhang and Wang families had given them a lot of money, the canal had been built quite well, and it had already been connected to more distant places. If the canal was connected before the autumn harvest, they would be able to transport more food from all over the capital when there was insufficient food. When they talked about this, Li Longji was reminded of the Zhang family and his two children, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The completion of the canal was obviously a good thing, but it did not put him in a good mood. Zhang Jiuling was not much better than Li Longji. His old housekeeper, who could no longer do anything, was also there. When he was building roads and relay stations back in his hometown, Zhang Zhong, who was the provincial governor of Luzhou, had given him a lot of money to help. He had also given him comfortable furniture and sea-dried goods. Currently, there were two beautiful little red fish swimming in the glass fish tank at home. It was almost time for the fish to come out. However, the two children of the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shua had gone missing with the logistics battalion. Moreover, they had gone missing in Tubo. How could he be at ease? Zhang Shua and Song Jing had also received a lot of things from the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shua. Now, every month, they would receive tonics from Huayuan County's Dai Hospital. The four of them were thinking about the children of the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shua while talking about the canal that was built with money. It would be strange if the atmosphere was good. The canal is done. It's just a little bit away from being connected to the canal. It will be very convenient to use the Zhang family's explosives. The place where the canal crosses the Yellow River needs to be reinforced with cement. You said that the Zhang family had also contributed a lot to the canal, right? That's right. The transportation of food this year will be easier. After the canal is connected, will the two children be able to get out of danger? Before Gao Lisher came in, these were the last words Li Longji said. He was thinking about something else. As he spoke, he brought Xiao Bao and Cuckoo out. Therefore, the four of them looked at each other. They felt it was funny but could not laugh. They could only sigh in their hearts. Gao Lisher ran in with a happy smile on his face, waving the letter he had taken from the pigeon. News from Wing Prefecture? What happened to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? When Li Longji heard that it was about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he threw the matter of the canal aside. It was not important. With the Zhang family and the Wang family around, they could fix it if they wanted to. If the two kids died, wouldn't the Zhang family and the Wang family go crazy? What would the two experts do if their disciples were gone? Li Longji and the other three could not help but show a nervous expression. Fortunately, when they saw Gao Lisher's unconcealable smile, they felt that it should be good news. The two kids ran around Tubo and came back in fright. They were not caught. Gao Lisher did not dare to hesitate. Lightly coughing, he recited, "Reporting to Your Excellency, we received news from Tubo that Xiao Bao Huanhuan personally led the logistics battalion to provide emergency assistance and successfully converged with them. Leading the remaining 12,000 soldiers, they fought in the boundless Jinchuan, breaking 4,000 men of Tada Datu's logistics battalion, completely annihilating them, breaking 3,000 men of Tada Datu's vanguard battalion, breaking 2,000 men of each of Tubo's 3 divisions, seizing and burning their provisions and supplies. After that, leading the main force of the Tang army, they disappeared into the Dechuan. Gao Lishur had tried his best to control his body, but he still could not help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. Li Longji and the other 3 froze like they were carved out of wood. They only recovered after a few breaths. Li Longji pursed his lips and did not make a sound. He clenched his fists tightly and his chest rose and fell. It was obvious that he was trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Zhang Shua and the other 2's faces were also flushed. They could not find their usual composure. Zhang Jiuling was the first to speak. Congratulations to your majesty. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have obtained the true teachings of the expert. They are invincible when fighting outside the country. With one person speaking, the other 3 almost simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. So Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are fine for the time being. Good, it should be the 2 of them commanding the army. Guotu does not have that ability yet. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo grow up, we will have no worries. These 2 kids are really capable. Let's put aside the matter of the canal for now and talk about it. Yes, talk about it. Li Longji was happy. He felt that even though it was about to rain outside, it was still so comfortable. He, who rarely smiled, opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth curled up. He loosened his fists and rubbed his hands together. Zhang Shua and the other 2 also realized that the originally dark room had suddenly become bright. Your Majesty, I believe that Xiao Bao and Huan Huan will definitely be able to return safely with a body full of military merits. I really can't think of how you want me to go to such a place to look for them, successfully find them, and then immediately lead the defeated army to consecutive victories. How can you do that? They are still 2 children. When Li Longji asked Zhang Shua and the other 2, Gao Lishur's eyes turned red. He couldn't help but imagine 2 9-year-old kids. After receiving the imperial edict, they gathered the people from the logistics camp and rode on their horses with their little faces up high. They resolutely chased after the setting sun in the west. That was where Tufan was located. After searching and searching, they avoided the search of the Tufan patrolling cavalry again and again. They successfully found Guotu and the others on the Jinchuan mountain range. Looking at the dispirited soldiers, they took out the food they had brought and distributed it to everyone. Guotu, who had lost the battle, was a coward. No matter what, he did not dare to command the army anymore. He pushed the responsibility to his godson and daughter-in-law. The courage of more than 12,000 people was now on the shoulders of his godson and daughter-in-law. His son and daughter-in-law had no choice but to lead the troops. As they ran, they thought of a solution. After thinking and thinking, they finally thought of what others had taught them. They ran around the mountain and fought again and again. Every time they fought, his son and daughter-in-law would fight with the determination to die. Under the encirclement and pursuit of the enemy, they escaped again and again and again, found a chance to counterattack. With the 12,000 remaining soldiers, they wiped out the same number of enemies. In the end, because there were too many enemies, they stole food to replenish their supplies and hid together on the cold snowy mountain to warm themselves. It was quite pitiful. Gao Lishur, who had already treated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as his godson and daughter-in-law, felt more and more like this. In the end, he could not help but cry. After hearing Gao Lishur's words, Li Longji, who had been happy just a moment ago, also thought of the predicament that the 2 children were going to face. With a sullen face, he slammed the table and said, Guotu, you can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Do you think that Guotu can't take it anymore and gave the troops to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? If they win, he will get credit. If they lose, it will have nothing to do with him, right? This official thinks that General Guo might. What general? He's not a general anymore. I'll dismiss him. Let the children fight for the generals. The great Tang doesn't want them. Before Song Jing could finish, Li Longji was already dissatisfied with the way he addressed Guo and dismissed him. Song Jing hurriedly changed his words. This official thinks that the criminal Guo might not have given up his military power of his own accord. When the sand table in the imperial court deduced that he would form an alliance with others, Guo was already obsessed with power. He probably had his eyes on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's logistics camp. Your Majesty also knows that the logistics camp has 56 people from the Zhang family and 200 people from Commandery Prince Tang. These 256 people have been trained by the Zhang family and can be said to be the elites of the elites. Coupled with the financial and technical support of the Zhang family, their equipment is definitely superior to other soldiers. Guo wanted to take advantage of his superior numbers and wanted to take over this group of people. In the end, he probably underestimated Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and was forcefully taken over. Your Majesty should know that Zhang Wang's inner courtyard can take over hundreds of officials and handle the government affairs of a prefecture alone. The protector of the seedlings is also proficient in the art of leading troops. This official guesses that the 12,000 soldiers and 12 battalion commanders have all been replaced. Thus, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can be easily ordered around. This official suggests that Peng Zhou should be ordered to release news to inform the people of Tubo who will be defeated. This will infuriate them and they will have no choice but to surround and annihilate them. This will create an opportunity for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to escape. This official agrees. Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiuling agreed at the same time. Then when Guo comes back, we can't let him off easily. That's right. Zhang Wang's inner courtyard can take over the government affairs. The meticulously trained protector of the seedlings will definitely be able to lead troops. If an ordinary servant can be trained to this level, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two smart little fellows, will definitely learn more. Li Longji's expression turned back and looked at Gao Lisher, wanting to hear what he had to say. Gao Lisher was also thinking about how to let his godson and daughter-in-law come back alive. He knew the art of leading troops and understood that the more anxious the other party was, the better. With the abilities that his godson and daughter-in-law had shown, it was still possible for them to run back to Pengzhou amidst the chaos. It was better than hiding in the mountains. Seeing the emperor looking over, he nodded and said, "This official thinks that other than releasing the news, we should also let the Pengzhou government troops act as if they are about to leave the border and attack. This will restrain more Tubo troops and prevent them from acting rashly." Li Longji and Weiwei nodded and said, "This is a good idea." Gao Lisher quickly went to write the decree. Li Longji was also in a good mood to discuss the matter of the canal with Zhang Shua and the other two. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were being remembered by others, had already left the mountains. Who would be willing to suffer the cold for no reason? The two of them led the troops all the way to the north. After walking for a few days, they turned east, which was the direction of the Tang Empire. There were a few Tubo villages here. The most important thing was that the crops were early rice. It was the kind that was planted early and had just matured. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led people to help the local people harvest the crops out of kindness. The local people just had to stay at home. Zhang Xiaobao carefully investigated the people in the various villages and found people who were prone to betrayal. He controlled their families and promised them great benefits to deal with the patrolling Tubo cavalry. The scouts were everywhere. When they found the enemy, they would first report. The harvesting troops would then stop and hide, waiting for the people to pass by to continue harvesting. The patrolling Tubo cavalry received the order to pay attention to this line of mountains and not let the Tang army come down. At the beginning, they told the people to be careful and to report if there was anything. Later on, they did not find anything and only went back and forth once a day. They were too lazy to ask too many questions. As long as they saw the local people, they would casually ask. Just like this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led 14,000 people to hide in this place. They used the fastest speed to dig a cellar in the local people's houses. If there was anything, they would hide in it. Of course, things were not that simple. According to Wang Wan's words, this was not the tradition of the army. The army had to follow the 3 great disciplines and 8 points for attention. With some changes, it could be used in the few villages here. Other than controlling them and not allowing them to report, they treated the people very well. The doctors that came out with the troops even treated the people. Those that could be treated with acupuncture would be treated immediately. Those that needed medicine would be collected by the local people who betrayed them. The local people did not have a good life. If they were really capable, they would not live on the border of the 2 countries. If the Tang army came, they would hide in the mountains. If their own army came, it would be impossible for them to hide. They had to obediently serve the Tang army well and give the Tang army satisfactory things. Therefore, other than the local people, most people did not have any concept of the country, let alone a sense of honor. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made use of. The 2 of them were also clear that not to mention now, even in their time, many people living on the border did not care so much. They would listen to whoever was good to them. Even if the smugglers and drug dealers were good to them, they would cooperate. They would even help to transport the drugs and join in. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to do was to instigate the 1,000 people in the surrounding villages to defect. They would bring food and belongings and find an opportunity to go to Pengzhou. From Pengzhou, they would go to Yizhou to replenish the population of Yizhou. The Tubo people did not expect that there would be enemies with such ideas. The scouts ran around and thought that the Tang army was hiding in the mountains and had not come out. Otherwise, the place would not be so peaceful and quiet. In a harmonious atmosphere, Wang Wan took out the military map and began the next step of the plan. Chapter 625. The full moon rises, illuminating the night, but the bedridden are restless. The sun is fighting for the country in a foreign land, the curtains cast shadows on the trees. The drum sounds in the 3rd watch, the weak water splashes against the shore. Looking at the picture under the lantern light, there is a breeze, no return without victory. In the evening, when the Zhang and Wang families found out that the Tubo had mobilized an army to encircle and annihilate their son and daughter-in-law, they couldn't sleep again. The lights in the rooms flickered on and off again, and they tossed and turned in their beds restlessly. Husband, the Tubo cavalry has been mobilized, vowing to keep our son and daughter-in-law in the country. I wonder if they've found them. Where did Xiaobao and Cuckoo go? The Jiang Wang clan looked at the shadows on the window, hugged Zhang Zhong's arm, and said worriedly. Zhang Zhong put one hand under his head and looked up at the ceiling. He calculated and said, "They're hiding. They're probably hiding in the mountains. Other places should have been surrounded long ago. Don't worry, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are smart. They'll be found in a few days. Since young Master Song sent people here, they should be out of the pass soon. Let's end this quickly. We'll go to Luoyang to be an official. That place is far from the border. We can't let the children do the fighting. If it really doesn't work, we can go to the capital to be an official. It won't be a small matter," the Jiang Wang clan said as she rested her head on Zhang Zhong's shoulder, thinking about the future. Okay, be a small official. It's best if you can be a county magistrate. Just give me a county around the capital. Go to sleep. Zhang Zhong comforted her and closed his eyes. He wanted to sleep, but he knew that after Xiaobao and Cuckoo returned, it was impossible for him to be an official in Luoyang or the capital. Xiaobao, help me think. Which route should we take to bring the civilians, logistics personnel, and injured people back to Pengzhou? We'll definitely lose if we bring them to war. Wang Wan, who was hiding in the village, looked at the map under the light and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was temporarily acting as a secretary. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and flicked the oil lamp to make the room brighter. He shook his head and said, "We can't go anywhere. The Tubo cavalry will definitely patrol back and forth. We might be able to hide if there are less than 100 people. But there are 1,000 civilians, nearly 1,000 injured soldiers, and more than 2,000 people who came with logistics. In addition to the large amount of rice that you want to transport back, there are close to 5,000 people. Unless the Tubo people are all blind, you still want to leave behind the 3,000 or so horses used for transport. If they walk back, they won't be able to reach their destination for at least half a month. Then let's create opportunities for them. Come, help me memorize. Wang stared at the map for a while and finally had an idea. In the darkness of the night, the pale moonlight shone on the walls of Pengzhou's pass. The patrolling soldiers vigilantly looked out from 1,000 miles away. They had a very important mission after receiving the order, and that was to immediately report if they found any Tang soldiers escaping back to avoid delaying matters. At this moment, two people of similar height were led by a captain to the wall. The two people were not dressed differently, but the things they brought made the soldiers feel puzzled. One of them had a large eagle on his shoulder while the other had two large dogs. Whether it was the eagle's eyes or the dog's eyes, they were cold. Fortunately, they were very obedient. The eagle didn't move and the dogs also followed beside their master without making a sound. Zhang Ying, Zhang Lang, I can only send you up to here. Prepare the rope. The captain of the other two people said to the two people and ordered them to take out the rope. One end of the rope was tied to the wall and the other person went to look for a basket. At this moment, Zhang Lang said, "There's no need for a basket. We can go down. Qian en, Wan en, go." The two large dogs very sensibly used their teeth to bite the rope. They glanced at their master and stood on the wall. Bit by bit, they retreated and hung there. Under the shocked gazes of the soldiers, the two large dogs were put down. Zhang Lang climbed down the rope and Zhang Ying followed behind. The eagle on his shoulder flew up by itself. When the two people and three animals were no longer in sight, the soldiers on the wall looked at the captain. One of them leaned forward and asked, "Boss, who are they?" "They're from the logistics camp in Izhou. I heard that they took the military station from the capital and rushed over 800 miles. As for their purpose, it's not something you should know," the captain said to the soldier who asked the question and then turned around to leave. The remaining soldiers looked at each other. They were actually from the capital. The two people who were sent here by the military station were definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were going to reinforce the troops in front. They didn't know what abilities they had. I say, could they be two killing gods again? Just like the two children of the Zhang family. I heard that the troops won consecutive battles under the command of the two children. Damn, the people from the logistics camp in Izhou are all evil. A soldier whispered to the person next to him. Everyone nodded. They also wanted to see what the troops that left looked like when they returned. The soldiers didn't know what the two people could do, but the commanding officer of Pengzhou had already received accurate information. The two people came from Sanshui County. It seemed that their surname wasn't Zhang at first. After being taken in by the people of Sanshui County, they changed their name. It was to match the two children of Sanshui County. How could it be that they were simple to send two people from thousands of miles away? As soon as the two people entered the Tubo territory, they began to run wildly. They wanted to find a place to hide before dawn to avoid being discovered by the patrolling Tubo cavalry. After running for 4 hours, the two people finally arrived at a small mountain at dawn. The forest on the mountain was relatively dense. They entered one after another before finding a place to rest against a big tree. "Brother, where do you think the young master and young lady could be? If they are far away, won't they die from exhaustion?" Zhang Lang drank a mouthful of water and poured it into his palm for Qian En and Wan En to lick. "I don't know. Let Shui Yun look for them later. This time, the young master and young lady are trapped. Young Master Song sent the two of us over to help the young master and young lady. No matter how far we are, we have to go. Without the Zhang family and Wang family, we wouldn't be where we are today. Our parents wouldn't be able to live a good life either. If we encounter a small number of Tubo cavalry, kill them and take their horses. I hope that when we arrive, the young master and young lady won't suffer any harm." Zhang Ying took out a piece of meat and threw it to Shuiyun as he spoke firmly. When the sky brightened a little, Shuiyun spread his wings and flew into the sky, turning into a small black dot. Zhang Ying, Zhang Lang, and the two large dogs took the opportunity to rest. The Tubo cavalry was in groups of 5, running back and forth on the roads where the Tang army might appear. Jijida was the leader of a group of 5. He set off early in the morning with the hope of discovering the Tang army ahead of time and earning a great merit. However, he was also a little worried that the Tang army would discover them first and fall into an ambush. Of course, it would be even better if they could encounter local commoners who were afraid of war. Usually, they would be able to obtain some benefits from such commoners. 2 pieces of leather or a large piece of dried meat would be considered a small gain. It would be even better if there was a slightly beautiful woman among the commoners. When he thought of meeting a woman and having fun with her in his arms, Jijida couldn't help but pull his clothes together. It was still very cold in the morning, especially when riding on a horse. When the wind blew, the front of his chest would be cold to the bone. The 4 people behind Jijida were also very much looking forward to meeting commoners fleeing for their lives. A few days ago, they met a family of 4. Not only did they steal 3 pieces of good leather, but they also relaxed with the woman of that family. In the end, on the second day, they met another family who hadn't run far. Needless to say, that woman naturally had to serve them for a while. This time, they hoped to meet a few more beautiful women. At that time, they would be able to enjoy their bodies for at least 3 days. After 3 days, they would cross the border and could only give them to their brothers. When the 5 of them were galloping on their horses, a small black dot in the sky stared at them. When the 5 of them were still a few li away from a small mountain in front of them, the black dot sped up and flew ahead of them. Big eagle. It's a pity that it flew too high and couldn't be shot down. Otherwise, its feathers would be worth a lot of money. The 5 of them also noticed the eagle in the sky. Jijida looked regretfully at the eagle flying away and said with yearning. The other 4 were also just thinking about it. They didn't think that they could shoot down the eagle with their own abilities. Finding a woman was more important. After a few li, the 5 of them quickly arrived at their destination. When they saw the small mountain in front of them, they dismounted and let the horses find something to eat. The 5 of them climbed up the mountain to see further. The wind in the forest was still weak, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. Jijida, why don't we find some hay here and make a nest? If we meet a woman in the future, we can bring her here. One of the 5 of them suddenly had an idea and came up with this idea. The others' eyes lit up. If they really found a woman and brought her here, they could enjoy her during the day and tie her to a tree at night. That way, they could use her for many days. Jijida laughed. That's right. We'll do it when we reach the top. With a goal in mind, the 5 of them walked faster. When they were about to reach the top, they were still thinking about women and didn't know what was waiting for them. Just when the 5 of them reached the top of the mountain and relaxed, a shadow suddenly flew down from the tree behind them. With a muffled sound, a big hole was bitten in the neck of the last person, and blood spurted out. With a muffled groan, the man was pressed to the ground by the eagle's charge and couldn't get up anymore. When the other 4 of them heard the noise and turned around, 2 of them had been nailed with crossbow bolts. The other 2 saw a big thing in front of them. Then, their necks heated up and their vision turned black. They lost consciousness. At this time, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang unhurriedly walked closer and checked the 5 corpses. Only then did they bring the 1 eagle and 2 dogs, who had just performed a meritorious service, towards the horses that the 5 people rode. The water cloud once again flew high into the sky. Chapter 626. The Tibetans only discovered that 1 squad was missing at night. Once they discovered it, they didn't just discover that 1 squad was missing, they also discovered that the number of patrols in various places was missing. If someone was able to calculate the losses in these few places, they would get a number, 12. 12 teams of patrols disappeared just like that. No one discovered the corpses, and no one saw the horses. The Tibetans didn't seem to care too much about the sudden disappearance of 60 people. After all, they didn't go to other places to ask. If they lost a team, it was very likely that they had encountered a pack of wolves. Such situations were very common in the bushes and mountains. After being ambushed by more than 10 wolves, those with slow reactions wouldn't have the chance to run back. The most frightening thing was to dismount and let the people and horses rest while they were being surrounded. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that someone had found the fleeing commoners and was eating and living with them. This kind of situation wasn't rare. If someone wanted to investigate, they would say that they had found traces of the enemy and had been following them for a day. No one suspected much on this day. However, if there was no reaction when a team was missing, then for 3 consecutive days, there would be people missing every day. Furthermore, the previous team hadn't returned yet. Then, there would be something wrong. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang searched for 3 days but still couldn't find the Tang army. Shui Yun flew with all her might. Other than searching for the Tang army, she also had to report the Tibetans to her master. After that, it was up to 1 eagle, 2 dogs, and 2 people to cooperate in battle. Usually, the eagle would swoop down from behind the enemy, grabbing one with his claws and biting one with his beak. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang would shoot with their crossbows and arrows. The remaining person would be left to the 2 dogs. One would be responsible for pouncing down from the horse while the other would be responsible for biting the throat. Both were in a team of 5, but Zhang Ying's team was always able to find the enemy before they ambushed. The Tibetans, on the other hand, were always unlucky. In 3 days, Zhang Ying's team of 5 dealt with 40 teams of Tibetans. In total, they had a total of 200 people. They also obtained 200 horses. Luckily, there were many horses in the place where the 2 of them lived. They knew how to keep the horses, otherwise, it would be difficult to control them. This time, the Tibetans finally realized that something was wrong. Since the teams of cavalrymen were missing, it definitely wasn't as simple as encountering a pack of wolves or finding a woman. As a result, the originally scattered cavalry began to shrink, and the 5 teams became 10 teams. This action was effective. Although they still couldn't find the person who launched the sneak attack, they weren't attacked for a day, and the number of people who went out returned the same. However, after only 1 day, there were more teams that did not return. This time, 10 people and 10 horses disappeared in one go. After Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang realized that they couldn't cooperate with each other to wipe out the 10-man team like before, they thought for an entire day and finally came up with a plan. Zhang Lang or Zhang Ying would change into tubo clothes and find a hillside to dig a trap. Then, one of them would shout from the front to attract the 10 men. When all 10 of them had fallen into the trap, or when some of them had fallen into the trap, the 2 of them and their animals would work together to eliminate the others. On this day, they used the same method to deal with 3 groups of people in the same place. When they were dealing with the last group of people, one of them reacted quickly. He ran out on a horse and prepared to go back to report. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he reacted, his horse couldn't outrun an eagle. With a dive, he was finished off. On the 6th day after Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang arrived in Tubo, they finished off another 4 teams. The 2 of them led their 265 horses and no longer continued to fight with the Tibetans. They continued to head north. Out of the 5 horses, 4 of them fell into the trap and were buried. The last one had 5 people killed to solve its food problem. The Tubo people were already confused. Just how many people were attacking them? Could it be that the main force of the Tang army was here? Only if the number of scouts was 5 times more than the Tibetans would they be able to kill all of them. As a result, the focus of the Tibetans' search returned to the area where Tatatatu was ambushed. There were still 10 teams of scouts, but there was another team behind each team. They were not far away and could vaguely see the people in front of them. This way, if something happened, they could shout loudly or see it with their own eyes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the team to rest for a few days. All the rice was harvested and harvested. They treated the local people much better than before. Furthermore, by bad-mouthing the Tibetans, they guided the people to talk about how they were bullied. This made the people hate the Tibetans even more for stealing their things and raping their wives and daughters. They hanged the heads of 2 villages. These 2 village heads had bullied the people in their villages together with a certain tribe of Tubo. They also divided the things in the village heads' houses. This made the people feel relieved. Wang Wan also asked the doctors who treated the people to talk about how good Izhou was and how happy life was there. They told the single men that there were beautiful women in Izhou who liked men like them. They also told the old people that there was a place specially prepared for the old people in Izhou. If they had children, they would tell them that all the children in Izhou could learn to read and write without spending money. To single women, they would tell them that there were many capable men in Izhou who wanted to marry women like them very much. They would not even let go of their children. After giving their children some rock candy to treat illnesses, they would tell them that there were many more delicious candies in Izhou. The local people gradually surrendered under such brainwashing. They looked at the Tang army. How good were they? They didn't rob the people's things, raping the women and their families, and eating the hearts of the children. They even helped to work and treated the people's diseases. Of course, they didn't know that when the logistics camp of the Tang army first arrived, they slaughtered a village. On this day, Wang Wan saw that the wounded people had almost recovered. Those who were seriously injured wouldn't die easily on the road except for those who died. She prepared to lead people to create an opportunity for the local people and the people in charge of logistics to escape back to Pengzhou. In fact, there was another way, but Wang Wan didn't plan to let the people use it. It was not a good way to go. After dawn, Wang Wan began to make preparations. They would start the operation at night. Those who needed to sleep slept, and those who needed to tidy up their things. The last batch of clothes was also washed. When they were dry at night, they would wear them. The smell of blood was much stronger than before. At noon, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It seemed to be attracted by something below, so it lowered a lot. When the people in the village saw clearly that it was an eagle, it turned around and flew away. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also saw the eagle. They felt that there was something wrong with the eagle's movements. The 2 of them took a closer look with their binoculars, but they couldn't see what was wrong with it. 30 li away from the village, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were waiting with their 2 dogs. There were another 20 horses in the team, but the 2 of them were wounded. They encountered a group of 10 Tibetan cavalrymen in front and back. As the horses were too obvious, they were discovered. In a situation where they couldn't hide, the 2 of them first used the horses to charge. Then, they abandoned the crossbows and used the bows to shoot at the Tibetan cavalrymen. They ran out of arrows, used up the 2 muskets, and shot out arrows. They won the battle with knife wounds and arrows on their bodies. Even Xianen's head was cut by a knife, revealing the bone. It stopped bleeding and lay in its owner's arms. Shui Yun was released to check if there were any enemies chasing after them or in the surroundings. In the end, Shui Yun found the Tang army's clothes that were drying in the village. After circling around to confirm, she rushed back. After Zhang Ying and Shui Yun had a simple conversation, he happily said to Zhang Lang, "Let's go, we found our men in front. Quick." As he spoke, he carried Wan En onto the horse. Zhang Lang also carried Xian En. The 2 of them led the 285 horses and headed towards the village in front. The distance of 30 li was less than 2 hours if the horses galloped at full speed. When the 2 of them were about 6 li away from the village, the members of Team 0, who were in charge of guarding, saw them. When a tree fell, the people observing from behind did the same thing. When Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were 5 li away from the village, the people in the village had already made their preparations. The clothes that were hung up to dry began to be collected and the people went into the cellar. The people in charge of guarding in front were thinking of ways to hide themselves. Therefore, when Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang ran to the village, they were dumbfounded. The village was peaceful. A child was playing in the mud by the river outside, an old man was squatting by a big rock outside the courtyard, and a woman was standing outside the fence with a basin of washing clothes in her hand, chatting with another woman inside. Shui Yun, where are the Tang soldiers? Zhang Ying looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He suddenly doubted his eagle training skills. Could it be that there was a problem with communication? Shui Yun had seen it when it was in the sky. The people were all hiding, but it could not speak and could not express itself so clearly. It looked at Zhang Ying and then at the house of the person who had just taken the clothes in. It cried out anxiously. Fortunately, there was not only one Ying in the team. There were also two big dogs with sensitive ears and smell. They were also smarter. They barked at the house at the same time. Zhang Ying turned around and glanced at Zhang Lang, as if to ask if his dog had discovered something. There are people. Zhang Lang only said 2 words. Actually, Zhang Ying did not need him to say it. He also knew that there were people, and there were many of them with weapons in their hands. The 2 people who had seen them came out one by one. Don't do anything. We are the villagers of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. We are now part of the logistics camp in Izhou. Look, this is the proof. Zhang Ying saw that the person in front of him was holding a powerful crossbow that he also owned. He lifted the tubo's clothes and revealed the rice seedling pattern inside. At the same time, he showed the gun at his waist. Perhaps he felt that it was not enough. He opened his backpack and showed the binoculars, compressed biscuits, and commonly used medicine to the other party in case the other party's hands trembled and shot an arrow. Looking at the scattered items, the other party put down the crossbow. They were on the same side. They were indeed on the same side. Outsiders would not be so well equipped. When Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang heaved a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood out. They looked at the 2 people and found that they did not recognize them. Zhang Xiaobao asked doubtfully, "You are?" "Little master, little lady, I am Zhang Ying. He is my brother Zhang Lang. We are the brothers that Steward Song helped to take in." Zhang Xiaobao and the others did not recognize Zhang Ying, but Zhang Ying knew the 2 of them. There was a portrait and he had already remembered them. Zhang Xiaobao remembered and nodded happily, I know. One knows how to train eagles and the other knows how to raise dogs. It really is the 2 of you. Did you encounter any danger on your way here? Quickly get off the horse and have a good rest. Little master, little lady, we finally found you. It's good that you are fine. Our family is worried, and so is the imperial court. Little master, Qian En is injured. Let the doctor take a look at it. We can't let it die of illness. It was not easy to raise it. It killed so many Tibetans. Zhang Lang was in tears. He jumped off the horse with Qian En in his arms and brought it to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan looked at the dog raised by the other party and was envious. This dog looked fierce, but when it was held in the other party's arms, it felt its owner's attitude and its eyes became gentle. It was a good dog. It was almost as good as the dog she saved on Lu Zhou's mountain. That dog was smart, but this dog must have been trained. The doctor quickly rushed to the front. He treated the dog and stitched it up. He also checked the injuries on Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang. The horse was taken away and hidden. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were treated while they talked about how they came here. Little master, little lady, you are really amazing. You went to the front line in the name of the logistics camp to provide reinforcements. Then, you led the army to fight on Jinchuan and killed more than 13,000 enemies. You successfully escaped the encirclement of the Tibetans. No one could find you. The family was both happy and worried. They were afraid that you would lose a pair of eyes, so they sent me and my younger brother here. My younger brother and I received the order and went to the military station. We rushed to Pingzhou 7 days ago and searched for you for 7 days before we found you. Little master, little lady, with Shui Yun here, We will definitely be able to return safely. Should we leave immediately? Zhang Ying meant that they should leave now and go home. They could not stay in Tubo. It was too dangerous. There is no hurry to go home. It was not easy for me to rest and reorganize. If I don't teach the Tibetans a lesson, how can I face the people of Wangjiang? How did you get through these 7 days? Where did you find the horse? Wang Wan did not intend to go back. When she took over the troops, they did not have much morale left. Furthermore, they were not in good condition. At that time, she was able to lead the troops to victory. Now that they had rested for a period of time, how could she leave so easily? Hearing the young lady's question, Zhang Ying began to talk about how he and his younger brother sneak attacked the enemy during these 7 days, how they searched, and how they were injured when they were 30 miles away. Many people gathered around to listen, including Guo Tu and the others. They all looked at the 2 injured people in front of them and listened to the calm story without much passion in their tone. However, their hearts were stirred up with monstrous waves. Guo Tu looked at the surrounding generals and whispered, "No one in the Zhang family is normal." All the generals nodded in agreement. The 2 young fellows sent by the Zhang family were able to command the troops to go in circles with the enemy. After 2 big circles, they eliminated a large number of Tubo people. Their losses were minimal. This was fine. After all, there might not be a single ruthless person in 1,000 years. However, looking at the 2 people sent by the Zhang family, in 7 days, just the 2 of them killed 290 Tubo people and brought back 285 horses. According to this, there was no need to use the main force. If the Zhang family had nothing to do, they could just send 2 people out every few days. The Tubo people would probably be wiped out in less than a year. After Zhang Ying finished talking about his and his younger brother's experience, he realized that the gazes of the surrounding people had changed. They were filled with respect and admiration. Huzi went forward and sized up the 2 of them. He grinned and said, "Good, good. You didn't weaken our reputation. Let the Tubo people know that they can scheme against anyone but us, the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, even if they are thousands of miles away, they will still have to bear the consequences of revenge. Any one of us can take care of them. How did you sell these eagles? You gave one to each of us in the Miao protection team and raised them for fun." Huzi's words sounded reasonable at the beginning, but his intentions were exposed at the end. Zhang Ying was also honest. He replied, "Eagles like the cloud water are rare. Usually, it costs about 600 strings of cash to raise them. Some people raise them cheaper. If you don't spend too much money to catch them, you might be able to use them as hunting eagles with a few dozen strings of cash. Mine is a war eagle. I raised it specifically for the young master and young lady. From the time I got the cloud water to the time it could fight together, I spent more than 1,000 strings of cash. The cloud water is bigger than other eagles. It can easily grab an adult and fly in the sky. When I came here, I thought about it. If I see the young master and young lady, and if we are surrounded, I will let the cloud water grab the young master and young lady and break out of the encirclement." As he spoke, Zhang Ying took out a few tags from his backpack and introduced them. "The cloud water is very smart. It can fly to designated places. There are 2 tags for each type. When I bring the cloud water to a place, I just need to throw down a tag. If the cloud water needs to fly there by itself, I will take out the other tag for it to see. When it sees the tag, it will know where to fly." At first, it could only recognize 1 type of racket. Now, it can recognize 6 types of tags. The cloud water has worked very hard. Wing province is too far from here, and the mountains are too high. I didn't dare to throw the tags to others, so I put one in Pengzhou. The cloud water can go back at any time. The Tibetans are dead for sure. Good eagle, you have done a great service. Stay here and help us kill the enemy." Zhang Xiaobao laughed, but his voice was childish. There was no imposing manner in it. Wang Wan also looked at Zhang Ying and the cloud water with satisfaction. Of course, the one she was most satisfied with was Song Jinggong. He had left the two people behind. Who would have thought that the two people who were about to starve to death back then would have such ability? Wang Wan knew that the cloud water was very useful. In a time like this where there were no advanced communication methods, the cloud water could help to pass information back and forth. If the Pingzhou side found an opportunity to send troops, they would tell her side, and the two sides would cooperate. The cloud water's reconnaissance ability was like the hot air balloon in the past, floating in the sky to command. In the beginning, the cloud water was used for reconnaissance. Later on, it developed into shooting with pistols. Wasn't this just a simple military satellite? Not to mention 1,000 strings of cash, it was worth 100,000 strings of cash to raise one. After everyone was done being happy and shocked, Zhang Ying took out an imperial edict. He looked at Guotu and the others and said, "Guotu, accept the edict." Guotu and the others were stunned. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, the contents of the imperial edict dealt a huge blow to Guotu and the others. They were stripped of their official positions, and at the same time, were asked to go back to receive their punishment. The position would be taken over by either Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan. If the two of them didn't lead troops and someone else did, then that person would take over. It was written very clearly in the imperial edict. If it was either Wang Wan or Zhang Xiaobao, then in addition to taking over the position of real power, they would also be given the title of General of the Army, a lower second-rank official. If Zhang Xiaobao obtained this position, then Wang Wan would be conferred the title of a second-rank imperial lady. If Wang Wan obtained this position, then the rank of a sixth-rank official that was originally given to Zhang Xiaobao would become a lower second-rank official, Jin Ziguang Lu Daifu. The two of them would have to prepare their own clothes and ceremonial rites, and they wouldn't be rewarded with money or cloth. Guotu was both envious and afraid. He could see how much the imperial court valued these two children. If the commander was changed, there would only be real power and no other official, and they would only be rewarded when they returned. However, it was different when it came to these two children. There seemed to be an endless supply of second-rank official, one for each of them. It was useless to be envious of others, it was better to think about oneself. At this time, Zhang Ying added, "There is also a saying. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you two children quickly come back." If Li Shi wants to recognize Xiao Bao as his adopted son, then do it when we return to the capital. Don't run around outside. The wind on the mountain is strong, and it's cold and cold. If you don't listen, come back and beat me with a plank. When Zhang Ying said this, the surrounding people gasped. Everyone was shocked by the emperor's attitude towards the young master and young lady. Most of the emperor wouldn't say this to his own son, right? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. The two of them didn't expect Li Longji to have such a cute side. Xiao Li is really a good person. Even if he is pretending, he rarely pretends in front of others. Once these words spread, I can be a dandy in the future. Let's see who dares to provoke me. Xiao Bao whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded, then we can't go back. Xiao Li's words are worth the lives of 10,000 Tubo soldiers. We can't let him say it for nothing. Guotu was speechless. What was this called? He thought about himself and knew that if no one spoke up for him, then once he returned, he would be finished. He didn't dare to run, and he couldn't run. His family was still in the capital, and how could he run out of this village? The emperor could just send two people to deal with him, and the eagle called Shui Yun was watching from the sky. When he thought of this, he set his eyes on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't want to seize power, and he didn't want to take revenge on others. The emperor had personally said that he wanted them to go back quickly, and he even showed a caring expression. Chapter 627. When Guotu and the others heard Wang Wan's words, their hearts finally settled down. With Wang Wan's words, it was much more useful than others pleading for mercy. Even if someone in the imperial court really wanted to deal with them, they would give Wang Wan some face. Gao Lisha actually wanted to take Xiao Bao as his godson. With this, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished when they returned. It was fine if they didn't want to be a general. Even if they were given command now, they wouldn't be able to command. If they were really given command, they would definitely run away. However, looking at the little girl, it seemed that she hadn't played enough and was preparing for something big. If he had known earlier, he would have directly given her command of the army when they passed Biyao. Then, they might have been able to take over Jin Xuanqing by now. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a letter and even took out the proof of the leader of the enemy's 1,000-man team. He tied the letter to Shui Yun as well. An eagle was more convenient to use than a pigeon. It was stronger, unlike a pigeon. If you wanted it to carry something, it had to be able to carry it. Shui Yun sensibly spread its wings and flew away. Wang Wan started a new arrangement. With the addition of a strong helper, the plan couldn't be carried out like before and had to be used. Together with the logistics, transportation, and medical team, there were a total of 4,000 people. They brought the bad horses and loaded the food and headed east. When they reached the foot of the snowy mountain, they headed south and returned to Pengzhou. The remaining 10,000 people who could continue to fight were divided into 3,000 crossbowmen. Each of them had a horse, forming a light cavalry unit and 3 reinforced battalions. Other than these 3,000 people, the remaining 7,000 people were divided into 3,000 people who stayed in the village to continue the civil engineering construction. Inherit the fine tradition of the People's Liberation Army. The other 4,000 people went up the mountain. Wang Wan was determined. The troops had finished resting and had a large amount of supplies. There was also the existence of military satellites. In addition to the dog's sensitive hearing and smell, if she didn't do something and let the Tubo people know how powerful she was, she would write her surname backwards. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's vow, he could only tell her that it was fortunate that her surname wasn't Tian. Otherwise, there would be 2 more ways to write it. Wang Wan, who had originally planned to take action at night, ordered the troops to take action now. Guo and the others, who were supposed to go back, requested to stay. At least they could help out with the captain's work. After all, they had also learned a lot. After hearing Wang Wan's order, Guo humbly asked, "General Wang, may I ask why we don't move at night? It's easy to be discovered by the enemy during the day. They've already discovered it. Zhang Ying killed 20 of the enemy's riders 30 li away. How could they not know? 20 riders is not a small number. They will definitely come in contact with each other once in a while. When they discover that the blood tribe is gone, they will definitely come here. At that time, they will search the village." Wang Wan didn't look down on Guo at all. She answered his question. "Oh. That's right. How should we get there?" Guo was very eager to learn because he couldn't guess Wang Wan's next move. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. If a general couldn't guess the opponent's intentions during battle, then what was the point of fighting? Leave? Wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a good place? I have to make use of it and kill at least 10,000 Tubo soldiers before leaving. Up the mountain. Wang Wan didn't plan to run. With such good conditions, as long as they weren't idiots, they would think of a way to scheme against the enemy. 4 hours later, the Tubo soldiers discovered that 2 groups of people were missing. They were already vigilant and immediately sent people to search. In the end, a group of 100 encountered a battalion of light cavalry. They were shot down by the enemy's crossbow arrows at a leeward area. They didn't even manage to escape. They were still wearing armor. The light cavalry only had a single piece of clothing and didn't even have leather armor. The food they brought was only enough to last them for 2 days. They were all chasing after speed. The disappearance of a group of 100 left the Tubo soldiers no choice but to send people to check again. This time, 2 groups of 100 returned. Before they could run to the location, they encountered a battalion of light cavalry. At the same time, the wind was against them and they were shot down. This time, they learned to be smart and scattered to escape. In the end, they discovered that there were enemies in every direction. The two groups of 100 lost contact with the Tubo soldiers again. This time, the Tubo soldiers didn't continue to send a group of 100, but a group of 1,000. Unfortunately, when the group of 1,000 rushed over, they were all gone. In the middle of the night, who would want to play with them? Why weren't they sleeping? The group of 1,000 didn't dare to rashly advance. They slowly arrived at the village and discovered that there was no one here. Those that could be brought away were all taken away by the commoners. This time, they finally understood where the enemy had been hiding. They were actually hiding in these few villages. It seemed that the commoners were also bribed. When the group of 1,000 saw that there were no enemies, they could only send 200 people back to report. The remaining 800 people stayed in the village. The wind was weaker here and it wasn't that cold. When dawn came, the reinforcements that the 800 people were waiting for didn't come. The 200 people who went back to report last night were also gone. When the 800 people didn't dare to scatter and return to their encampment, they told the situation. The generals in the headquarters were all stunned. How many people were there in the Tang army? How could they leave all 200 cavalry behind? Could it be that this was where the main force of the Tang army was? Since the Tang army in the village was gone, where was the main force of the Tang army now? Tatatu also received the news. His men were still on the mountain with 13,000 men. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but he didn't dare to. If he went back, his position would be gone. He had lost 7,000 men. How could he think about it? Therefore, he kept asking people to send him supplies. He always lied that he found small groups of Tang army chasing and annihilating them. After hearing this news, Tatata's first reaction was that the opportunity had come. He sent a message to the other divisions, saying that he knew where the main force of the Tang army was. They were on the mountain and he asked for reinforcements. He could bring his men to fight a head-on battle. The people in the other divisions didn't believe him for a long time. The last time they sent 6,000 men, all of them were annihilated. They even sent reinforcements. Maybe the main force of the Tang army was still at the place where his 4,000 men were killed, looking for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Damn clairvoyance. How can they see so far? If we continue to fight like this, we will be in a passive position. Didn't those people who went to Tang to collect information and secretly recruit officials know how to bring back a few clairvoyants? They could have found one and let the craftsmen learn how to make one. Tatatu hated himself when he thought that he was always one step behind the enemy. He knew the use of clairvoyance. They could discover the enemy in advance and make arrangements in advance. They could ambush or retreat, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. If he had one, he would definitely not lose. At 2 days had passed. All the Tibetans were looking for the main force of the Tang army, but no one could find it. 3 hours later, when the remaining men found the 3,000 men and turned back, there was no one at the place where they were ambushed. Judging from the marks, they should have gone down the mountain. I told you that the main force of the Tang army is here. Look at the density of the arrows. There are at least 3,000 men. If there are 3,000 crossbowmen, how many saber and spear soldiers are there? If they are not the main force, then what are they? The messenger sent by Tatatu repeated his words. The people in the divisions had no choice but to believe him. That's right. 3,000 crossbowmen. According to the ratio, they were definitely the main force of the Tang army. The main force of the Tang army should be ambushing Tatatu in front of the road and the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. They had to go up and down. But this time, they didn't send reinforcements to Tatatu directly. Instead, they wanted to take the credit themselves. The 3 divisions had 6,000 men each. This way, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed and annihilated. When the 3 divisions arrived at the place where they were ambushed, Tatatu received news that the 1,000 men he sent to find the main force of the Tang army had been ambushed. Only about 100 of them had escaped. At this time, even if they were defeated one by one, he would accept it. As long as the 18,000 men behind him could avenge him, he would accept it. Wang Wan was very relaxed at this time. It was different with an eagle. It could fly in the sky and scan the ground. It could cover an area of dozens of kilometers. Even if it flew more, it could see the situation within 100 kilometers. Shui Yun had made a great contribution. Every day, someone would hunt fresh game for it to eat. Now I finally know why it is so difficult to fight against the grassland tribes with eagles. Only the eagle can restrain them. Unless more people are sent, unless the enemy's main force is ignored and the enemy's civilians are wiped out directly. Otherwise, the same number of troops can be used to determine the result. Wang Wan liked Shui Yun very much. It was so comfortable to bring it around the enemy's territory. Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy. He planned to ask Zhang Ying to train more people like Shui Yun and catch more eagles. It was just money. He would give as much as he wanted. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan's words, he asked, "Does that mean that as long as you have this eagle, you will have no opponents?" "No, that depends on who is in command. If it was my instructor back then, with the same number of people, I would definitely win against him if I had the eagle and he didn't. However, if he had the current number of people in Tubo, it would be like child's play for him to beat me. The eagle isn't omnipotent. There's a tactic called feint, another method called disguise, and another method called marching. Not to mention him, even those old generals in the early Tang Dynasty have ways to force me away. If I continue to fight, then I will definitely lose. Of course, it won't be that easy to catch me. We can escape on our own at the most critical moment, and when we return to our dynasty, we will have more soldiers to fight. At that time, it won't be just 15,000 soldiers. I will not be so stupid as to not have the face to meet my elders. As long as I am alive, there is hope. Yes, the Tibetan cavalry has moved out. It is almost time to wrap things up. I will give Shaoli a gift." Wang Wan was not arrogant enough to think that she was invincible. She also did not deliberately belittle herself. If she had something good, she would use it. Who cares if the Tibetans had telescopes or eagles? Could it be that she could not throw an atomic bomb at them if they did not have one? The Tibetans felt that this battle was too difficult, but they had to fight. This was a battle in their own territory. If they did not fight the enemy, how could they live a peaceful life? The people of Tatatatu formed a horizontal line and surged forward. 18,000 people who were waiting to take advantage of the situation also followed closely behind. They hoped that this time, they could eliminate the enemy's main force in the vast Golden River. In the middle of the night, the Tibetans lit up their torches. They did not intend to rest and continued to move forward. Just after they moved forward for another 2 hours, 3,000 light cavalrymen ran over from the village and attacked the 18,000 people supply team. Fire arrows filled the sky and lit up the dark night sky. The 3,000 light cavalrymen did not continue to fight. After they finished burning the things, they took out the horses from the opponent's stables and turned to run again. Crazy, the Tibetans were crazy, especially the people from the 3rd Division who came to help. They questioned Tatatatu, "Where is the main force of the Tang army? Didn't you say that they were on the mountain?" They left Tatatatu alone and the people from the 3rd Division went down the mountain together to help. There were more than 5,000 horses. What if they were all lost? The provisions were also burned. Tatatatu also saw the flames in the distance, but he could not figure out why the main force of the Tang army had run away. It was too fast, unless it was the cavalry. However, he still felt that the main force of the Tang army was right in front of him. To prove that he was right, he divided the team into 4,000 and 6,000 men. The 6,000 men continued to move forward while he led the 4,000 men to chase after the 3 troops. He wanted to see if the main force of the Tang army was there. 2 hours later, large dark clouds appeared in the sky. It seemed that there would be a rain before dawn. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck a tree not far away. Tatatu and the others were shocked. Then, the sky turned dark and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Tatatu was still puzzled. How could a thunderstorm make such a commotion? Before he could figure it out, the people in the team started to fall one after another. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. Tatatu looked at the scene with the help of the torch. He was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "There's an ambush." He wanted to show his heroic spirit and continue to charge forward instead of retreating. However, when he saw the spear that pierced through his subordinates in gloomy dark, he wisely chose to escape. As he ran, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao chased after him with their men. The 4,000 men had stayed on the mountain for a few days, and they were finally able to put their skills to good use. The spears made from the branches they cut down were also very useful. Illuminated by enemy torches, they knew where to throw them. Tatatu did not rest in the first place. He only wanted to lure the main force of the Tang army. Now that he had lured them, he did not have the strength to fight back. After running for a while, Tatatu came to his senses and shouted again, "Throw away the torches. Throw them away. Quick." Once the torches were thrown away, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's men would not be able to aim accurately. They did not dare to light the torches as it would be easy for them to be forced into a corner and counterattack. The people of the protection team, go ahead. Act according to the plan. Wang Wan wanted to teach Tatatu a lesson. This was a good opportunity. When she saw that it was dark everywhere and only thunder could light up the place, she immediately ordered the protection team to move out. The people of the protection team rushed into the enemy's team. As they ran, they shouted the Tubo language that they had learned, "Oh no, the enemy is coming. Run." The people behind them listened to the sound and threw their spears. Wherever there was such a sound, they would not fly so as to not hurt their own people. After running for a while, Tatatu's men himself could not run anymore. They could not help but slow down gradually. Some people stopped running and turned around to fight with the Tang army. Taking advantage of the darkness, they really killed some people. "Oh no, General Tatatu is dead. We are surrounded. Hurry up and surrender. Oh no, Tatatu is dead. Surrender." The people of the protection team could not find Tatatu's location and could only continue shouting. This time, a small number of Tubo people stopped running and knelt on the ground to surrender. There were 2 people beside Tatatu who knelt down. Tatatu was so angry that he killed them one by one. He shouted, "Who said that I am dead? I am still." Before he finished shouting, he covered his mouth. He realized that something was wrong. Wasn't he giving the enemy a specific location? Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. Just as he shouted those words, countless spears flew towards his position. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and rushed down the mountain ahead of time. Behind him, there was a series of screams. Tatatu hid behind a tree and shivered. "Damn it, this is too cruel. I will become a porcupine if I am a little later." He did not say anything. The people of the protection team continued to shout that he was dead. This time, he did not say anything. Otherwise, another wave of spears would fly toward him. There were blurry silhouettes everywhere, and he did not know if they were his allies or his enemies. Tatatu thought for a while and took off his clothes. He found a corpse beside him and put them on himself. Taking advantage of the darkness, he slowly crawled to a place. Even so, there were still people who threw spears at him and landed on his calf. He was in so much pain that he grimaced, but he did not make a sound. As he crawled, he realized that there were more people. They seemed to be running behind him. Listening to the shouting, he realized that it was the Tang army. This time, he did not dare to move. He lay on the ground and waited. As long as the Tang army rushed over, he might be able to escape. However, his plan was ruined by a flash of lightning and a child's voice. When the lightning flashed, a voice said, "Eh?" This person was hit in the calf. How did he die? Look. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately came over from beside the two children. Tatatu already knew who the two children were. The spy in Pengzhou had sent the news. The ones who defeated him were not the generals, but the two children. When he heard the news, he did not believe it at all. Otherwise, he would not have the face to live. At this time, when he saw the two children in front of him, he was shocked. However, he understood that it was indeed the two children who were commanding the army. The opportunity was right in front of him. Tatatu did not know where the strength came from. He did not care about the spear in his calf. He pushed off the ground with his hands and rushed toward the two children in front of him. He thought it through. As long as he caught the two children, no one would dare to touch him. When he brought the children back, it would be a great achievement. The people from the seedling protection team had been sent out, and it was so dark. The people guarding Zhang Xiaobao and Wan Wan did not even have time to react. They could only see a blurry shadow leaping over, heading straight for the little young master and little Mississippi. Just as they were in a state of panic, they saw the figure that was pouncing towards them fly away in a flash. Damn, we are going to be generals soon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan retracted their legs at the same time. They cursed and put down the arm that had just shot the arrow. It was really scary just now. Young master, young lady, are you okay? The person next to them asked with concern. There were already people over there who held down the person who dared to sneak attack them. They would not let him die easily if he dared to attack the young master and young lady. It's okay, little guy. How dare a disabled person who was hit by a spear fight with me and Cuckoo? Do you really think you are a hero? Do you think you are me, who can escape from the search with a broken arm? Zhang Xiaobao replied. He lowered his voice so that only Wang Wan could hear him. Wang Wan laughed and said to the people in front of her, "Bring him here. I want to see who is so smart and knows how to play dead." Tatatu did not know how he flew back. He felt a pain in his chest, then his thigh and arm. He could not move anymore. Wang Wan did not need to continue to give orders. She could not. She asked people to light torches and look at the person who almost succeeded in the sneak attack. I am not convinced. I am Tatatu. You can't kill me. I want to fight with your generals again. Tatatu did not hide his identity anymore. That way, he would die faster. The life of a soldier was not worth anything. He still wanted to fight with the two kids. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. They did not expect to catch a big fish. They looked at the person in front of them carefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "No wonder you always lose. You don't even know how to put on makeup. Look at your clothes. They are too small. You don't need to fight with your current appearance. You are lucky today. There is no poison on the arrow. Otherwise, you would have died." Chapter 628. A heavy rain fell, as if it wanted to wash away all the blood in the world. It continued to rain until the evening of the same day, and it showed no signs of stopping. The Tubo people still couldn't find the main force of the Tang army. Not to mention the main force, they couldn't even find the Tang army. All the provisions of the three troops were burned, and more than 5,000 horses were lost. When they were about to find Tatatu and ask him why the main force of the Tang army wasn't on the mountain, they sent someone back to report what happened that night. More than 3,000 of the 4,000 troops of Tatatu were killed, and Tatatu was nowhere to be found. After this battle, more than 7,000 of the 20,000 troops of Tatatu were left. The people of the three troops were speechless. They thought that if they were still behind Tatatu at that time, Tatatu wouldn't have been killed by the enemy. If they were not the main force of the Tang army, who could they be if they were able to kill more than 1,000 of the 4,000 troops? More than 20,000 people had died in the hands of the Tang army. To be more precise, it was 23,000 people. Many people had died in the camp that was attacked yesterday. 15,000 Tang soldiers came in, but after being ambushed, there were only 12,000 left. Including the logistics troops who did not have much fighting power, from the beginning until now, these people had killed more than 20,000 people on his side. The main force of the Tang army didn't seem to be affected at all. They were still able to fight and win. The news just came yesterday. It was said that the commander here had been confirmed. The girl of the 2 children was now 9 years old. Her name was Wang Wan, and those who were familiar with her called her Cuckoo. She was the daughter-in-law of the Izhou provincial governor. She was a very sensible girl. She was cute, pretty, and educated. It was said that she was the best at making wontons. Such a little girl of about 9 years old, took over the defeated Tang army and then fought against the army on his side. The distance she covered could be said to be thousands of miles. She schemed and set up ambushes everywhere. She was invincible and invincible. According to the art of war, she was as swift as the wind, as slow as the forest, as fierce as the fire, as immovable as the mountain, as unpredictable as the shadow, and as swift as the thunder. When did the Tang army have such a person? When did the great Tang become accustomed to letting a child lead its army? These did not seem to be important anymore. What was important was that the main force of the Tang army was still there, and they were still as ruthless as before. No matter how hard they searched, they were still nowhere to be found. The Tubo generals had already lost their temper from the beating, but they had no choice but to fight. She had already released the news that she was just a child, and she was the one who killed them until their blood flowed like a river. If they couldn't even deal with a child, what kind of country would they have? As a result, more troops were mobilized and the Iron Cavalry took up their positions. So many people, so powerful, all for the sake of defeating a 9-year-old girl, Cuckoo, a very nice name. Recently, the officials of Pingzhou no longer placed their official duties as their top priority. All they thought about every day was how many Tibetans had been killed by the logistics battalion. A few days ago, Eagle had already delivered the latest news to Pingzhou. When the officials of Pingzhou saw the battle report, they were speechless. The person had been confirmed. She was Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law. She had led her people to defeat the Tibetans again and again. The evidence was the item on Eagle's body. Now, no one doubted anything. They only hoped that this genius general could continue to kill for the great Tang. The news quickly spread to the surrounding areas. When the wealthy families heard about it, they wanted to work hard to have daughters so that they could be like Wang Wan and lead troops into battle. It could be said that they were both men and women who had been reborn. Of course, no one knew that this was what they thought. They also didn't know that this sentence only appeared when the great Tang was in danger. The people of Izhou also received the news. Zhang Zhong was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He didn't expect that not only were his son and daughter-in-law fine, but they were also hiding under the eyes of the enemy. The army that they led didn't lose too many people and still had the strength to fight. Jiang Wang clan and the people of the Wang family were also glowing, especially Wang Wan's father. In the past, he always felt a little inferior. Although his daughter was powerful, the one in charge was his son-in-law. He followed the Zhang family everywhere and wanted to do something to prove himself. However, he never had the chance. Now, the chance had come. Did you see it? Did you see it? The daughter of the Wang family is not just a decoration. The child of the Wang family is also powerful and can fight. Who can? Who in the world can have a 9-year-old daughter like this? In his joy, he dragged the people from the various strongholds to drink as much as he could. At the table, he kept talking about how he felt when his daughter was born, and how he felt now that his daughter was born. He was right. Even if the chief of the stronghold didn't want to listen to his boasting, he had to bear with it. He knew that he wasn't boasting. His daughter had done it. Old Man Pai and the other two gathered again. They looked at the news and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Old Man Chang said, "Look, it's not wrong. It's the 2 children who are commanding, and it's Cuckoo." Did an expert teach the two children different skills? This time, the Zhang family and the Wang family's momentum has been established. In the future, ordinary people won't dare to provoke them. If they can compete in civil and martial arts, who can be a match for them? Old Man Pai didn't expect Cuckoo, who always smiled when she talked, to have such ability. In the past, when he was with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he mostly looked at Xiao Bao. Cuckoo always stood behind Xiao Bao. One was to support him silently, while the other was to protect Cuckoo at all times. But when it came to fighting, Cuckoo automatically stood in front, while Xiao Bao ran behind Cuckoo to support her. All the logistics were done by Xiao Bao. How were they still two children? Many adults couldn't do this. When one appeared, the other immediately hid. One was in the light, one was in the dark. What would happen when this pair of children grew up? Yes, they didn't need to grow up. They could do it now. If they were given a chance, they would definitely grab it. It seemed that he didn't make the wrong choice and help the right people. In the future, the Tang Empire would be handed over to them. Thinking of this, Old Man Pai sighed and said, I hope Cuckoo comes back soon. If she's surrounded there and something happens, it'll be a loss for our dynasty. If there's no other way, we'll force Pingzhou to send troops. Aren't there many people who want to join the army now? Old Man Yao tried his best to control himself and not let himself get too excited. His body had always been weak and needed to rest. He was afraid that he would get too excited when something happened. He, who had been the prime minister many times, had trained himself to not be shocked by honor or disgrace. But when faced with such a situation, he couldn't treat it with the same attitude as before. Xiao Bao was only a little over 9 years old, but he was able to arrange the logistics so well that the soldiers in front didn't have to worry about the rear. Cuckoo was also a little over 9 years old. She was born in the same year, same month, and same day as Xiao Bao. She was able to lead the soldiers to contend with the strong enemies of Tubo and not be defeated. Even if she was 10 years older, no, 3 years older, at least there would be a 12-year-old prime minister, right? But the two children just had to be exposed at such a young age. They couldn't even hide it. Perhaps it was because they had been hiding it again and again. Yao Chong was really frightened. He had never heard of such a thing. He thought that Tubo must be feeling even worse. So many generals were being toyed with by a 9-year-old girl. Wouldn't they go crazy? Alright, now Tubo's days weren't going to be good. They had mobilized so many soldiers, and even the steel cavalry had to come out. The steel cavalry was the troop that protected Tubo's capital. How much did they have to force Tubo's people to do this? All of the mobilizing of the army was money, and they had profited. With the current dynasty's small military force and the money from the Zhang family and Wang family to organize the logistics, they had dragged Tubo into mobilizing so much financial, material, and manpower. After taking a few deep breaths, Old Man Yao gradually calmed down and said, I think that should be the case. Let Pingzhou mobilize the army. Right now, the people there all want to join the army and serve our dynasty. This is all because of Cuckoo. If a little girl can do it, how could those grown men not be able to do it? Even if they don't mobilize the army, they have to act like they are going to attack and cooperate with Cuckoo. Otherwise, Cuckoo won't have it easy. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are gone, what kind of situation will that be? If that's really the case, I'm willing to exchange my old life for it. I've lived for so long, and I've lived long enough. Nothing must happen to Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. Old Man Chang was the most direct and immediately expressed his position. Old Man Pai didn't say anything, but from the expression on his face, he was willing to exchange his life for it. Just as they were discussing whether or not they should use their status to force Pingzhou to make a move, the imperial edict from the capital arrived. It was specifically for Old Man Yao and Old Man Pai, telling them to fully cooperate with Zhang Zhong in Izhou. At the same time, another imperial edict was sent to Pingzhou, ordering Pingzhou to make preparations to attack. Just as the others were making their moves, Wang Wan began the next step of her plan. she placed a team of nearly 4,000 people on the mountain. She and Xiao Bao personally led 3,000 light cavalrymen to cause trouble for Tubo. After the rain stopped, the road was difficult to travel. Perhaps all the generals were unwilling to attack the enemy under such circumstances, but Wang Wan was an exception. The things she learned didn't care about the influence of the weather. In the past, the troops she commanded were all-weather combat troops. To others, this kind of weather was unbearable, but to her, it was an opportunity. So what if the ground was muddy? If her side was muddy, so were the others. Whoever could take advantage of the terrain would be able to win. In addition, with the help of clouds and binoculars, Wang Wan was confident that she could fight Tubo again in this kind of environment. She would make them tremble when they saw her in the future. The 3,000 light cavalrymen set off with 5 days' worth of food and a large number of arrows. Their target was the 3 troops that had just gathered Tatatu's 7,000 people. Chapter 629. Bows and crossbows are hidden, saddles and horses are hung, hooves are torrential, angrily trampling Jin Chuan. Life is on the blade, soul is on the bottom, arrows are like a storm, wind is like a storm. Ask the enemy if they are afraid, their bodies are in the yellow sand, blood is spilled. Looking at the Jiang Qiangguo pagoda from afar, he sneered and flicked his hair. Perhaps it was because of the rain, but Kumyuk had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Looking at the sky that was not completely clear after the rain, she always felt a chilly wind blowing, even if it was in the tent. In fact, he knew what he was worried about. He was afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of Tatatu. 20,000 people against 7,000 people, it did not seem to be a lot, but the other side only had a little more than 10,000 people. At that time, the Tang army was still in low morale and did not have much rest. At this time, the Tang army's morale was so high that his own army could not compare with it. Moreover, they hid and rested for such a long time. It was true that the general was the courage of the soldiers. It was true that the same soldiers became different after changing the general. His own army also had 20,000 people, and the logistics department of 6,000 people sent out did not lose too many people. But why did he not dare to completely follow the order to launch a battle line to kill? Was he afraid? Was he afraid of a 9-year-old little girl? Kimukahu was not surprised that the other side killed so many people on his side with such a small number of people. The most powerful generals in history were even more powerful than this. He could not understand how a 9-year-old girl could be like those famous generals. If she was on his side, he would feel that the little girl fought a battle pleasing to the eye, but she was not on his side. Reporting, General, the scouts of the 1st and 2nd teams of the Wind Cavalry encountered the enemy and retreated. Only 21 people out of 300 escaped. Just as Kumu and Ku were thinking about how to follow the order without losing too many soldiers, a messenger ran in from outside the tent and reported to them. Kimukahu did not seem to have any reaction after hearing it. He looked at the scenery outside the tent motionlessly. The messenger did not dare to disturb him and stood aside to wait. After a while, Kimukahu said, "No wonder I always felt a gust of cold wind. It turned out that I was targeted. It seems that the Tang army is ready to attack my army. Well, tell me, what kind of enemy did the 1st and 2nd teams of the Wind Cavalry encounter?" Reporting, the brothers who came back said that they encountered about 3,000 Tang soldiers. They were lightly armored and their arrows were like flying locusts. When they came face to face, a large number of brothers around fell. Fortunately, the road was muddy, so they managed to escape. The messenger was also worried. He was afraid of encountering the main force of the Tang army and that little girl. Kumu and Kuhu began to ponder and muttered, 3,000 light cavalry. This means that they are the ones who ambushed the logistics. The main force of the Tang army is still on the mountain. Mud is good. The messenger listened attentively. He didn't know what to do with the mud, so he could only wait for the general's order. Pass down my order. The 6,000 men of the 8 battalions that were sent to reinforce Tadagaritu are to return immediately. The 6 battalions will split into 6 groups and spread out the distance between each other. We will search as we return. Gather all of our cavalrymen. Equip them with light armor and crossbows. Wait for orders. Find Sang Chi-Chi. Kumuku, who originally did not want to let the headquarters go up, but now that the enemy had their eyes on them, they had no choice but to go up, even if they knew who would be at a disadvantage. After the messenger left, Kumuku laughed sinisterly and muttered to himself, "Little girl, this time I'll let you know that not everyone can let you come and go as you please." Wang Wan, who had defeated nearly 300 Tufan soldiers, led her troops and left. She ran into a forest and started to get busy. Shui Yun flew down and told Zhang Yingshan the news on the mountain. She then flew away and continued to monitor the situation on the mountain. She also sent an order. Zhang Xiaobao took out the small pot on his back and lit the fire. He was busy making food for Wang Wan. He was only making food for her. Fighting a war was also very mentally taxing. She had to replenish her nutrients. He poured oil and slowly boiled the sugar. After a while, the sugar changed color and the fragrance floated out. The surrounding soldiers who were looking at them inhaled the fragrance. However, no one came forward. No one wanted to share the food. This was a meal for the general so that he could lead them to victory. Zhang Xiaobao took out pepper and a few other seasonings and stir-fried them in the pot. He looked at the cut meat at the side and sighed, "Ai. It's not easy to get some pork here. I'll just make do with the wild pork. I've already marinated it with white pepper, starch and wine. The fragrant red braised meat needs to be cooked slowly. It will only taste good after 2 hours." Wang Wan leaned against a tree and rested while thinking about what the enemy would do. Occasionally, she would look at Xiao Bao, who was making the red braised meat for her. She revealed a happy smile. During this period of time, Xiao Bao had taken the time to make good food for her. He would do whatever he was told to do. He never felt that he shouldn't listen to a woman just because he was a man. The surrounding soldiers were also envious of General Wang. Although men didn't cook much, the little young master's food was really delicious. Just by smelling it, it was fragrant. When they heard the people from the logistics camp calling him, it seemed that the little young master had a higher status at home. They didn't expect that he would not fight for power with General Wang and would do whatever he was told to do. This kind of a man was not easy to find. Yes, a woman like General Wang was also not easy to find. When the little young master was at home, would he be bullied by General Wang, who could command him? As everyone was thinking, one person unconsciously said it. Zhang Xiaobao was watching the fire. When he heard this person, he turned his head and asked, "You haven't married yet?" This person was shocked and thought that he was doomed. Why didn't he guard his mouth and let the little young master hear it? He quickly shook his head and replied, "No, my family is poor. I can't talk about a wife." "Oh. Don't be afraid of being poor. We are poor, but we are not poor. You fought with your life in Tubo. When you go back, you won't be poor anymore. For those who fought with my little madam, if they died, their families would double the compensation. If they were alive, they would also receive a large amount of money. When the time comes, I will help you find a wife. You have to work hard," Zhang Xiaobao said gently to this person. Okay. When this person thought that he would have a wife in the future, he immediately felt embarrassed. He lowered his head and blushed. But in his heart, he felt that something was wrong. He had clearly offended the little young master. Why would the little young master be kind enough to find a wife for him? Zhang Xiaobao did not expose him. He looked at this person carefully and remembered this person. If this person could really go back alive, he would find a wife for him. The kind that was good at fighting. Let's see if this person would still badmouth him. Another person at the side joined in and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, I already have a wife at home. I don't know if I can get a concubine when I go back." My cooking is not good at all. I don't care if you get a concubine. If you have the ability, you can get one yourself. I will teach you how to sing a song, okay? Zhang Xiaobao looked at this person and said. Okay. I will sing and you will remember. Maybe I will say goodbye. Won't come back again, do you understand? Do you understand? Maybe I'll fall down and never rise again. Do you still want to wait forever? Zhang Xiaobao sang the song with a slightly altered melody to the man, and the people around him also listened. Little young master, I thought about it and decided not to find a concubine. The one at home makes clothes that fit me very well. Everyone in the village praises her. They also say that I am very lucky. I won't marry. If you don't marry, then rest. You still have to kill enemies. Dignity needs to be exchanged with blood. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he added some firewood under the pot. He turned around and went to Wang Wan. He squatted down and massaged Wang Wan's head. At this time, Wang Wan was almost done thinking. While enjoying Zhang Xiaobao's massage, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, you sang really well just now. Why don't I change the military songs that I learned before and teach them? It can also improve their morale. Okay, but the premise is that you have to make more money so that you can give enough money to support the army. In the end, the Tang Dynasty couldn't raise an army and there was chaos. The soldiers listened to who is who. Let's give the money to Shaoli and let him take it out. Then the army will listen to him. I like him more. He is very tough when dealing with the outside world. If we follow him, we can fight a few more wars. In the future, your family will eventually be separated. You can't always follow my family. You need to build your own family. Your younger brother will be supporting your family in the future. You need to have a good reputation so that you can protect him before he can start his own family. Zhang Xiaobao thought that most of the content of the lyrics was different from what it was now. For example, the love of the motherland. The people now listened to who raised them, especially the soldiers of the various regional commanders. This is not good. They need to centralize power. Money. Everything needs to be done with money. They also need to use Li Longji's name. Otherwise, they can start an uprising. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. In the future, they will fight whoever is not satisfied. Weak countries don't have diplomacy. They need to occupy more land and get more resources first. You can decide how to earn money. This time, I am prepared to cripple Tubo. I will make sure that they will not be able to recover within 10 years. Kamukahu's 6,000 men have retreated. They are retreating in different battalions. What is he trying to do? Zhang Xiaobao asked the information he just received when he heard about the war. What else can he do? Xue Yun is not back yet. When it comes back, let it go to Kamukahu's side to take a look. He must be gathering the cavalry. He wants to use 6,000 men as bait to waste our horses and arrows. It is too obvious. He is smarter than Tadamatu. He knows how to use bait. He probably knows that we can only use light cavalry to fight against light cavalry. Wang Wan was very familiar with this kind of thing. There were many examples. For example, during the tank battle at Station 2, they could stop their own tanks from moving and let the enemy constantly look for suitable places to attack to deplete the enemy's fuel. Would a tank without fuel still be a tank? Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he heard that Wang Wan had a plan. Compared to Wang Wan, Kamukahu was still inexperienced. By the time Zhang Xiaobao finished cooking the red braised pork, everyone had rested enough. Wang Wan had a good meal and ordered the 3rd Cavalry Battalion, Light Cavalry, 1st Battalion, 1st Battalion, 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, 1st 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 Battalion. 1st Battalion 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 3rd Battalion 1st 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 Battalion. Chapter 630. Following Wang Wan's order, the 3,000 light cavalry split up and swept out like the wind. Out of the 6,000 Tibetan 8 battalions that acted as bait, other than the one in the front that was unscathed, the other 7 battalions were all attacked. The light cavalry took the upper hand and shot out a wave of arrows. They did not wait for the other party to react and just left. After a while, they would come back again. Every time, they would take away 30 to 50 lives. The 7 battalions of the Tibetan army were already beaten to the point that they could not take it anymore. At the same time, they felt sullen. They recognized the arrows that were shot at them. They were all from the logistics department at the foot of the mountain. It was not a good feeling to shoot their own people with arrows. Each battalion only had 750 people. Seeing that their numbers were slowly being whittled down, they could not do anything. The light cavalry really came and went like the wind. If they were to run back to the main camp from here, they would probably die. Every battalion sent the little bit of cavalry they had back to report, hoping that the reinforcements would come sooner. In the end, the battalions simply stopped running and formed a defensive formation. It was very effective. Every time they were attacked, they did not lose too many people. Soon, Kimukahu received the news. He was also reluctant to send 6,000 people to kill. However, if he did not do this and let 3,000 people escape, it would be more troublesome. If he killed 3,000 people, it would be 3,000 people. After hearing that all the 7 battalions were attacked, Kimukahu finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the Tang army would hold back. Order all the cavalry to set off. Kill. Send someone to tell Sang Chi-Chi to hurry up. This time, I'm not only eyeing those 3,000 people, but also leaving a part of the main force of the Tang army in the mountains for me. Humph. Scheming against the unsuspecting. I want to see how big of a wave that lass can still create. The messenger quickly passed down the order. Kimukahu put on his armor and prepared to meet Wang Wan personally. Although he felt that it was embarrassing to put the lass in such a high position. The troops set off. Kimukahu gathered 4,000 light cavalry and rushed forward. They were prepared to attack the Tang army that had lost their horses and arrows. Kimukahu's team only had 5,000 people. As for the other 5,000 people, they had already been sent out by him. This time, he wanted to give the Tang army a fierce blow. Beside Kimukahu, there was a person who was supposed to be in charge of the army. When he saw that all the soldiers in the headquarters had been mobilized, he worriedly said to Kimukahu, "General, that little girl Cuckoo is also not an ordinary person. Should we join forces with the other 2 troops? Or do you want someone to send a letter and recruit the 2,000 or so people from Tada Shimadu on the mountain? There's no need. Could it be that you want my Tubo's 67,000 people to move out at the same time to capture a single girl and deal with her 10,000 people? The other 2 divisions can't possibly move against me either. That way, I'll get the most credit, so how could they be willing to do it? The more than 2,000 people of Tada Kidu on the mountain had no use for them. They were already scared out of their wits. This little girl didn't know her limits. Did she really think that she was invincible just because she had a few pimples with Tada? If she was given another 10 years, she might be able to become a famous general of her generation. However, I won't give her this chance. Kimukahu vetoed the suggestion of the person beside him. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to find other people to join forces with him. However, just like what he was thinking, other people wouldn't be so cooperative. They might even be waiting for him to return empty-handed. This time, the person beside him didn't say anything. He could only hope that the general's plan would succeed. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. If that little girl Cuckoo was really powerful, wouldn't she be able to see that the 6,000 people were a trap? The Tang army's light cavalry didn't care about what others thought. They listened to General Wang's orders and carried it out very seriously. Even if it consumed a lot of horsepower and arrows, they still persisted in attacking and harassing. Even if they could only kill 10 people at a time, they would shoot the moment they entered the shooting range. They definitely wouldn't give the enemy a chance to counterattack. By the time Kumukuhu's 4,000 light cavalry arrived, half of the 7 battalions had already been killed. Just like that, 2,600 people were killed. When the 4,000 light cavalry arrived, a loud and clear eagle cry sounded in the sky. The Tang army's light cavalry immediately began to retreat and meet up with Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's group. They started to run towards the north. However, their speed was obviously not as fast as before. The horses' noses were constantly blowing out white gas. The 4,000 light cavalry who came with a purpose didn't care about their own injured people. They urged their horses to chase after them. Each one of them had their bows and arrows ready. When they were within the shooting range, they would shoot. This distance was not a normal distance. The other party's horses were still running forward. Furthermore, they were in the wind, so they had to be very close to them. The Tubo people's shooting range was not enough. However, the Tang army's shooting range was enough. Each of them continuously turned around and shot without aiming. They let the Tubo people completely understand how difficult it was to chase after the light cavalry. When the Tubo cavalry had more than 400 people, they finally caught up to the shooting range. Just as they were about to shoot, many ropes suddenly popped out from the ground in the middle of the group. The Tang cavalry in front of them also took out something from their pockets and threw it on the ground. It was a triangular nail-shaped wooden block that they made when they were resting in the forest. When the Tubo people's horses stepped on these wooden blocks, they couldn't run anymore. Although it wasn't as powerful as iron, it wasn't too bad. Those who were caught by the ropes directly jumped down from the horses or were pressed down by the horses. There was no way for them to escape. Half of the Tubo cavalry were directly taken down. The remaining half didn't need to chase after them. They were all carefully controlling their horses to walk the maze. At this time, a rain of spears suddenly shot out from the forest, followed by shouts of killing. Shui Yun shouted excitedly in the sky. It was very clever and didn't come down to do any sneak attacks. It was also afraid of being shot by the arrows. Perhaps it knew that it had completed a very important task and sent the 4,000 people here to prepare. The remaining Tubo cavalry knew that they were finished. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also thought so. They didn't turn back to continue attacking. They led their people to rest and prepare for the next battle. At this time, Sang Chichi was running with all his might with 5,000 light infantry. He had received the order to set off in advance. He bypassed the main battlefield and advanced towards the villages where the Tang army was hiding in the east. He wanted to ambush the main force of the Tang army that was retreating. He ran until he was almost out of breath, but he didn't dare to think about resting. Speed was the most important thing in war. If he didn't make it in time because of laziness, then he didn't need to live anymore. The position in the east was indeed good. He didn't see any Tang army scouts, nor did he find the bodies of his own people killed here. Sang Chichi felt that he was about to make a great contribution. But he didn't know that if he didn't run to the north and continued to go east, he would have found the 4,000 people of the Tang army that retreated to Pengzhou. Among them, there were more than 1,000 local people. With his 5,000 people, he could definitely easily take down these 4,000 people who didn't have much fighting power. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested for a while and recovered a lot of strength, most of the 4,000 pursuing cavalry had been dealt with. Only the slowest ones at the back were lucky enough to go back and report. Every dead person was replaced and the horses that could still be used were brought back. Of the 4,000 chasing horses, only 700 were still usable. The rest were finished. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led people to cut the horse meat. They also filled the first pile of water bags in the nearby river with water. They collected the bows and arrows of the Tubo people and distributed them to those who didn't have them. After all these things were done, Sang Chichi's troops also ran into the village for a short rest. They were waiting for an ambush in a while. Wang Wan didn't give him a chance to rest. She led everyone in the direction of the village. When Shui Yun first found this group of people, she and Xiao Bao were frightened. They thought that this group of people went to chase after the retreating logisticians. Kumukahu didn't slow down with his 5,000 people. They had already arrived at the place where the 8 battalions were located. There were 6,000 people in the 8 battalions. Now, there were only 3,000 who could still fight. More than 2,600 people died, and the rest were seriously injured. It could be said that the losses were heavy. Kumukahu would be lying if he said that he didn't feel bad. But when he thought that the cavalry in front of him had wiped out the enemy's cavalry, he and Sang Chichi would work together to severely injure the rest of the Tang army. That would make up for the losses here. He believed that he could ask where the main force of the Tang army was when he caught the people of the light cavalry. After gathering the remnants of the 8 battalions, Kumukahu led the team and continued to move forward. He also asked everyone to run. This way, they could move faster and avoid the Tang army from escaping in advance. But what he waited for was not the news of the victory of the cavalry, but more than 100 cavalry who escaped. After a series of inquiries, Kumukahu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. The main force of the Tang army actually appeared. They even cooperated with the light cavalry to destroy his cavalry. They even used tripping ropes. Was it a precaution in advance, or a plan to deal with his cavalry this time? At this time, Kumukahu was like Tatatu at that time. He had no idea. If it was the former, he could immediately lead people to kill. If it was the latter, should he chase? It turned out that not being able to guess the enemy's tactics on the battlefield was so uncomfortable. Chase, no matter what, I have to see the main force of the Tang army. It's best to see what that little girl looks like. I have to figure it out. Kumyuk made up his mind. The group continued to run forward. After an hour, he saw the corpses of people and horses. Needless to say, they were killed by spears one after another. The blood gathered together and flowed into the river in the east, overflowing the pits left by the horses. When the Tubo people saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. How ruthless a 9-year-old girl was. It was obvious that the people on the ground were the last ones to be stabbed. It was the same for the horses. None of them were left alive. In a more spacious area, someone even used something to write the mark of a pit. The blood was drawn in and formed words, Tubo words. Tubo plotted to destroy the Yangtze River embankment and directly killed 1655 people of Wangjiang in Shuzhou. Today, I ask you, Tubo, do you still dare to do it? Seeing such words, all the Tubo soldiers were speechless. They finally understood why the Zhang family sent out such a killing god. It turned out that it was to avenge the people who were killed by the spies they sent to Wangjiang in Shuzhou. Wasn't this too vengeful? Something that happened so far away actually came to Tubo to look for it. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Ruthless, really ruthless. Now, they finally knew how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family were. They would remember this name. Kumukahu could no longer describe his feelings. Was it fear or anger? Provocation, a blatant provocation. Being questioned by a 9-year-old girl using the blood of their own people in such a condescending manner. This was a challenge to a country with one person's ambition. No matter what he thought in his heart, no matter whether he answered or not, he was at a disadvantage and had no face left. Chase, I want to tear her apart with my own hands. Chase after her and fight it out. I want to see how they can escape. The anger in Kumukahu's heart was finally suppressed by fear. He was a general. If he could swallow this insult and let others threaten his own country, wouldn't he still be human? More than 7,000 Tubo soldiers also thought the same. If they retreated or stopped, wouldn't it be telling the 9-year-old girl that they didn't dare to do it? If that was really the case, they should just find a rope and hang themselves. It was a shame. There was no need to mention the grievance in their hearts. More than 7,000 people ran madly following the tracks. When they reached the front, they were all dumbfounded. The 5,000 people led by Sang Chichi were being surrounded and shot by the 7,000 cavalry. From the looks of it, more than 1,000 people had already fallen. Kumukahu finally understood one thing. The Tang army that he was thinking about just now was prepared with ropes and specifically targeted him. Half of the bait he sent out was eaten. The 4,000 light cavalry could be said to be completely annihilated. Right now, this army that was supposed to be used for an ambush was found and killed by the other party. It was impossible for something like this to happen suddenly. It must have been planned by the other party. At this moment, the Tang army that was surrounding and killing suddenly stopped. A group of people came out from the group. In the front were 2 very cute children. When they were a certain distance away, the little girl immediately started to shout the Tubo language that she just learned. Kumukahu, right? Today, I killed your soldiers to take revenge for the people of Wangjiang. Let me ask you personally, do you still dare to do it? Tell me, do you dare? With a kpu sound, 2 streaks of blood spurted out from Kumukahu's nose. His body swayed and fell to the side. Everything in front of him was pitch black. When the Tubo soldiers heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too much of a bully. If they had a rich vocabulary like Zhang Xiaobao, they would definitely curse at the top of their lungs "fuck your mother," and then charge over to kill. However, they did not curse like that. They all cursed their own words and charged over without a care for their lives. Retreat, slowly wear them down. I don't believe it. When Wang Wan saw that the other party was charging, she turned her horse around and ran. The Tubo people did not care about the speed of the other party as they chased after them with all their might. In the end, without Kumu and Kuhu's command, the 7,000 Tubo people who came later and the remaining 2,500 Tubo people who were surrounded and shot down by Wang Wan's 7,000 cavalrymen. The method was very simple. Run in the direction of the wind and then charge at the place where the arrows were not lethal. Then, with the help of the wind and inertia, they would shoot arrows and not give the other party a chance to retaliate. Without Kumukahu's command, the Tubo soldiers chased with all their might. They were determined to stop the Tang army. When the Tubo soldiers had chased for more than 30 li, they were already out of strength. After many people were killed, Kumukahu, who was supported by others, woke up. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately ordered his troops to retreat and hide in the village. They formed a defensive line and were not allowed to attack. This battle lasted until night time. The Tubo soldiers were only left with around 6,000 people. The Tang army also ran out of arrows and piled up their horses. Only then did they retreat. Kumukahu entered a commoner's house and was in a daze. 20,000 people were plotted against by the other party step by step. They were only left with around 6,000 people. It was over. It was over for him. He clearly did not underestimate the enemy and even made arrangements. How could he not be able to outsmart a little girl? Could it be that she was the reincarnation of a military god? With such a cute and obedient little face and such a rosy little mouth, why were the words that came out of her mouth so infuriating and her actions so ruthless? Kumukahu was not the only one who did not understand. The Tubo soldiers who felt that they had escaped a calamity would also dream of a little girl with a face full of smiles. She personally held a sword and looked at her brothers beside her one by one. After killing one, she smiled and asked if they dared to do it. As a result, countless people were frightened awake. Just as the Tubo soldiers were thinking that they had nothing to do for the night, a dozen people ran down from the mountain and finally found Kumukahu. They reported to Kumukahu, who was still unable to sleep. The 2,400 people who had been recruited on the mountain were attacked by the main force of the Tang army at night and were completely annihilated. They were released and said that the main force was here. They wanted to pass a message to the general and ask if the Tubo soldiers still dared to come. Kumukahu fainted again. Perhaps it was because she had experienced it before. She woke up faster this time. The first thing she did when she woke up was to kill the people who came back from the mountain. Kumukahu, who was unable to sleep, was patrolling the temporary camp. At around 6 o'clock a.m., the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Countless fire arrows flew into the village. Night attack. The Tubo soldiers could only drag their tired bodies and prepare to face the enemy. In the end, the enemy shot dozens of people to death and burned down a bunch of houses before retreating. The Tubo soldiers continued to prepare to sleep. However, at around 5 o'clock a.m., the Tang army came again. Fire arrows flew and then retreated. Just like this, Wang Wan ordered her men to seize the time to rest. At the same time, she ordered people to take turns to harass the Tubo soldiers. Kumukahu clearly knew this tactic, but he could not think of any way to deal with it. If he did not do anything, the enemy would definitely see the opportunity and send a large force to suppress them. He could only go along with it. He hoped that the other two divisions would come to support him soon. He had already sent out a messenger and hoped that it would not be stopped. When the sky was about to brighten, the Tang army finally left and did not continue to harass them. At the same time, the other two divisions also used their fastest speed to send a message, telling them to hold on for one more day and that they would come to support them. Kumukahu, who had relaxed, ordered a portion of his men to be on guard outside. He did not want to let the rest after the Tang army launched a sneak attack. In the end, an hour later, 3,000 Tang soldiers suddenly appeared in the village. They raised their swords and killed the Tubo soldiers who had just fallen asleep. At the same time, the Tang soldiers outside rushed back to attack from both inside and outside. When the sky was bright, the attack ended. Kumukahu was relatively lucky. He rode a horse and led his 300 personal guards to break out of the encirclement and escape. The remaining people became the offerings for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to worship the people of Wangjiang. The two of them brought all the Tang soldiers to temporarily build a sacrificial altar. They kowtowed 3 times and prayed to the 1,000-bone pagoda at Wangjiang in Shuzhou. Following that, Wang Wan left behind some words and led everyone to the yellow sand in the north. When Kumukahu and the other two divisions of reinforcements rushed back, they saw that all of their men had died there. There was also a sacrificial altar, and there was also a line of words written with blood. To the souls of the people of Wangjiang, I ask you again, Tubo, do you dare to come again? The people who saw these words and the scene gave the 9-year-old Wang Wan a name, Demon Fiend. When the demon fiend was angry, red blood would flow for 1,000 miles. At the same time, they gathered the other two divisions of people to inform the other divisions behind them and chased after the yellow sand. They had to take revenge. Chapter 631. As Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the army north, the people of Pengzhou quickly learned of many things. Pengzhou's government army had urgently recruited 120,000 people. Anyone who was willing to join the army would be given a share. They pretended to be ready to attack Tubo at any time, but they restrained themselves. When the people in the various strongholds in Wing Prefecture heard that the child of this official, who was like a brother to them, was fighting with the Tubo people, they took out the little money they had just saved and insisted that Zhang Zhong buy food for the government soldiers so that they could go and rescue the child as soon as possible. In addition to money, the adult men in the various strongholds also requested that Zhang Zhong organize a logistics camp to go kill the enemy together. Now, the logistics camp's combat ability had been recognized by the local people as being more powerful than the vanguard. Zhang Zhong persuaded and refused, but he didn't dare to tell others the truth. Pengzhou's government army was just putting on a show. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo returned, those who had to farm and those who had to have children would do so. It wasn't to the extent that ordinary people would go to war. Zhang Zhong's days were much better now. With the reputation that his son and daughter-in-law had made, the merchants who were originally hesitant to be invited happily came to Yizhou to cooperate with them. They were afraid. The new information that the spies sent back from Tubo made them worry that Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law would come back and find out that they didn't cooperate with Zhang Zhong. She would lead the troops to wipe them out. They now believed that the Zhang family and the Wang family were the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Based on the abilities of Demon Fiend, they were certain that he didn't need to bring any powerful troops. The usual guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were enough. Wouldn't dealing with people like them be child's play? The pigeons flying from Yizhou to the capital were clearly not enough. The capital had already sent 3 cages of pigeons in case of emergency. This time, Gao Lishur brought the news back during the morning court session. Li Longji even temporarily stopped the court session to wait for Gao Lishur to do something else. None of the officials in the court objected. Even LV Yenzhua, who had always been at odds with Zhang Zhong, remained silent. Everyone wanted to know if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had returned, or if they were still hiding there, waiting for an opportunity, or if they had been caught. Gao Lishur ran back and forth. This time, he didn't have the time to take a look. He didn't know what was going on in front of him. As soon as he returned to the hall, he looked at Li Longji and waited for him to speak. Previously, Li Longji had slightly lost his composure in front of the 3 officials. This time, in order to avoid such a situation, he first took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before instructing Gao Lishur, read. Gao Lishur slowly opened the letter in his hand. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva to soothe his throat, he read, "This official, by Go, Yao Chongchen, the commander of the logistics camp in Yizhou, Great General Cuckoo, after defeating 13,000 Tufan soldiers, hid in a few villages near the Duchuan River. He formed a group of 3,000 light cavalry and attacked Kumukahou's troops. Kumukahou led the troops to encircle and annihilate them. With 8 battalions of infantry as bait, 4,000 light cavalry attempted to devour them. Another 5,000 infantry hurriedly marched around the village, vowing to destroy the main force of the Tang army on the Jinchuan front line. Kumukahou personally led 5,000 officers and 4,000 light cavalry to hold the rear. One day later, 8 battalions of infantry successfully lured Cuckoo, exhausting his horses, dispersing his arrows, and exhausting his soldiers. When the 4,000 light cavalry arrived, Cuckoo's light cavalry was already exhausted. When he read this, Gao Lishur's hand trembled. His throat suddenly became dry. He didn't make a sound and looked down. The people in the court felt their hearts skip a beat. It was over. Li Longji, who had long been mentally prepared, still couldn't control himself. His expression changed as he angrily said, "Read." Yes. Only then did Gao Lishur realize that when he didn't make a sound and continued to read, his expression became a lot better. By this time Cuckoo had led the light cavalry to kill more than 2,600 of the 8 battalions of infantry. When they encountered the enemy's light cavalry, they ran with all their might, luring the Tufan's light cavalry to pursue them. Later on, they ambushed the 4,000 Tang army on the mountain, tripping the horses and throwing spears. When Kumukahou led 5,000 men to arrive, the 4,000 light cavalry were all gone. Then they drew blood on the ground, saying that the common people of Wangjiang in Shuzhou had died miserably. This disaster was attributed to Tufan. Would Tufan dare? Furious, Kumukahou led his troops to continue the pursuit. At this time, Cuckoo led 7,000 light cavalry to kill 5,000 Tufan troops who took a detour. In front of the 2 armies, they asked again if Tufan dared. Kumukahou was so angry that he fainted. He seized the opportunity to attack and kill, forcing Kumukahou's troops to enter the village and defend. In the middle of the night, they turned to the river and killed Kumukahou's more than 2,000 men. Then they attacked in batches throughout the night. At dawn, the 3,000 Tang warriors who had been lying in ambush in the tunnel under the village joined forces with Cuckoo's troops to attack from the inside and broke Kumukahu. Kumukahu took advantage of the chaos to escape and led the other two troops to rendezvous. Blood flowed like a river in the village, bodies everywhere. There was also a sacrificial altar, offering sacrifices to the common people of Wangjiang, asking again if Tufan dared. Tufan's two troops pursued again, pointing their swords to the yellow sand. Cuckoo was a demon. Someone wrote a poem, "Tender face is sweet and beautiful, laughing and talking slaughter the world, corpses piled up like a river, asking June dared." The more Gao Lisha recited, the better his mood was, the faster he recited. After he finished reciting, he was thirsty and snatched the cup specially made by the Zhang family from Zhang Shua's hand. He unscrewed the lid and gulped down a mouthful of water. Zhang Shua did not have any intention to snatch the cup back. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Good kill, good question, let's see if Tufan still dared." "According to what you said, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao have already led their men to kill more than 35,000 Tufan soldiers. If they could come back, they did not come back and instead led the two Tufan troops of 40,000 men to kill in the desert?" The people who reacted nodded one after another. It seemed that Cuckoo had not killed enough. Li Longji also picked up the cup of tea beside him and drank it. He usually did not drink when he was in court, but now he was afraid that he would reveal it because of his agitation. He used this as a cover and hid his face behind the cup. However, his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect that it was indeed that little lass, Cuckoo, who was giving orders. This little lass was really capable, and her heart was really ruthless. She did not show any mercy when she killed people. He also had portraits of her and Xiao Bao here. These two were very good-looking children, especially when they smiled and showed two dimples. How could they kill until they vomited blood and corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river? How much hatred did this little lass have to become like this? The commoners of Wangjiang should be satisfied. In the future, if Zhang Zhong were to become an official somewhere, no one would dare to make a move against the commoners of that place. The de Montfien's reputation was built on human lives. Her delicate face was sweet and beautiful, and her laughter could slaughter the world. It was indeed so. Good, when she came back, he would not let her go out and raise her. When she grew up, wouldn't she be even more powerful? At that time, when there was a war elsewhere, if she really could not handle it, he would send her out. When Li Longji thought of this, he calmed down and passed the cup of water to the side. Wei Wei looked at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court with a smile, waiting for them to calm down. All the officials in the hall were also digesting the news that they received. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. More than 35,000 Tubo people were killed, and the Tubo soldiers were toyed with. Especially when they were asked, it was truly too delightful. Of course, there was also one person who was feeling afraid while feeling happy for the current dynasty. That person was LV Yenzhua. He knew that he had done a lot of bad things behind the scenes. Although he had never succeeded, he had still done it. Today, he even said that the emperor gave Cuckoo and Xiao Bao too high an official position. If Cuckoo were to know about this. Alright, this matter has been settled. When the army returns in triumph, we will discuss the matter of the rewards. Where were we just now? Was it that Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were given too high an official position? Then what position should they be demoted to? Or was it like what LV Qing said, that the two children should not be given official positions? LV Qing, say something else. At this moment, Li Longji opened his mouth and looked at LV Yenzhua. This official is here. LV Yenzhua had no choice but to stand up. He hated himself for saying this today. Wouldn't it be fine if he said this a day later? Wang Wan had made such a huge contribution. Even if she was given an official position, no one would be able to say anything. Otherwise, she would be sent to fight against the Tubo army. LV Yenzhua, who stood up, looked around and coughed, "Your Majesty, what I mean is that we should wait for them to grow up before giving them official positions. They are still young. Young? A general by the side widened his eyes and asked. They are not young either. That, Gan Luo was proficient in politics at a young age, and Xiang Lu was a congsure at the age of 7. They are not young, but this official is afraid that I am the monarch of Lu country and the Qin king? That I can't protect Xiaobao and Cuckoo? That the Tubo army is the one that killed Xiang Lu, and that Cuckoo can't return in the end? Li Longji's mouth fell again as he stared at LV Yenzhua. LV Yenzhua's heart tightened. He knew that he had said something wrong. If Cuckoo and Xiaobao really didn't return, he would be the first to suffer. Wasn't he saying that the emperor was as useless as the monarch of Lu country, that he couldn't protect the capable people of the country? After Li Longji asked this question, he didn't wait for LV Yenzhua to explain and immediately issue an edict, ordered Jiannan to mobilize the elite troops to attack Jinchuan and Gada city. Let me occupy those 2 cities. Why can't I protect the 2 children who fought for the country? Even if I have to use people to fill in the gaps, I will bring back Cuckoo and Xiaobao. There is no need to discuss the matter of the 2 of them being mere empty officials. Is there anything else? Li Longji was really angry. Was he that kind of muddle-headed and incompetent emperor? He was waiting for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to help him more in the future. Not to mention that the 2 adorable children had an expert to teach them, even if they were as monstrous as Xiang Lu, he still had to protect them. That was only for the monstrous talents of other countries, not for Great Tang. The officials began to discuss other matters. All of them tried their best to avoid the Zhang family and Wang family so as to avoid being implicated. LV Yenzhua also kept quiet. If he continued to find trouble, he would be the first one to be torn apart. The first thing that was sent out was the imperial edict. Li Longji was originally prepared to fight with the Tubo army. Originally, he wanted Guotu to launch a sneak attack, and after the Tubo army attacked, Jiannan would mobilize the army to launch a successful counterattack. Since a large portion of the Tubo army was destroyed and a portion was lured away, it was the perfect time to launch an attack. At the same time, it would make things easier for Cuckoo. He believed that Cuckoo would definitely be able to lead the troops to defeat the Tubo army and return victorious. He heard that the 2 children were good cooks, and perhaps he would have the opportunity to taste it personally. Chapter 632. This time, the news was received from Wing Prefecture after the first 2 pigeons had flown for half a day. Perhaps the second pigeons had flown faster, and the first pigeons had arrived not long after. The matters in the imperial court had already been discussed, but the court had yet to be dismissed. It was a good opportunity to see if there was any new news. It shouldn't be bad news. Even if they couldn't win against Wan, they could still escape. The 2 people that were sent after her could escape with the eagle. Sure enough, it wasn't bad news. In the letter, it was written that Yun Shuifei had made arrangements after arriving at Pengzhou. He wanted Pengzhou to take over the logistics and Tubo's 4,000 people, as well as provisions, and send the commoners to Wing Prefecture. At the same time, he wanted the imperial court to go to Sanshui County to find the person who raised the eagle with Zhang Ying. He wanted this group of people to go to Pengzhou, and when they arrived, they would cooperate with Pengzhou to make a feint attack against Tubo. This would slightly restrain the Tubo's armored cavalry. Then, he would transfer 10,000 elite troops from Jiannan's circuit to secretly go to the villages with tunnels under the cover of the feint attack. Don't forget to go to Wing Prefecture to get things when you go there. It was the charcoal and vegetable oil that had been collected some time ago. Bring them to the villages and wait for him to come back. Hide well and don't be discovered. When he returned to the army, they would cooperate with him. He wanted to send a general who didn't need to be too capable, but had to be obedient. When the officials in the imperial court heard this news, some of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Cuckoo, this little lass, was too formidable, right? She had already started making arrangements for the following matters. She was really bold. She actually wanted to ambush Tubo at that place. Didn't she already use that village once? Wasn't she afraid of being discovered if she used it again? Didn't she start buying the vegetable oil and charcoal a long time ago before Zhang Zhong arrived? She even wanted to bring it to the villages. Could it be that she would need it at that time? What was it for? How was Cuckoo planning to use 10,000 people to ambush them? Li Longji didn't expect that Cuckoo's arrangements would be so far away. She had already prepared provisions in Wing Prefecture, and even asked him to go to Sanshui County to find the eagle. She also made arrangements to send Pengzhou to make a feint attack. If this was the case, wouldn't his previous decree disrupt Cuckoo's arrangements? This arrangement was no longer a tactical one, but a strategic one. Should he take the lead, or should he listen to the little girl? Li Longji found himself in a difficult position. At this moment, LV Yenzhua felt that his opportunity had come. He looked enviously at the officials in the imperial court who had beautiful cups. Thinking that no one in his family had ever given him such a cup, he felt that he could build a good relationship with the Zhang family. Thus, he stepped forward and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not." "If you don't know, then don't say it." Li Longji was still angry with LV Yenzhua, so when he heard LV Yenzhua's question, he didn't give him any face at all. LV Yenzhua was stunned for a moment. That wasn't right. What followed should have been, "It's fine." Why did it change? "Your Majesty, may I be so bold as to say something?" LV Yenzhua shamelessly ignored Li Longji's warning. Seeing that the higher-ups didn't object, he continued. "This subject thinks that Miss Cuckoo is a rarely seen general. She must have her reasons for making such arrangements. There is no harm in following her instructions." "Then did we issue the wrong decree?" Li Longji asked. "No, how could your Majesty be wrong? Cuckoo isn't wrong either. This subject thinks that Cuckoo had Pengzhou feign an attack because she was afraid that the generals leading the army would be at a disadvantage. After all, the Tufan cavalry was mobilized, so she had Falcon follow. She was worried about the other generals and didn't understand them well. She was worried that our court would suffer too many casualties. Does your Majesty agree?" LV Yenzhua continued to explain to avoid being misunderstood. Li Longji thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." All the civil and military officials in the imperial court also admitted that they couldn't find a general as powerful as Cuckoo. There were generals who could win battles, but they couldn't find one who could kill so many enemies with so few casualties. It wasn't like in the past, when there were still many famous generals. Seeing that the emperor agreed, LV Yenzhua continued, "However, our court can't always let Cuckoo lead the army every time there is a battle. Wouldn't our court have no one? Your Majesty can send troops from Jiannan Circuit. At the same time, send 10,000 elite soldiers to follow Cuckoo's instructions. As for the deployment, Cuckoo is a famous general and will adjust accordingly. If your Majesty agrees, this subject will personally go to Sanshui County to train the Falcon to coordinate with our court's march. This subject's neck was stiff last night and has already had someone check it. The effect wasn't good. This subject also wants to go to Dei Hospital to have a look." In order to ease the atmosphere, LV Yenzhua shook his head. He really felt that he couldn't move. All the officials in the imperial court laughed. Even Li Longji didn't have a sullen expression like before. In that case, Minister LV will be tired from the journey. Li Longji also wanted to see if Cuckoo could immediately adjust according to the layout. In his mind, Wang Wan was already a famous general. A famous general naturally understood that the situation was not constant, and the water was impermanent. In any case, the danger would be smaller if the troops were sent out. Even if the matter was settled, LV Yenzhua found an opportunity to ease the situation. Of course, he wouldn't take a carriage. There was a boat, and the river wasn't frozen yet. Wang Wan was still leading people to escape. This time, she was satisfied. After killing so many people, when the news spread to Shuzhou, the people there would definitely cry and then be very happy to avenge them. The message from the eagle was written by Zhang Xiaobao. He also had his own arrangements. Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to have such a plan on the way to Izhou. Riding on the horse, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I found that you are really suitable for logistics. You have arranged everything that you can think of and that might happen. Otherwise, you would have to do it now. I will reward you by making me red braised pork tonight. Women are starting to rebel when they have the ability, right? You want to reward me by making you food? Good idea. There are still 40,000 people behind us. I don't want to be buried in the sand." Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. He didn't have nightmares at night because of killing too many people. Wasn't it just a few people dying? His hands were also covered in blood. In the future, when he became a local official, who would dare to use the people to threaten him? The surrounding soldiers were also more relaxed. Although close to 1,000 people had died in this battle, they had still fought to show their might. What was the use of being a soldier if they didn't fight? Only when they killed their enemies until they became obedient and didn't dare to look for trouble would they be able to live a stable life. A peaceful life was built with their lives. Just like the song that General Cuckoo taught, "You don't want to be a soldier, I don't want to be a soldier. Whoever comes will protect the motherland, who will protect the home." Which country was afraid of death? Which country's people were waiting to be bullied? Wang Wan didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao said. In any case, the food she ate had to be prepared by Xiaobao. Others suffered when they were fighting, but her food was not bad. She made a handful of wild vegetables, and Xiaobao could wrap them into a box and fry them. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao mention the arrangements, Wang Wan was not worried. This was her field of expertise. She said, "Take it slow. There are still a few days before we enter the desert. They won't dare to send light cavalry." That's good. I was worried about the lack of horses. All in all, we only have a little more than 8,000 horses. There are still 1,000 people who don't have horses to ride and take turns to run on the ground. Their speed is a drag and they are tired. I know what they are thinking. They want to force us into the desert. They will block us outside and look for an opportunity to destroy us. This time, I will let them know that our army is a strong army that can fight in all weather and all terrain. Be prepared. Hunt more prey. I have use for it. Wang Wan did what she said. She sent people to see if there were any wild beasts around. If they encountered some small village, the poultry and livestock raised by the people were also fine. If they used weapons to exchange with the people would be very willing. The two groups following behind did think so. They didn't dare to send cavalry to chase and kill. It was easy to be schemed against. But it was easier to drive the Tang army into the desert. They would see what they could do when the time came. Kumukahu had no right to make a decision. In fact, according to his idea, they should fight now. Even if the Tang army died, it was still a little bit. How could 40,000 people lose to less than 10,000 Tang soldiers? But the army belonged to others. He couldn't command it. He was only allowed to go with the troops because they pitted him. Kumukahu gathered his remaining soldiers. In total, there were less than 1,000 people. He barely managed to form a battalion. Half of them were injured. They were given to him by the two groups. It turned out that Tadatadu's soldiers were taken in. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to form a battalion. After following behind for 2 days, Kumukahu had enough rest. As long as he didn't think about the deaths of so many of his men, he would be like a normal person. He always wanted to take revenge for the deaths of so many of his men. Seeing that the Tang army in front was not moving fast, he felt that this was an opportunity. Hence, he found the leader of the other group, Lufu Tuda. He discussed with Lufu Tuda about borrowing some soldiers. He didn't need a lot. He just needed 3,000 cavalry. He brought his men and ran to the front to attack. If he did this, at least the Tang army's deployment would be disrupted. Otherwise, why would the Tang army be walking slowly in front of them? Could it be that he and his men were so scared that they didn't have the courage to go up against the 9,000 soldiers? After Lufu Tuda heard Kumukahu's idea, he decisively rejected it. He meant that Kumukahu, how dare you say such a thing? Don't you know how your own soldiers are being taken care of? Kumukahu returned to his tent gloomily. Looking at the 700 soldiers in the battalion, he shook his head. He could only give up on this idea. He felt like he had lost an opportunity, but Lufutuda was tempted. The reason he rejected Kumukahu was because he didn't want Kumukahu to succeed. If that happened, Kumukahu would be able to make up for his loss. That wouldn't do. The reason why he let Kumukahu follow was because he had fought with the Tang army before. Even if he lost, he would still understand the Tang army in some aspects. Thinking about Kumukahu's plan, Lufutuda decided to follow it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still busy with their preparations when Shui Yun flew to Pengzhou. It would probably take another 2 hours before it returned with news. Very quickly, night fell. Zhang Xiaobao baked spring pancakes for Wang Wan, braised some wild vegetables with salt, stir-fried some shredded meat with rabbit meat and made a bowl of soup with some bird's egg that he picked up. Although the ingredients were few and simple, the taste was not bad. Wang Wan rolled up a pancake and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "When we go back, why don't we open a small shop and find 2 people to be workers? I'll be in charge of the accounts and you'll cook. We have a big shop, why don't you say that I'll be in charge of the accounts? I'm familiar with this. If I don't do it well and just lose money, won't I die of exhaustion if the food is delicious?" Shui Yun is back, let's see what it says. Zhang Xiaobao watched Wang Wan eat. He was happy that Wang Wan was enjoying it. Of course, he felt that it would be better if Wang Wan could watch him eat. At this time, Shui Yun flapped its wings and landed. It rubbed its head affectionately with Zhang Ying and cried twice. No one knew what it was trying to say. They just watched Zhang Ying stroke Shui Yun's head and feed it something. Then, he took off the thing tied to his leg. "Little young master, little miss, this is a letter from master." Zhang Ying could read quite a few words and knew who it was just by looking at the cover. He said as he passed it over. "My father? What happened to my father? Did something happen in Wing Prefecture?" Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and was puzzled. Maybe he wants us to go back early. Xiao Bei and the others probably miss us. Let's take a look. Wang Wan stuffed the last bit of the cake into her mouth and said vaguely. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little homesick. He didn't ask for much, as long as he could see his family every day. That kind of happiness was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. He opened the letter, scanned it from beginning to end, and threw it to Wang Wan. He tapped his face with his hand and thought about something. Wang Wan hadn't read the letter yet. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she knew that something had happened. Someone had been marked by Xiaobao, and it was a very serious kind. The consequences wouldn't be good. She took the letter and read it. The first part was written by parents to their children. They said that it was cold, so they should be careful outside, eat more meat, and go back early. If they couldn't win, they should run. Don't foolishly fight with others. Everything at home was fine. The second part was written about recent events. It said that the people of Wing Prefecture were very cooperative. Merchants from other places also came to invest a lot. It was estimated that after the new year, they would be able to build a foundation here. Even if they weren't here in the future, the people of Wing Prefecture could continue to live a good life. They harvested quite a lot of fruits and used them to make fruit wine. They also harvested grain. Recently, the price of grain was much higher than before. In the past, a bushel of millet cost 16 copper coins. Now, it had risen to 24 copper coins. Perhaps, the price would fall after the autumn harvest. Their family did not lack money, so they accepted the expensive grain. It was important to plan early to make wine. The growth of hemp this year was good. Originally, they thought that the price would be cheaper, but it also rose by half. Many merchants here heard about the matter of set breeding and began to buy livestock and poultry. Fortunately, their family had bought a lot of mules in advance. Should they buy more? Or let the people of Wing Prefecture raise chickens in the mountains, just like in Sanshui County? This was what was written in the letter. It didn't mention who was scheming, who didn't cooperate, or what kind of decree the imperial court had sent. It seemed very normal. Wang Wan was puzzled. What was in the letter that made Zhang Xiaobao do such a scheming action? After waiting for a while, Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was still meditating. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiaobao, are you in trouble? You've never thought about things for such a long time before." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, took the letter, and read it from beginning to end. He threw it aside and said, "Troublesome, it's really troublesome. If I were at home, it would be easier. I ran so far away and can't do it at any time. Say, in an economic war, how slow is slow, and how fast is fast. When it's slow, it can be done for a year and slowly plan. When it's fast, it's a race against time. If it's slow, it can't be done. If it's a step late, it can't be done. Isn't this troublesome?" "Ah. I asked you to read the letter. Did the letter say that it's an economic war?" Wang Wan took the letter and read it carefully. There was nothing wrong with it. It was normal for the price of grain to rise. Now that the autumn harvest was coming, it was the time for the last round of price increases. Then, the price would drop a lot. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Yes, an economic war, and it's coming fiercely. If I'm not wrong, it must be someone from Tubo behind the scenes. He's a master. Why haven't I heard of such a talent in Tubo? If I were in Wing Prefecture now, I wouldn't be afraid. Can he overturn the heavens? Why can't I see it?" Wang Wan didn't doubt Zhang Xiaobao's judgment. When a person like Xiaobao operated, it was like fighting a war. It was hard to predict, but it was hard to figure out what was wrong with the ordinary information in the letter. After asking, she saw Zhang Xiaobao's eyes looking at the night sky in a daze. Wang Wan thought about it again, but she still couldn't figure it out. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Don't tell me that's your perception?" "Perception? Oh, perception is sometimes right and sometimes wrong. I believe in perception, but I believe in data analysis more. Let me tell you. Look, the price of grain has risen. It's normal. It's the last price increase before the autumn harvest, and then it should fall. Fortunately, we can make a profit in the process and buy the farmer's grain at a low price. The price of hemp has risen. It's normal. Hemp is also a crop, and it's spread. Ordinary people don't see any problems. After all, my father's reputation is there. Looking at it separately, everything is under control, but it's not normal when they are put together. In the simplest way, the oil companies in our country are carrying out a unified rectification in order to obtain greater profits in the future, so as to improve the oil refining technology and standardize it. What do you think the consequences will be?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan after analyzing a little. "Consequences? Of course, the price of refined oil will rise. But this behavior is wrong. The rectification can't be unified. It needs to be done in batches. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact on society. Isn't it obvious that they are shouting at the state?" Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. "That's right. The reason why the oil companies are doing this must be because of the political faction behind them, especially when they're about to change industries. This is because it doesn't just affect refined oil, but also the overall economic environment of a society. The stability of prices is supported by productivity and the transportation industry. The unified rectification of the oil companies is using their own losses to threaten a certain faction. What if they restrict electricity? The transportation costs increase, and the energy consumption increase. Just these two factors at the same time can cause the price of social goods to rise by more than 40%. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the things that might happen to him and Wang Wan at that time, and then said, "What I want to say now is what my father wrote in the letter. Our plan to rearing livestock includes livestock, but only pigs. The rearing of sheep and cows is still under experiment. My father said in the letter that the price of livestock and poultry will rise, and so will the price of grain and hemp. The problem lies in my father's words. Fortunately, my family bought a lot of mules in advance. Tell me, how do we rearing mules? Mules can indeed give birth occasionally, but normal people can't use mules for rearing mules, right?" Wang Wan nodded. "Indeed, who would raise mules for? Could it be that they were not preparing to give birth? If it's according to what you said, it's really the Tibetans behind the scenes. They want to attack our transportation industry, and through this, make the price of goods in Jiannan City rise, and make the people unable to make a living?" Wang Wan shivered. She knew the power of economic warfare. For example, Zimbabwe in the past, and the Soviet Union before that. "No, if that's the case, I really don't care. What's there to attack in the transportation industry? We don't have trains, cars, or planes here. We don't need animals to pull the goods. Don't we still have boats to transport them by water?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she suddenly realized that it was impossible to do things that were not in her field. When it came to war, Xiaobao could only think of ways to replenish his supplies. He was unable to give timely and reasonable commands, and he could not come up with too many tactical arrangements. But when it came to economics, it was definitely Xiaobao's world. When a letter was sent over, he could see the traces of war in it with just a glance. "Then tell me quickly, what are they trying to do? Do you care about it now?" Wang Wan humbly leaned beside Zhang Xiaobao and asked with a smile. She understood that whoever was in the field would speak, but she did not believe that Xiaobao was really afraid. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao laughed contemptuously and said, "Him? I'm just too far away, and it's not convenient for me to give commands. He dares to use such petty tricks on me. When I tried to play tricks, he would have already died. Don't laugh. Cuckoo, shouldn't we be more proactive? The best would be to launch a sneak attack on the logistics of the Tibetan army. The Tibetans have no money, they can't afford to fight. If my guess is correct, the imperial court must have made a new move, and it's bigger than what we thought. At the very least, the move in Pengzhou is obvious. War is a battle of money the Tibetans don't want to lose. Some of them have already noticed that something is wrong, so they want to make money. The purpose of the acquisition is not to restrict us, but to develop them. That's why I said that the person behind the scenes is not bad, he can be considered a little talent." "What a pity," sigh. "I know what you want to say. You want to say that it's a pity that we met you, so stop bragging. Come, I'll give you a flatbread, I'll eat less. The taste of your flatbread is not bad, it's just that it's not chewy." Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and rolled a flatbread for him, then gave it to him and said, "It's broken, how do you want me to make it chewy?" "It's fine if you give me some big rice noodles, or I'll make you steamed noodles tomorrow. After fermenting, it's better than the steamed noodles now. And, let's do it like that, I'll make soup dumplings for you." Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the flatbread. It was indeed like what Wang Wan said, the taste was not good. Chapter 633. Wang Wan kept feeding Zhang Xiaobao the pancake until Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and said, "Tubo realized that they don't have enough money and can't afford to fight, but they don't want to admit defeat. This is mainly because of you. Don't think that you only led 10,000 people back and forth to fight, but Tubo mobilized a lot of people. They can't keep up with the logistics. They are also waiting for the autumn harvest, but they can't not come after us. At the same time, they have to guard against the main forces of the Tang army. If it was in the past, they should be the ones to collect more taxes from the people of their own country. But this time, a person who thinks that he is powerful suddenly appeared, so they came up with a plan. If I were to name this plan, it would be a contract selling operation. In fact, it is almost the same as cash flow. As long as there is a sum of money, they can use this money to buy assets, such as houses or food. When they are buying, they can discuss and give a portion of it. When they don't have any other money, they don't want this money. Then, through the operation, they can change this agreement slightly and be able to borrow money from other banks. If it were me, I would sign 2 contracts. One is the successful transaction contract, and the other is the subsequent repayment contract. It is just to trick people into trusting me. I think that person is doing the same, unless he has more money to operate. Then what is the use of this kind of false proof of assets? It can be exchanged for more cash. Wang Wan still understood this point. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, yes, it is to use this to exchange for money, and then use this money to buy local food and livestock, causing the price of everything to increase. But he shouldn't have bought mules. Does he think that everyone is a fool? Does he think that I am a decoration? The problem now is, how many things has he bought and how much money has he used to pawn these things? The more money he has, the more food and livestock he will buy during the autumn harvest. It will create a situation where the price of goods doesn't fall even though it is the autumn harvest. How can it not fall? How much can he buy during the autumn harvest? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's analysis but did not agree with the latter part. How could it fall back? Businessmen pursue profit. How many businessmen can see through such a plan? When the price of goods in a certain region increased, they would not think of suppressing it. They would work together. That person from Tubo would not say that he was from Tubo. If he wanted the merchants from Great Tang to cooperate, he would look for relevant merchants to cooperate. The simplest way to put it was that when foreign hot money was hyping up the domestic financial market, how many businessmen in the country could fight to the death? How could there not be domestic funds adding fuel to the fire? I'm sure that after the autumn harvest, the price of grain will rise instead of falling. Moreover, it will give people the impression that the price will continue to rise. As long as the people can still live, they will cherish the grain and not sell it. The Tubo people will increase the hype and achieve their goal. Their goal is. That's to sell the grain from Tubo, as well as the livestock and poultry from Tubo. Once he sells them all, he won't want the money he invested in them anymore. Everything will turn into bubbles. Many merchants from Great Tang who do the same will suffer losses. Great Tang's commoners who don't grow grain will suffer losses. Yes, those who grow grain will also suffer losses. The merchants have 2 choices. One is to raise money to continue raising the price of goods. The other is to sell at a loss. If they choose the former, it is easy for trouble to happen. Some of the citizens do not have grain and it will cause social unrest. If they choose the latter, once they sell their grain, the price of all the goods will fall again and again. Then, the Tubo people will be able to buy them at a very low price. Am I right? Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his words and analyzed. Yes, that is the case. However, this is not the final goal. It is not a peaceful time now and we can only rely on pure economic means. What do you think will happen when the Tubo people suddenly attack Great Tang? Zhang Xiaobao continued. Yes, it will make things very difficult for Little Li. After all, the cost of transporting grain from outside is much higher than the value of the grain itself. If transportation is still not possible, then I know what to do. The military is to serve politics. Wang Wan had completely thought it through. She picked up the binoculars and went out to look at the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about Wang Wan. He held his chin and knocked on his face. After thinking for an hour, he muttered to himself, since that is the case, then let's let the Tubo people see what an all-around war is. Let them understand that there is no distinction between the front line and the rear. Let's use both the military and the economy together. After muttering to himself, Zhang Xiaobao started to write something. When dawn came, he asked Shui Yun to send it to Pengzhou. Pengzhou still looked like they were ready to go to war. They did not know that someone was fighting an economic war with them. Even Zhang Zhong did not expect that a letter he wrote would decide someone else's fate. Until 2 days later, when a horse that was about to die of exhaustion rushed over, Zhang Zhong saw the news that was delivered and realized how great of a thing he had done. He wrote a letter that had a huge impact on the current situation. After changing his handwriting and copying it again, Zhang Zhong sent the letter to Old Man Pai and the other two. He immediately went to make arrangements. This time, his son was in charge of remote command. The people in the inner courtyard of Zhang family and Wang family were mobilized and were very busy. Even Jiang Wang family, who usually only cared about her own family's matters, had no choice but to stand up and cooperate. Husband, it seems like I have to write more letters to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in the future. It's just taking in a mule, but Xiao Bao actually saw through so many things. If it was someone else who said this, I would definitely not believe it, but Xiao Bao is right. This time, my family will have to take out a lot of money first. So be it. It's better than being schemed against by others. Qiao, you have a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Otherwise, we would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. At this moment, Zhang Zhong had already put aside the shock of receiving the news from before. If it was him who did it, he really wouldn't know what to do. However, with his son's plan, he wasn't afraid. He knew his son's ability, so he just had to follow his instructions. After Jiang Wang family heard Zhang Zhong's words, she said with a rosy face, if it weren't for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened to us. The people of Tubo are indeed not ordinary. Unfortunately, they met Cuckoo during the war. When they were calculating the economy, they were discovered by Xiao Bao. Then, they can forget about it. While Jiang Wang family and Zhang Zhong were speaking with confidence, Old Man Pai and the other two people were looking at the news sent by Zhang Zhong and fell into a certain state of mind. They didn't know that it was Zhang Xiaobao who was helping them remotely. They thought that it was the experts from the Zhang family who found out that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong only sent them a part of his son's analysis. It didn't include the response at the back. Therefore, Old Man Pai and the other two people were very anxious after seeing this analysis. What should we do? What should we do? Should we send people to catch the businessman who raised the price? I don't know if it's true or not, but it should be true. The Zhang family has never done anything wrong. Old Man Chang was the most anxious. The matter at the front line wasn't over yet, and something else had happened here. Old Man Pai carefully read the analysis 3 times before saying, the Zhang family is indeed not ordinary. After seeing what is written here and thinking about it carefully, it really is so. There are actually such capable people in Tubo. Fortunately, we also have the experts from the Zhang family. Otherwise, this time, we would have suffered a big loss. How did the Tubo learn this kind of economic knowledge? Could it be that it's that game of Monopoly? There's quite a lot involved in that, especially the top-level stuff. If that's really the case, then I can only let more people from my dynasty go and have fun. I can't just stop it, and I can't stop it anyway. Old Man Bai sighed at the fact that there was someone more powerful on his side. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been tricked by the Tubo people? If others were only analyzing, he knew a lot of things. There was news that the Tubo people were preparing for the autumn harvest. Not only did the commoners have to work, but it was also said that some of the tribes had to come out to help as well. What did this mean? It meant that the Tubo people were indeed lacking things and were waiting for this year's autumn harvest to be good. In the past, the Tubo people were facing difficulties, but at that time, they could only think of using war to obtain things. This year, they actually used economic means. Old Man Yao also frowned his white eyebrows. He looked at the analysis and understood the Tubo people's general plan. He didn't doubt it, but analysis was just analysis. He didn't write down any specific countermeasures. Could it be that there was no way? He really didn't want to believe that the experts of the Zhang family couldn't come up with a countermeasure. How was that possible? If there was really no countermeasure, what was the point of analyzing? Thinking about the experts of the Zhang family, Yao Chong said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong, "Why don't we ask Zhang Zhong and see what kind of countermeasure he can come up with?" "Yes, ask Zhang Zhong. As long as Zhang Zhong comes up with a countermeasure, it will be the expert's countermeasure." Old Man Chong agreed. Old Man Pai started to write a letter. "I have to tell this to the emperor and see if the imperial court can come up with a countermeasure." Just as the three old men were preparing to send a letter to the capital, Zhang Zhong's memorial was sent out. It was also a pigeon, but this time, it was from his family and not Old Man Chang's. Zhang Zhong really hoped to have an eagle like Shuiyun. He didn't need to waste pigeons. Shuiyun only needed to let it remember what sign was placed in a place and it could fly over and back by itself. Pigeons couldn't. Once they flew over, they would be gone. They needed to be put back in a cage. Wherever the pigeon nest was, the pigeon would fly there. However, there was only one Shuiyun. It was a true companion. It could send letters, monitor the enemy, and cooperate to kill the enemy. There were more than 100 eagles in Sanshui County, but none of them could catch up to Shuiyun. Now, Shuiyun definitely couldn't be brought back. Without Shuiyun, his daughter-in-law would definitely feel very uncomfortable. By the time Old Man Pai's letter was sent out, Zhang Zhong's pigeon had already left for a long time. This time, Zhang Zhong followed his son's idea and exposed his son. However, he used a test story to cover up the expert of the Zhang family. When Zhang Zhong was waiting for the merchants to arrive, Old Man Pai and the other two arrived first. Just like what was said in the letter, as long as he waited, they would come over and ask. Then, they would cooperate with him. It was indeed correct. "Yongcheng, why do I feel that the tea we drank last time tasted wrong? Don't tell me you used other teas to make up the numbers?" Old Man Pai spoke as soon as he saw Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong thought to himself, "You can keep pretending. My son already mentioned that you would come over." He even summarized the words he said at the beginning. One of them was to mention the tea leaves first. Fortunately, he didn't mention fishing. "So it's Master Bai. How can the tea be bad? How about this? I'll go and brew the tea now. If I find that it's different from yours, you can take my tea away. That way, it can't be bad, right?" Zhang Zhong also learned to be tactful and followed along. Old Man Pai nodded. When he saw Zhang Zhong go to get the tea set, he didn't wait for Zhang Zhong to brew the tea and said, "Drinking tea requires one to be in harmony with the mood and environment. The environment here is not good. Then, should we go to the river? At this time, the riverside is not bad. Some of the grass is yellow, while others are green," Zhang Zhong probed. "Yes, that's right. Look, I even brought the fishing rod." Old Man Pai immediately followed along with Zhang Zhong's words. When he was speaking, his follower came over and showed the fishing rod to Zhang Zhong. When Zhang Zhong saw the fishing rod, he felt sad for Tubo who wanted to fight an economic war. "This is my son." Not only did he see the economic war, but he also had countermeasures. He could even predict Baigo's reaction in advance and had a follow-up response. "No matter how powerful Tubo is, can you compare to my son's finger? Yes, according to my son's words, I can't beat you to death. This is a true plan of mine. He can predict the enemy first. Plus, he has a daughter-in-law who is good at fighting. It will be easy in the future." Seeing that Old Man Pai's people took out the fishing rod, Zhang Zhong was not surprised. He also took out a set of fishing equipment from the table beside him and said to Bai Go with a smile, "If Master Bai didn't come, I was going to go fishing too. Let's go together. Bring the tea set and go together. I've already prepared the bait. It's enough for 4 people." Therefore, while Old Man Pai and the others were surprised that Zhang Zhong also wanted to go fishing, the 4 of them went to the riverside outside the city. The weather was not bad today. It was not cloudy, and there was no fog. There was a group of children playing upstream. The four of them had different thoughts, so they didn't care if the child would affect the fish. Everyone was just fishing for the fish. Zhang Zhong divided the bait and casually threw out the fishing rod. He did not expect any fish to take the bait. He was fishing when he had nothing to do. If he wanted to eat fish, he would just use the net. He still had many things to do. If it was not to learn this kind of special method, he would not have come. Her son and daughter-in-law had said that not all business had to be done in the office. Sometimes, there were more business to be done at the wine table, tea table, card game, and all kinds of leisure and entertainment activities than in a proper place. It was the same even if they went to the brothel together. Of course, he did not want to think about it. He could not do anything to let Xiao down. Besides, his son would not agree. Even if he really found a brothel, he could not expect to be accompanied by a woman. Last time, he was forced to go there. In the end, there was no woman accompanying him. A group of men came out. That time, he saw his son's methods. When he came back, his son looked at him differently. He was wronged. He did not want to find a woman. Even if there was a woman accompanying him, he would not do anything to let Xiao down. Looking at his son's regretful and disappointed eyes, he felt that the sky was dark at that time. Zhang Zhong left behind a sequela. Whenever he was about to talk about business with someone else, he would remember what happened in the past. That one time was enough. If anyone fucking dragged him to the brothel again, he would fall out with that person. This was because he did not have a woman. If his son could not take care of himself, and a woman came out, how many people would die? Whoever dragged him should go and make arrangements for his funeral. Zhang Zhong's thoughts flew away while he was fishing. Old Man Pai changed the bait a few times, but he still did not catch anything. Thus, he said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongsheng, I just realized that fishing is also a skill. You know that the fish are in the water, and you also know that the fish need to eat, but sometimes you are not in a hurry to catch the fish. Just now, I was in a hurry, so the fish did not eat the bait. Don't you think so?" Zhang Zhong also put away his fishing rod and changed the bait. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he glanced over and thought to himself, "Sure enough, my son was right. This old man likes to play with people when he is fishing. Lord Bai can actually see the skill in fishing. I admire you. I don't know how to fish. I just remembered today. I had nothing to do, so I asked someone to prepare a fishing rod. Maybe it's because the fishing rod is not good. I am not sure." Zhang Zhong followed the steps written by his son. The small book also included this. According to his son, it was because he had been in contact with the fish for a long time and was familiar with it. It was a part of psychology. Old Man Pai waved his hand. Rather than saying that the fishing rod is not good, how can the fishing rod of the Zhang family not be good? Then you won't be able to find a good fishing rod in this world. To put it bluntly, only your father-in-law can come up with a few ideas in this area. It's a pity that you can't go and take a look like him. He hasn't been doing too well recently. When Zhang Zhong heard Old Man Pai mention his father-in-law, there was no longer any hatred in his heart. If there was anything to hate, it would be his own lack of ability. Which father would be willing to give his daughter to a man who was nothing? If Xiao Bao was bad, would the Wang family have let Cuckoo stay in their home? Thus, he said, Lord Tai Shan is indeed quite free. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, let them go and take a look. Then bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are sensible and won't cause trouble. That's good. This old man has a long tongue. Let me say something. After all, we are a family. The knowledge of fishing is easy to learn, but the knowledge of fishing is not easy to learn. Between people, just like between a man and a fish, there is always the existence of benefits. Or to put it bluntly, it is called seducing each other. Don't you think so? Old Man Pai then changed the topic to fishing. Yes, after hearing what Lord Bai said, it's really like that. Zhang Zhong didn't have a script now. His son didn't expect to mention this matter either. Then Yongsheng, what do you think about the economy? Is it the same as fishing? For example, if someone from Tubo wants to do something in this area, do you think he's a fish or a fisherman? Old Man Pai put the bait and threw the hook in. Of course he's a fish. No matter how good Tubo's economic warfare is, it still depends on who the opponent is. It's still too early to be a fisherman. He has to learn. Give him 10 years, and it's already not bad if he can roughly learn it. Does he really think that he is so free in the water and can hide behind other fish to eat the bait? Lord Bai, don't worry. Not all fish are so smart. It's just that it takes a lot of effort for one person to fish. If it's a fish in the water, Lord Bai, Lord Yao, and Uncle Zhang will fish together, then it will be easy. Zhang Zhong was relieved and finally returned to a normal topic. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.